I'm losing it. I'm seriously losing my mind. I pulled the thin blanket, salvaged from the wreck, tighter around myself, but the cold still stabbed into my bones like needles. My teeth wouldn't stop chattering. This was the lifeline that fortune teller had promised. 3 months ago, when I signed up for the adventurer selection, that old geezer had beaten his chest and sworn up and down. Once I made it into the game, my ALS would be cured. Well, I definitely don't have to worry about ALS anymore, because I'm about to be flash frozen into an ice sculpture by these godforsaken Arctic waters. What a great punchline. Superstition. It'll get you killed. Ding. The rec speaker crackled on right on schedule, sputtering like it might give out any second. Attention, esteemed captains. The supply upload channel will open shortly. Please place all resources being returned to your home nation in the designated cargo hold. Tallying begins in 30 minutes. Upload time again. But what did I have to send back? A full day on this national battlefield, and other than this blanket, I hadn't even found a mouthful of fresh water. As far as the eye could see, there was only white enough to drive you to despair. The only thing I could possibly send back was the ice under my feet. But all the ice here was frozen seawater. And even if it were fresh water, I didn't have so much as a decent chisel. Was I supposed to smash it with my head? 3 years ago, countless eerie game portals appeared out of thin air all over the world. Governments quarantined them, studied them, but the more they locked them down, the worse things got. With no one entering, the game's energy began to leak out. Weather went haywire, viruses ran rampant, crops failed, energy reserves dried up. Natural disasters swept across the blue planet like a tide. Only then did the nations understand. On the other side of these portals lay a real, alternate world. The flora and fauna there were immune to the viruses and could survive in the harshest conditions. So batch after batch of adventurers were sent through, tasked with finding resources and shipping them home. Legend had it that whoever found the heart of the universe would become the ruler of that world. As for how the portals chose their adventurers, 3 years in, no one had cracked the pattern. The only certainty was this: the more people a nation sent, the more of them got selected. So every time a portal opened, governments frantically shoved people into the portal zones, even the most ordinary of ordinary folks. People like me. Everyone else started off on tropical deserted islands or fish-rich archipelagos, adventuring like they were on vacation. And me? Arctic waters. Average temperature, -20 degrees. This was no place for a human being. Today's upload is complete. As the announcement faded, a screen of light shimmered into view before me. National resource rankings. First, Xia. Second, Wei. Third, Wu. 12th, Qin. I didn't bother checking the adventurer rankings. That would only be self-humiliation. I was so far down the list, I couldn't even find myself. The reason was simple. I hadn't uploaded a single thing. I opened my stats panel. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Title, Captain of the Dragon Boat. Location, Arctic waters, toxic fog, 910 nautical miles away. Server 13 ranking, 19,422. Satiety, 5%, hitting 0 causes illness. Health, 55%, ALS countdown, 28 days. Sanity, 56%, below 20% triggers hallucinations. Please stay cheerful. Currently live streaming, maybe disabled. I drew in a lungful of frigid air. Stay cheerful? I was about to starve to death. Keeping my sanity intact was already a miracle. If the days froze you stiff, then the nights. I didn't dare imagine. My satiety crept toward 0, and my mind began to blur. In my daze, an unfamiliar mechanical voice rang out beside my ear, crisp and clear, as if pressed right against it, without a shred of static. Generating daily 3 fortunes system. Loading complete. Today's 3 fortunes. Great misfortune. Trapped aboard the wreck. A blizzard approaches. Locate combustible ice in advance, and a sliver of hope may remain. Minor misfortune. Within 1 kilometer of the dragon boat lie several bird eggs. Seize them before the great bird returns, but beware its fury upon coming home. Minor fortune. The blizzard will freeze a flock of migrating birds to death. Know where they fall, and reap without labor. 3 lines of golden text, suspended before my eyes. My frozen brain was so sluggish it took a full half-minute before it clicked. A divination system? I nearly jumped up. I'd thought that this exact day, 1 year from now, would be my death anniversary, and this wreck would be my grave. I never expected a light at the end of the tunnel. Eggs, that's protein. I stared at the words, swallowing hard from hunger. But where were the eggs? I cocked my ear. Outside there was nothing but the howling wind, no other sound. In this weather, with this dying body of mine, I'd freeze into a popsicle before I ever found the eggs. A thought stirred in my mind. In an instant, countless images flooded my head. I felt as though I'd become a hawk circling high overhead, looking down at my own icebound wreck of a fishing boat. And not far from the ship, in a crevice of an iceberg, hid a dark, gaping cave. I couldn't see inside, but I didn't need to guess. That was the nest. 1 kilometer, 10 minutes at a normal walk. Double that in bad weather. 20 minutes. That'll do. Gritting my teeth, I wrapped the blanket around myself as tightly as I could, shoved open the cabin door, and charged out into the knife-edged wind. The wind in these Arctic waters really was like a scraping blade. My exposed eyebrows frosted over in an instant. Even my breath froze into a shell of ice on the outside of the blanket. Every step felt like walking on broken glass. Meanwhile, on the Qin National Livestream channel, when someone noticed that this nobody, Jiang Ming, was actually leaving his ship in the dead of night to venture into the icy sea, the entire chat exploded. Look, there's a Qin player who's lost it, running out into the frozen ocean in the middle of the night. If you ask me, it's not madness, it's hypothermia. People with it actually feel hot and start stripping off their clothes. That's why so many people who freeze to death are found half naked. I think he looks like he's searching for something. In this hellish weather, with this visibility, search for what? He'll be lucky not to freeze to death. The viewer count kept climbing. All the traffic and tips from the live streams went to the adventurers' families, a meager compensation offered by the state. The more people watched, the more my family earned. Following the map, I found the iceberg. On an endless plain of ice, a towering iceberg was easy enough to spot. Easy to find, but no one understood me. See, I told you he was looking for something. What's he want with an iceberg? You think an iceberg's warmer than a cabin? Does he have a death wish? This player hasn't eaten all day. Going out in weather like this only speeds up heat loss. He won't make it. Are we really about to lose another Qin adventurer? Sigh, why did he have to get dropped into this hellhole? 20,000 adventurers, spread across nearly 200 nations worldwide. That left each country with just a handful. Losing even one was a massive blow to the nation. And me? I'd already reached the mouth of the cave. I peered inside. A giant nest, and lying inside it, 3 snow-white eggs. They're real. I threw my head back and laughed. I'm rich. In the live stream, the sight of me raising both arms and cackling like a maniac only made the viewers' hearts sink. This poor kid, he really has frozen out of his mind. So sad. His eyebrows are white, his scarf's iced over. Go home, kid, please. The Qin viewers were beside themselves with worry. But a few foreign spectators jeered and sneered. Ha ha ha. Qin people are just weak. One day, and they've already cracked. Not like us folks from Wu. We never give up in the face of adversity. One less Qin adventurer suits me just fine. One fewer competitor. Never give up. A Qin netizen instantly blew a fuse. Then why aren't you watching your own players? What are you doing on our channel? Get back to your own house, you flies. While the two sides traded insults, one Qin netizen spammed a single word, followed by a whole row of exclamation points. Eggs? In a hellhole like the Arctic waters, he'd found eggs? Everyone fell silent at once, their eyes snapping right back to the live stream. I squeezed into the iceberg's crevice and only then realized the nest was absurdly huge. The wall of the nest alone came up to my knee, and it was wide enough across to sleep in. The scattered feathers were each about a meter long, rivaling peacock tail plumes. But what really made my scalp tingle was this. These weren't tail feathers. They were down. If the down was this big, how terrifying was the actual bird? As for the eggs, I'd assumed the system meant something like pigeon eggs or goose eggs at most. But up close, they were even more ridiculous than ostrich eggs. Each one had to weigh at least 3 or 4 pounds. Dodo egg, precious, times 1. The instant my fingertip touched the shell, information poured into my mind. Precious. Otherworld items came in 8 grades. Common, fine, precious, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and cursed. In this death trap, where even common supplies were nowhere to be found, I'd landed a precious grade item right off the bat. I scooped up the egg and smothered it with kisses. Heaven has eyes. I'd thought I was a doomed genius, about to go meet my great-grandmother. But it turned out even a washed-up loser like me, Jiang Ming, had a shot at turning things around. But I got too excited. The low blood sugar hit me hard, my vision went black, and my stomach cramped and twisted from sheer starvation. Damn it! I braced myself against the cave wall and barely steadied myself. Cocky one moment too long, and I'd nearly gone to see great-grandma for real. No time to dwell on it. Crack! I grabbed an egg and smacked it against the hard ice. The thin shell shattered on impact, and a thick, pungent, fishy odor erupted out. I lifted the shell, tilted my head back, and let the slimy egg fluid pour into my mouth. Fishy, slippery, nowhere near tasty. But I gulped it down mouthful by mouthful, and my stats panel started going wild. Lifespan +1. Satiety, 0%, 2%, 5%. Cold resistance, 5%, 10%, 15%. A warm current burst out from my stomach and coursed through every vessel in my body. I could finally feel my limbs again. Before, they'd been so frozen and numb they didn't seem to belong to me. Now, warmth spread through me, cozy as a whole cup of hot tea downed on a bitter winter day. So this was the power of a precious grade item? This time, I'd struck gold. And there were two more here. The live stream was in a total frenzy. Snatched from the jaws of death. He just ate such valuable supplies? What a waste. Shouldn't he return them to the nation? That's our own Chin adventurer. Since when does Wu get a say? Are you the world police? My man Ming eats what he wants. That's his right. Get back to babysitting your own little punks and quit buzzing around here. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Location, Arctic waters, toxic fog, 890 nautical miles away. Satiety, 85%. Health, 45%. ALS countdown, 29 days. Note, extreme cold or heat drains several health points per hour. Sanity, 39%. Special ability, basic cold resistance, 45%. Reading through my stats, my heart suddenly began to race. My lifespan, it went up by a day, which meant the food here really could hold my ALS at bay. Even if it couldn't cure me in one shot, as long as my lifespan kept stacking up, day by day, all the way to 100, 200 years. Wouldn't the ALS effectively cure itself? In all of life, the thing to fear was never hitting rock bottom. It was being at rock bottom and giving up. But while the eggs nourished my body, they tortured my mind. My sanity kept plummeting. Blurg. Too fishy. It was fine at first, but downing too much of it made me gag. That gooey, chewy, won't quite break texture, mixed with that nose-stinging, earthy fishiness. How could there be something in this world so revolting and yet so nourishing? If only I had some combustible ice. I could fry the remaining eggs sunny side up, sprinkle on a few drops of seawater for salt. Just thinking about it made my mouth water. I immediately pulled up the Three Fortunes interface and tapped the combustible ice fortune. Information flooded into my mind at once. Again, that God's eye view over the entire region. This time, the image looked like a thermal map. Vast sheets of ice glowing eerie blue and deep green, except for one spot, glaring orange-red, its center burning bright red. Combustible ice. Just as I was secretly gloating, a red exclamation mark flared to life in the corner of my vision. It was streaking straight toward the nest, closing in fast. Could it be? The great bird was returning to its nest. Minor misfortune, within 1 kilometer of the dragon boat lie several giant eggs. Seize them before the great bird returns, but beware its fury when it comes home. The fortune had said it plainly, before the great bird returns. That red dot on the map was moving fast. If I wasn't mistaken, the mother bird was coming back to the nest. I looked down at the emptied shell by my feet. This egg was half my size, and the nest was wide enough to use as a bed. I honestly couldn't fathom how enormous that mother bird had to be. The red exclamation mark bore closer and closer, robbing the place just as the owner walked back in the front door. If I didn't run now, it'd be too late. I had nothing right now. No weapon, no health to spare. If that bird got one peck in, I'd ascend to heaven on the spot. Retreat. I flipped the empty shells upside down back into the nest to pass them off as intact eggs, snatched up 2 more on the way out, 1 in each hand, turned, and bolted. The Chin livestream erupted instantly. Ate 1. Took 2. That's cold-blooded. The mother bird's gonna drop dead from rage. And he flipped the empty shells back over? First time I've seen someone this devious. You guys don't get it. This is called strategy. Rephrase that so I can't tell you're being sarcastic? I'm serious, the guy insisted deadpan. Animals can't count. Leave one, and it thinks all its babies are still there. Take them all, and it'll feel the place is unsafe, move nests, and lay elsewhere, harder to find next time. By flipping the empty shells over, Brother Jiang is keeping it from noticing anything's wrong. Genius. Truly worthy of the name Jiang the God. And just as I scrambled off into the distance with 2 eggs in my arms, the mother bird finally returned to its nest. The bird stood taller than an ostrich, a full 3 meters. Snow white all over, with just a few strands of gray feathers on its wings and tail, and a pale gray beak. The strangest part, it had only one eye. Big, round, sitting dead center in its face. The moment it entered the nest, it seemed to sense something. It sniffed left, sniffed right, its single eye rolling around in a full circle. But in the end, it couldn't figure out what was off. It gave its tail feathers a shake and settled back down to brood over the eggs. 2 eggs secured. Looking at the snow-white eggs cradled in my arms, I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. If the snow weren't so hard to walk through, I would have jumped for joy. I had breakfast covered. And lunch, too. Fried eggs, boiled eggs, steamed egg custard. Just thinking about it, I licked my lips. But to eat something hot, I still had one more thing to do: gather the combustible ice. The combustible ice, the nest, and the dragon boat formed a triangle. First, get the eggs home. If everything went south halfway there, I cry my eyes out. The cold wind lashed at my face. My hands were full with the eggs, so my exposed skin went numb with cold. Yesterday, I probably would have lost a limb by now. Thankfully, with my newfound cold resistance, it was just numbness, and I could still endure it. The dragon boat wasn't far now. In the darkness, the faint orange light glowing from the cabin was like a lighthouse, pointing me home. The moment I stepped inside the cabin, my limbs barely began to regain feeling. I set the eggs down, then pushed the door open again. The wind still howled, like the earth itself was whistling. The deeper the night, the further the temperature plunged. It's so freaking cold. I rubbed my arms. I'd just eaten that precious great egg. Fishy as it was, the boost from an otherworld creature was the real deal. Cold as it was, it hadn't reached the point of being unbearable. Wrapping the blanket I used as a cloak tighter, I stepped once more into the blizzard. My egg-stealing and shell-flipping antics got posted to the forums, and a flood of viewers poured into my livestream. As the numbers spiked, the Qin authorities took notice of this newcomer too. What's he trying to do? A staffer at the Special Ops Bureau muttered, staring at the screen. Shouldn't he be hunkering down at night to conserve energy? Little Zheng, you don't get it. Some captains fish at night on purpose. They use lights to draw the fish. Another chimed in, then suddenly caught sight of the man's screen and went pale. Arctic waters. This guy's insane. Heading out to sea in the middle of the night. He's a goner. But little Zheng, who'd been watching the chat the whole time, actually understood now. He pulled up the replay and said gravely, "It's not that I don't get it. It's that you don't. This kid is a child of fortune. He just found 3 eggs, and now he's out again. Who knows what he's discovered this time? What could anyone find in the pitch dark?" The man scoffed. Newbies get a little dumb luck and start thinking they're chosen by fate. They all end up dead from their own greed. The live stream was a battlefield of arguments. Where isn't there ice? Why run so far for it? Makes no sense. What's his adventure got to do with you? I'm not talking about Jiangming. I'm saying that giant pit in the sea makes no sense. The moment he said it, everyone finally saw it. All around was wave-shaped frozen sea, but right at this one spot, a large pit had collapsed out of nowhere. Broken ice was scattered around its edge, the big pieces as large as the ship's hull, the small ones no bigger than a fist. The ones I was picking up were exactly that fist-sized kind, left behind by some deep-sea creature breaking through the ice. But that's still not worth traveling this far for. Ice made from seawater isn't drinkable. Hauling it back is a pure waste of energy. Haven't you all noticed? It was that know-it-all again. There are air pockets in this ice. Ice with air pockets can burn. This big pit means gas erupted from the seabed and blew the frozen gas up along with it. That's combustible ice. Got it. The ice has holes because it is gas. Bingo. But how did Zhang know there was combustible ice here? Everyone who enters the other world has their own talent. Big shot Zhang probably invested in something like a detection or special sensibility. Meanwhile, the Wu and Xia spies who'd been about to leave heard that what I was collecting was actually combustible ice, and their faces twisted with envy. He found combustible ice? This guy's definitely cheating. Otherwise, how would he know it's here? Ridiculous. But over on the way side, they sneered coldly. Don't you people have a saying? You can get the resources, but do you have the life left to enjoy them? The blizzard's about to hit. Your adventurers will be dead here soon. Combustible ice? Even a gold mine would be useless. A dead adventurer is called a corpse. The Cheen netizens were choked speechless by that. But at that very moment, they noticed something at the edge of the screen. A gray line, slowly bearing down. Warning, blizzard incoming. The system alarm blared. I turned to look. A sky-swallowing, earth-blotting blizzard was surging straight at me. If the viewers, watching through their screens, only saw the tip of the iceberg, then I, standing directly in the blizzard's path, was the one truly, fully experiencing what it meant for the apocalypse to descend. The wind turned to blades in an instant. Snow pellets rattled against my clothes and raked across my skin, sharp as jagged stone, slicing me open. It stung like hell. I pulled my hat down as far as it would go, yanked my collar up over the bridge of my nose, hunched my neck, desperate to tuck every last inch of skin into my clothes. But the blizzard found every crack, still worming its way down my collar and into my body. Right about now, I could really use a blanket around my neck. Too bad I'd turned mine into a sack for the combustible ice. The ice covering the ground was like charcoal scattered everywhere. Grab a piece anywhere, and there it was. Combustible ice, fine, +1. Combustible ice, fine, +1. Combustible ice. The system's +1 chime was music to my ears. But when I looked again at that horizon closing in, I couldn't afford to keep collecting. Keep it up, and I'd have the goods, but no life left to use them. Gotta retreat. I twisted the four corners of the blanket into a bundle, slung it over my shoulder, held down my hat with one hand, and took off sprinting toward the dragon boat. Don't let that blizzard line's slow crawl fool you. That was relative to this vast expanse of sea. Once it reached you, its speed was nothing human legs could outrun. The wind grew fiercer and fiercer. I glanced back again and again, and that blizzard seemed to teleport. 1 second it was kilometers away, and the moment I turned my head it was right on my heels. As far as I could see, the pure white ocean was instantly swallowed into an overwhelming gray. But I knew that wasn't gray. It was churned up snow, ice grit, and everything else the storm could rip from the earth. Once a person got sucked in, they'd either be buried alive in snow or flung into the air like a kite and frozen into a sculpture. It's too fast. 2 legs could only carry me so quickly. The one saving grace was, I had the wind at my back. A tailwind always helped. But fast as I was, I couldn't outrun a blizzard sliding straight in. Wait, the word sliding lit up a bolt in my head. I just plopped my butt down on the ice, clutching the bundle. Bone-deep cold shot up my tailbone in an instant. But I couldn't worry about that now. Back as my sail, but as my boat, legs as my rudder. Everything was ready. All I needed was a gust of wind. A powerful shove hit me from behind. I curled up my legs, keeping only my butt on the ice to reduce friction. The whole of me shot forward, as if pushed by an invisible hand, gliding whoosh into the distance. Fast, yes, but my butt was frozen and scorched at the same time, and that sensation was indescribable, in the most bittersweet way. Heaven help me. Please don't let me hit a rock. The live stream exploded all over again. Classic Big Bro Jiang. Who else would think of that? Way faster than running, huh? This is what you call riding the wind to greatness. Just getting blown around by the wind. But sure, make it sound fancy. They were roasting each other, but deep down everyone was secretly thrilled that I'd found a way out. The closer the blizzard got, the fiercer the wind blew. My human toboggan slid faster and faster, steered entirely by my legs. I hadn't turned into a eunuch, but my butt felt like it was splitting into 8 pieces. But, far off, I spotted that tiny speck of orange-yellow light. The live stream went wild. Ever seen an avalanche chasing someone down the slopes? Big Bro Jiang is straight-up extreme surfing right now. But unlike the tense excitement in the live stream, inside Cheen's Special Operations Department, several staff members were so nervous they forgot to breathe. Climate researcher, what's the temperature in the frozen sea right now? Asked the director in charge of the area. If our adventurer gets swept in, is there any chance of survival? Reporting, director. The researcher shot to his feet. The current sea temperature is -42 degrees and still dropping. Inside the blizzard, it's -60. The core exceeds -70. If he gets swept in, instant flash freeze. He'd meant to say, no chance of survival. But looking at his colleagues filling the room, at the man struggling on the screen, he changed his words at the last moment. Survival is extremely unlikely. Keep monitoring. The director's brow furrowed as he turned to little Zheng. How far is the blizzard from him? Less than 3 kilometers. Closing in at 28 meters per second. The wind has already hit force 11, the highest level. And how far is he from the dragon boat? 2 kilometers. The whole room sucked in a breath. On an ordinary day, walking 2 kilometers across this frozen wasteland would take over half an hour. But right now, he had only 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Even Bolt could only run 1,000-something meters. He can't make it back, the director calculated. And he's no Bolt. No. Little Zheng was firm. He's faster than Bolt. How is that possible? Before he'd even finished, Little Zheng had already thrown the live stream feed onto the big screen. The screen normally reserved for only Qin's strongest few. Turned himself into a snowboard? The director nodded repeatedly. The kid's got some cleverness. Pity. Pity what? Little Zheng didn't understand. He'd come this far. With a move like that, maybe he really could escape. Pity he's in the frozen sea. The director shook his head and motioned for the environmental monitor to explain. The monitor picked up. Once the blizzard passes through, the sea temperature will plummet further. Even if he makes it into the cabin in time, he'll freeze to death regardless. This adventurer probably won't survive the night. The Special Operations Department fell silent for a moment. Even the monitor, who didn't know me, quietly bowed his head. One grieves for one's own kind. Fellow countrymen, forced to die for this damned game. Anyone in that room, in his shoes, probably couldn't have done any better than he had. His name is Jiang Ming. Little Zheng suddenly spoke into the silence. He's fighting for Qin. We can't fail to even remember his name. And besides, I don't believe he'll give up. He has flammable ice, he has fuel. Just give him time, and he'll survive. The climate monitor gently shook his head. He knew how terrifying this kind of rapid, deep freeze was. Picture it, a herd of galloping horses. The blizzard sweeps past, and in an instant they become frozen statues, still mid-run, mid-leap, mid-whinny. Because it happened so fast they were dead before they even realized it. Little Zheng is right. But the director nodded. The adventurer surviving in the frozen sea is named Jiang Ming. He is a hero of Qin. Everyone, remember him. Give him a hero's treatment. Our nation will never fail a single one of its warriors. Logistics, pull Jiang Ming's file. Find out who he named as beneficiary. Comfort the family in time, and prepare compensation. The director rushed to handle the aftermath. Not because he underrated me, but precisely because he took it so seriously. The Otherworld broadcast was synced globally. Nearly every adventurer's family was watching. What he feared was that if something happened to me, my family wouldn't be able to bear it. Reporting, director. The file came up quickly. Jiang Ming grew up in an orphanage since childhood. Under beneficiary, he listed Director Chun of the 3rd orphanage. He's an orphan? Not only an orphan, but also an ALS patient. His health was always poor. The director once applied for treatment funds, but before they came through, he left the orphanage on his own. The director let out a long sigh. It's our nation that failed him. Resources are scarce. Forget medical care. Even basic survival resources are. And yet, in the final moments of his life, he's still shining and giving everything for his country. He is a true hero. As he spoke, the director gave a salute toward the me on the screen. Meanwhile, the me inside the game knew nothing of the outside world. My mood right then was like riding a bike down a steep slope and only then realizing the brakes were broken. Because the dragon boat was right in front of me. But the wind kept accelerating in wave after wave. I braked with all my might using my legs, and it did nothing. The boat got closer and closer. I was like a car about to slam into a wall. All I could do was adjust my direction, don't ram straight into the hull, or my face would be mangled, and my legs wouldn't survive either. But the moment I veered off course, I looked at the vast unknown ahead, then glanced back at the blizzard that could swallow me any second. No path to heaven, no door to earth. Was my lifelong reputation about to end right here, today? I fine-tuned with my legs, and my course gradually drifted away from the dragon boat. In the instant I brushed past the little boat, I saw the mooring line. The rope was whipping wildly up and down in the wind. In that split second, I thrust out my hand and gripped it with all my strength. Got it. My arms felt like they'd been ripped off, but I finally stopped. The feeling of dangling by a thread sent adrenaline surging. I became nimble as a monkey, gripping the rope to steady myself, then scrambling up it back onto the boat. The moment I was aboard, I tumbled and crawled into the cabin, slamming the door shut behind me. Bang! The blizzard arrived right on my heels, hammering the cabin with snow and shards of ice. Crack, crackle, clatter. The howling wind rattled the cabin door, shaking the whole boat. If it hadn't been frozen into the sea, I doubt this little dragon boat would have survived. It'd have been flipped over and hurled into the sky. In that moment, being frozen in place turned out to be a blessing. The cabin temperature plunged. In the blink of an eye, goosebumps covered my whole body, and even my breath turned to white frost. Crack, crack, crack. Frost began forming in the window and door cracks, spreading at a visible speed, freezing an entire wall solid in an instant. Dropping this fast, I'd watched others' live streams. I knew how brutally the extreme cold could kill. Frantically, I dug out the flammable ice and stuffed it into the fireplace. Crack, crack, crack. I scraped desperately at the magnesium rod for a spark. My hands were stiff with cold, and the flammable ice was nearly impossible to light. Several tries in a row, all failures. The frost had already crept to my feet. Any moment now, it would freeze me along with it, turning me into an eternal ice sculpture on this sea. The live stream was even more frantic than I was. Come on, dead ants, hurry up. Friendly reminder, you're allowed to breathe. I was literally about to suffocate. Too tense, forgot to breathe. The ice is already at his feet. A magnesium rod is fine for emergencies, but when you actually need one, it'll be the death of you. Where some hearts were breaking, others were enjoying the show. Haha, a Wu Kingdom troll got excited. Excellent, Sheen's about to lose another one. I was worried he'd teleport the flammable ice back home. That's premium resources. Look at how he's going out. Won't survive the night. Xia Kingdom netizens piled on. You think flammable ice is any good? Try lighting it with a magnesium rod. You might not get it going all night. Better leave some last words while you still can. Sheen netizens could see how dire my situation was, but they couldn't stand a single word of mockery from outsiders. Those nasty jabs instantly ignited a firestorm of rage. Are there any mods in this stream? Kick these filthy things out. Wu Kingdom, Xia Kingdom, get lost. Crack, crack. The magnesium rod threw off sparks, but the flammable ice didn't budge. Without enough heat, it was just a lump of ice. The frozen sea. Not even a ghost in sight, let alone kindling. You couldn't find a single blade of grass. I'd long since switched targets. Now I tried lighting a blanket. Cotton fibers should catch easily. But this blanket, whether soaked by the blizzard or drenched by the cold sweat of my palms, just wouldn't light. Crack. The frost crept to my feet again. Half the cabin was already swallowed. I retreated step by step until my back hit the corner. Nowhere left to go. 10 seconds. 10 at most. If I couldn't light this fire, I wouldn't need to bother. Dead men don't need warming up, unless someone wants a corpse that feels a little warmer to the touch. Achoo. A feather drifted out from my collar and jabbed hard at my nose. The spark I'd finally managed to coax out died again. Why does it have to be right now? Rage boiled over. I yanked out that feather. The next second, my eyes lit up. A feather. Extremely flammable. Wasn't this the perfect tinder? It was like the clouds parted and the sun broke through. Crack. A spark hit the feather, and with a whoosh, a tongue of flame leaped up. I didn't dare touch it to the flammable ice. I just carefully cupped this faint glow and dragged over a corner of the blanket. Sacrificing one blanket beat, sacrificing a life. Otherwise, if it stayed, it'd only be fit for a burial shroud. Humph. Orange-red flames finally erupted from the blanket. But right then, a needle-sharp pain shot through both my legs. I looked down. Frost had already sealed my lower body and was still climbing. Too late. I was so close. Even if I lit the flammable ice now, warming the room would take minutes. By then, my heart would probably have stopped. I watched the frost devour me inch by inch, filled with nothing but unwillingness. The live stream, once flooded with "You got this," suddenly shifted in mood to frozen solid. Inoue burst out laughing. I've waited so long. Finally, I get to watch him die. This guy's impossible to kill. Even the blizzard couldn't finish him, and he actually got a fire going. Another voice chimed in. I almost thought he'd escape this too. God is on our side. Heathens who don't believe deserve to die. All of you shut it. Sheen netizens exploded. Big Bro Jiang already got a fire going. Where there's fire, there's a chance. So what if he lit it? To warm up a space that big, even a blaze would be like turning on the light inside a fridge. Looks bright, but that light is colder than moonlight. He's beyond saving. You're the one beyond saving. The mockery didn't stop. It only got more fired up. Don't believe me? Let's bet. If he doesn't die, I'll eat crap on livestream. Wait, the frost. The frost is retreating. The instant that taunt landed, someone sharp-eyed spotted the anomaly. I'd thrown the burning blanket, flammable ice and all, into the fireplace. Humph! A visible wave of heat gushed out of the hearth, like insect-repelling smoke, driving away every last moth of white frost in the room. The frost-caked cabin snapped back to its original color in an instant. The fire surged, and the whole cabin was baked a glowing red, warmth washing over everything. So this is otherworld energy? The livestream absolutely erupted. That much heat. Saved. Big Bro Jiang is saved. Ultimate Salted Fish King. Almost frozen into a statue, and still pulls off a comeback in the last second. He only tossed in 2 chunks of flammable ice just now, right? Yeah, just 2 small chunks. Otherworld flammable ice is terrifying. Didn't you see Big Bro Jiang break a sweat? Everyone who said he was doomed, come get your beating. At Pete Wins the Crap Eating stream, and in the Special Ops Bureau, Little Zheng and several colleagues who'd been silently watching the screen now hugged each other in excitement. The people in logistics had red-rimmed eyes as they quietly put back the file they'd prepared. For once, at a moment this dangerous, he wouldn't have to knock on some family's door and say those words. Wonderful. A rare hint of a smile crossed the director's stern face. Little Zheng, Jiangming's livestream is yours to manage from now on. Raise his status level to person of interest, create a dedicated file, and keep close watch. Also, logistics, send some things to the orphanage. Thank the director for raising such a fine child for Qin. Yes, director. Phew. I slumped to the floor, letting the warmth envelop me. The energy in this flammable ice was genuinely staggering. 2 chunks could drive back a whole room's frost. Otherwise, right now, I'd already be an ice sculpture. Ice sculpture. I suddenly remembered the 3rd divination. Minor fortune. The blizzard will freeze a flock of migrating birds. If you can learn where they fall, you'll gain a windfall without lifting a finger. The moment the thought arose, the divination unfolded in my mind. Sure enough, the instant the blizzard swept across the frozen sea, an entire flock of passing migratory birds had been frozen into flash-frozen dumplings, plump, white, and round, clattering down onto the ice. Some shattered into pieces, some were flung far away by the raging wind. Using the dragon boat's coordinates on the map, I roughly gauged their location, about 3 to 5 kilometers to the south. But after a night of blizzard cover, whether I'd still find them tomorrow was anyone's guess. Just as I was about to exit the divination, I glimpsed a splash of orange right beside where one of the birds had landed. Looking closer, it seemed to be a piece of fabric. Fabric that only the human world could produce. Some predecessor's belongings? Unfortunately, the image flashed by in an instant, and no matter how I tried, I couldn't see it clearly again. Everything would have to wait until the snow stopped tomorrow. As for now, gurgle. With the tension gone, blood returned to my gut, and my stomach growled thunderously. After burning through so much energy, it was time to fry an egg. A steaming, fragrant bird egg. No oil. But sizzle. The moment the egg hit the iron plate atop the stove, a burnt savory aroma exploded. The stove was too hot to fry it long, so I used half an intact eggshell to scoop the sunny side up egg out. In a moment, a poached egg was done, yolk half raw, whites slightly charred. That touch of char is exactly what makes a poached egg so irresistible. I pressed my lips to the uncooked yolk. Slurp, downed it in one go. Lifespan +1. Fullness, 80%, 85%. Cold resistance, 45%, 55%. Heated, the egg had lost the fishy edge of raw whites, going down like a mouthful of warm, rich soup. The yolk's fragrance melted on my tongue, and even my stomach warmed up. I squinted, blissful. Truly a precious grade food. Every bite raised my cold resistance. In the frozen sea, this was basically cheating. I just didn't know whether, once basic cold resistance hit 100%, it could level up further. Too bad there were only 3 eggs. If anyone's to blame, it's that bird mama for laying so few. If she'd laid one a day like a hen, I could steal one every day and eventually crank my cold resistance up to advanced. Never mind. No use thinking about it. I wiped my hands on the blanket, tore off a chunk of golden-edged egg white, and popped it into my mouth. Delicious. This taste. I couldn't even remember the last time I'd had it. The moment I started eating, the Damiku filled with drooling emojis. So hungry for it. Ever since the other world descended and disasters kept coming, food had been in chronic short supply in every nation. Forget meat and eggs. Even rice, sweet potatoes, and potatoes had become rarities. The people on the other side of the screen hadn't tasted anything meaty in who knows how long. Now, watching me chow down on a poached egg, I'd nearly forgotten what a poached egg tastes like. Watching Big Bro Jiang eat, I kind of remember again. It's egg flavor. I want a bite too, so jealous. Jealous of what? That's an egg he traded his life for. He earned it. I get the logic, but I'm still jealous. The Damiku was buzzing when the screen suddenly went black. When the streamer sleeps or handles private matters, the broadcast auto-disconnects. After a full day and night, Big Bro Jiang's exhausted too. Get some good rest. Big Bro Jiang, good night. The dodo's nest. As the blizzard bore down, the big bird tucked her long, slender neck into her thick feathers, her huge eyes blinking as she stared at the icicle-sealed entrance and shifted her rear. She feared her child would freeze in this merciless storm. But the instant she shifted, crack, a crisp snap. Her eyes shot wide open. Those big eyes were full of disbelief. Could her child really be so fragile that it had frozen and cracked? The big bird stood up, revealing slender talons beneath her feathers and a single, solitary egg. She gently nudged the top of the egg with her beak, wanting to see how badly her child was hurt. The instant the egg toppled over, her eyes nearly swallowed her entire face. The egg was empty. Where's my child? Shock, confusion, and finally a sky-shattering rage. She sniffed all around the nest, and at last caught a scent that wasn't her own, a dull gray hair, slightly curled, carrying some indescribable smell. The scent of a human. Ing, ing. She turned into a whirlwind, smashing through the icicles at the entrance and charging out, only to be instantly slammed back by the even fiercer wind outside. Crackle clatter, ding ding clang. The two whirlwinds collided, sending icicles flying all over the nest, ringing out like an overturned pinball machine. Ing. The big bird was furious, but she could only rage this once. The blizzard was too strong. Swallowing her anger, she decided, tomorrow, she would settle the score with that human, no matter what. And I, sheltered all night by this aloof snow queen, had no idea the big bird had already discovered the empty eggshell. I just slept soundly in the warm cabin. When I opened my eyes again, day had broken and the blizzard had stopped. The flammable ice in the stove had burned out, leaving only a bit of residual warmth in the cabin. But at least I was alive. Gurgle. After a night's sleep, my stomach was hungry again. Low temperatures burn energy, blah blah. Okay, fine. I admit it. I just wanted to eat. One egg last night didn't satisfy me. Another one would warm me up nicely, perfect for heading out to hunt. Even a windfall requires you to survive the cold first. In weather this frigid, just going out to scavenge takes a tough set of bones. I just didn't know what that patch of orange-red fabric was hiding. I really hoped it was a backpack. As the old saying goes, find a suitcase in the middle of nowhere and it's either cash or a body inside. But cash was useless out here. So I hoped even more that a person was lying there. A living person. Sizzle. Using the stove's leftover warmth, I fried another sunny-side-up egg. This time I didn't cook it to a char, just barely done. Energy was precious. Save it where I could. Besides, I was heading out soon. Who was I keeping the stove burning for? Same as before, I aimed for that silky mouthful and slurped. Heat exploded in my stomach. Lifespan +1. Fullness, 85%, 105%. Cold resistance, 65%, 85%. One egg, and my fullness shot to 105%? What was going on? Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Identity, captain of the dragon boat. Location, frozen sea. Toxic fog is 860 nautical miles from you. Server 13 ranking, 18,622. Fullness, 110%, permanently raised to 110% due to consuming precious food. Health, 100%, ALS countdown, 30 days. Sanity, 85%, below 20% triggers hallucinations. Please stay in good spirits. Special ability, basic cold resistance, 85%. Livestream active, can be turned off. Huh. A permanent attribute. I stared at that line, mind instantly racing. Fullness that only rises and never falls. Wouldn't that mean I could be like a hibernating bear, sleeping 10 days or half a month at a stretch, then eating my fill when hungry? Not bad. Not bad at all. The only shame was that cold resistance was stuck at 85% and wouldn't budge. Lifespan gained 2 days from 3 eggs, and I'd slept one of those days away. 30 days left. Real bird eggs are good stuff. It's just a pity that bird mama laid so few. But the attribute panel wasn't all good news. The toxic ring. To force players to keep moving. Every map in this game spawns a ring of toxic fog that slowly closes in, driving anyone who hunkers down to their death. When I first arrived on day 1, it was 1,000 nautical miles out. Before I slept last night, 900. When I woke, 850. 100 nautical miles a day. If I hadn't broken the boat free of the ice in 8 days, I'd be poisoned to death. I'd assumed I would die of ALS. Only after coming here did I learn there are plenty of ways to die. Freezing, starving, getting eaten by a monster. And now, one more, poisoning. Staying alive was never a given. Since I wasn't dead yet, I'd stand up first and figure out the rest. The live stream. The moment I went live, viewers came flooding back in. The screen filled with Damaku, all watching me kick and stomp at the cabin door. That's not a temper tantrum. The door's frozen shut and won't open, right? Last night's blizzard probably turned the whole door into a block of ice. Right after, the flies buzzed in too. Hasn't even made it out the door and already lost half his stamina, huh? A Wu Kingdom guy piped up immediately. Sheen netizens shot back flatly. Where's this dog barking coming from first thing in the morning? Beat it. I'll bark all I want. Got the guts to come hit me. The guy was insufferable. I bet this John character stays stuck in that room all day and never gets out. I had no time for that. If the door wouldn't open, I'd take the window. Crack. The ice on the window frame split with a snap, and a blast of frigid air rushed in, making me shiver. When you cross into this other world, you can only bring one item besides the clothes and shoes on your back. I chose a fire source instead of a hat. I'm not stupid. But who could have guessed the spawn point would be a sea of endless cold? Clothes that would have been plenty warm anywhere else now felt as thin as paper. I crawled out through the ice-covered window and glanced back at the thick layer of ice sealing the cabin door. No tools. Prying at it by hand would just be a waste of energy. So I left that little sun from the fridge sitting by the door to thaw it out slowly. By the time I got back, maybe it'd be open. Patience is a weapon too. I set off toward where the migratory birds had fallen. You guys see that black dot at the top of the screen? The comment stream exploded again. That's a tornado, some guy from Wu State blurted out. I'm a weather forecaster. You think I don't know? A tornado would be taller and thinner. That is short and stubby. No way. A guy from Sheen State who actually knew his stuff took a screenshot and smirked. If it's not a tornado, what is it? I've seen more freak weather than you've eaten grains of salt. Enough. Quit pretending. A leopard can't change its spots. Inside the Special Task Bureau, Xiaozheng was staring at that black dot too. He forwarded the footage to the climate department. It's not a tornado. The researcher replied fast, but his tone was strange. The cryptid division identified it. That's a dodo bird. Too big to fly, so it moves and fights by spinning at high speed. Common in extreme cold zones, and an extremely capable hunter. But it breeds poorly, lays just 1 egg a year. So it guards that egg like it's worth more than its own life. Xiaozheng's heart lurched. He suddenly remembered the eggs Jiang Ming had stolen. This bird, it was here for revenge, wasn't it? I trudged through knee-deep snow, 1 foot sinking deep, the next barely finding purchase. Cree. A bird cry tore across the snowfield, sharp and piercing, part wail, part fury. My heart sank. Had that big bird figured out my empty egg trick? So what if it had? The eggshells were burned to ash, and after a night of blizzard swept over everything. Even if that thing could move heaven and earth, it'd never trace things back to me. I only shot a single glance in the direction of the sound, then kept moving. But the comment stream lit up first. You hear that? A bird cry. It really is a bird. The 2 tornado diehards had stopped barking now. The snow's this deep. What's the big boss going in there for? Grabbing combustible ice, probably. Strategic resource. Turn it into the nation at midnight and your ranking shoots up. Maybe even a level up, and then we'd get a chance to actually talk to him. Look at those craters in the ground, someone sharp-eyed pointed out. The big boss is walking right toward one. It's like he already knows what's underneath. A crater on flat ground? Is there a cave below? A heat source? Could it be the combustible ice? Everyone held their breath. I walked up to the edge of the crater, bent down, and hauled something straight out of the snow. A frozen migratory bird. At first glance, it looked exactly like a rock-hard goose. The comment stream instantly lost it. Holy crap, he's fishing birds out of the snow. Food served right to his mouth. Dude picks up meals just by taking a walk. The sky itself must be his daddy. A guy from Shang State scoffed. Just dumb luck. His ship's trapped in that hellhole. Once the toxic ring closes in, he's dead like anyone else. Nobody argued. Because he was right. Great Goosebird, Premium, +1. Great Goosebird, Premium, +1. Great Goosebird. The word premium made my eyes light up. Here, food comes in grades. Ordinary just fills your stomach. Premium strengthens your body. Precious adds cold resistance and heat tolerance. Rare grants special stats like agility and defense. Epic supposedly can straight up awaken sequence abilities. As for legendary, who the hell knows? The only people who get their hands on legendary items are the top adventurers of every nation, and whatever they got has long since been classified. An ordinary guy like me has no way of knowing and no need to. Right now, only one thing was on my mind. Found you at last, my red-crowned great goosebird. That patch of orange fabric had landed near a white goosebird with a red crown. Without the blizzard, it would have been easy enough to find. But now that everything was buried in white, I had to dig out this landmark bird first, then work my way toward the fabric. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I was digging like a maniac when a howling wind pressed against my ears. I looked up, one glance, and my pupils shrank. Oh my God, that thing actually followed me here. A white tornado was bearing down on me, cracks of thunder bursting from inside the column of wind. But I'd only just pinned down the fabric's location. Running now meant throwing all my effort away. And not running. That whirlwind stood a good 4 meters tall. I didn't even need to guess at its combat power. Big boss, get out of there. How does it even know it was the big boss who did it? The East Asian coward's scared stiff. The monster's in his face, and he still won't run. The Wu State guy popped up again. He can't run. Someone from Song State spoke up, dead serious. Our adventurers ran into this bird in the ice forest. Insanely sharp sense of smell, insanely fast. Unless you can outrun the wind itself, there's no escaping it. The Chin State viewers were furious, but more than furious, they were terrified something would happen to me. Look, the big boss scored something good. Only then did people notice the orange backpack now in my hands. So that's what he refused to leave for. Shame about this brave soul. The Song State guy sighed. This freak bird is the overlord of the ice plains. You can't beat it on guts alone. The wind grew fiercer. It hadn't even reached me yet, and my clothes were already snapping in the gale. The flesh of my face dragged sideways. But I faced down that behemoth and crooked a finger at it. Come on. Cree. The dodo shrieked, but didn't dare charge straight in. It circled me, testing. It couldn't tell whether I actually had the goods or was just bluffing. Got a little brain in there. I frowned. Too bad it's only a little. If it wouldn't come in, the trap I'd set was useless. That chunk of combustible ice in the snow. Its flames were slowly melting the snow around it. Drag this out any longer, and the meltwater would flood in and snuff out the fire. So I ate your kids' eggs, huh? What? Too scared to come at me. I come up with this trick last night while using bird feathers to start a fire. Can't beat it, can't escape it. So set a trap and lure it into the flames. Cree. The dodo finally snapped, screeching as it lunged. Everyone in the comment stream thought I was as good as dead. Boom. A ghostly fire erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire dodo in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the tornado became a fire tornado. Cree, cree, cree. It shrieked and spun wildly, not understanding what it meant for wind to feed flame. The more it spun, the fiercer the fire raged. So fierce that even I couldn't stay hidden. Even in a sea of endless cold, the heat of that fire tornado was enough to melt snow into water, and the wind slapping my face carried a searing burn. I snatched up the orange backpack, hunched low, and bolted toward a huge boulder not far off, scrambling and half-crawling through the rapidly melting snow. Fire can burn you alive, or it can clear a path. It all comes down to whether you dare to light it. The moment the dodo went up in flames, the Chin State live stream absolutely erupted. Comments flew by faster than the fire itself. So the big boss stayed put because he was waiting to catch his prey. I told you he wouldn't give up that easy. He had a plan the whole time. But the Woo State guy popped up all sour. Big deal, he grabbed a few chunks of combustible ice. The way he's blowing through it, he'll run out in no time. He'll go grab more when it's gone. The Chin State viewers shot back instantly. Since when do you get to worry about my big boss's supplies? Cree. The freak bird's dying scream pierced the snowfield. I pressed myself flat behind the boulder, not daring to so much as peek out. The fire would burn itself out, but I've only got one life. So I waited. While I waited, I studied the orange hiking pack. Big, bulging full, clearly loaded with good stuff. But before I could even work the zipper open, something strapped to the side made my heart race. An ice axe. For chipping ice, for chopping. With this, my combat power would at least triple. Next time I ran into a monster, I wouldn't be stuck just running away. Just as I was about to open the pack, a muffled boom rolled across the snowfield. Then the charred aroma of roasting meat hit me full in the face. Dead. I didn't move. A centipede dies, but its body still twitches. I wasn't about to trip at the finish line, so I crouched a while longer. Sure enough, at one point there came a burst of thrashing, its final struggle. Soon, the sound went still. Once the heat dissipated, the extreme cold sank its teeth back into my hands and feet, stiffening them. Only then did I stick my head out. There was a big crater blasted into the snow, and lying in it was a charred, blackened mass. I packed a snowball and lobbed it over first. Splat. No reaction. Only then did I let out a breath and walk slowly closer. The moment my finger touched it, the stat panel lit up. Dodo bird, rare, +1. Rare. Rare grade creatures can boost special body stats, agility, defense, any of them possible. I couldn't wait. I peeled back the charred feathers, but the skin beneath had burned to black char too, inedible. I swung the ice axe down at the fattest drumstick. The scorched skin split open, revealing the lightly golden meat inside, steam rising, the smell so good it made my throat tighten. While it's hot, I sliced off a strip with the axe blade. The meat was tough, couldn't tear it by hand. Good thing I was a man with a weapon now. Bit down. Fragrant, chewy, a little stringy, but the flavor, incredible. Lifespan, +3. Satiety, 90%, 110%, 130%. Cold resistance, 85%, 90%, 100%. Agility, 5, 7, 11. The numbers surged before my eyes like a flood of data. 1 piece of meat, 3 days of life. That's the weight of rare. After a big chunk went down, the numbers finally settled. I pulled up my stat panel. Adventurer, Jiangming. Identity, captain of the dragon boat. Location, frozen waters, toxic fog. 826 nautical miles from you. Server 13 ranking, 9,958. Satiety, 150%, rare food consumed. Cap permanently raised. Health, 100%, progressive freezing disease countdown, 33 days. Sanity, 95%. Agility, 11, average person, 5, athlete, 10. Special ability, intermediate cold resistance, 5%. My ranking had finally cracked the top 10,000. There was a new line for agility, and it easily crushed an athlete's level. My whole body felt light, like I'd gone back to before I got sick, back to the me who could still run. Cold resistance had climbed to intermediate too. Right now, it was like I had a little furnace tucked inside me, heat pouring out nonstop. The frozen waters were nothing to me now but an ordinary winter. Awesome. I grabbed the giant bird to drag it back, but I'd underestimated its weight. The instant it sank into the snow, it felt as heavy as a truck. Ditch it? Couldn't do that. Who knew if some predator would come prowling for food in the frozen night? And even if none did, a night of wind and snow could bury it completely. As for waiting to turn it into the nation at midnight, sorry, but if it wasn't hauled into the designated area of the ship's cabin, the system wouldn't count it at all. I looked at this massive kill and let out a long sigh. Turns out prey that's too big is its own kind of sweet burden. Now what was I supposed to do? Chin State livestream. That Leviathan's so huge, one pot can't cook it. Who cries over having too much good stuff? I've got my chopsticks and bowl ready. Big boss, beam that bird on over. Keep dreaming. You know what Tiradodo is? Even if he sent it over, you wouldn't get a piece. Some viewers saw the real problem. The big boss's biggest challenge now is getting this bird back. Landing a giant is great, but whether he can haul it away is a whole other question. Take some now. Come back for the rest tomorrow. You think the frozen waters have no other predators? The Woo State guy got smug. Huh. Seeing you all with a bird you can't eat. That warms my heart right up. Woo State, someone tagged him. You know how many steps it takes to put an elephant in a fridge? What's this got to do with an elephant? Exactly. So what's any of this got to do with you? Nice one. And right then, I made my move. I took the ice axe and slowly cut through the bone of the drumstick. The comments were confused. Is the big boss planning to just take the 2 legs and give up the rest? What a waste. No choice. At his size, 2 legs are the limit to carry. Knowing when to cut your losses is the smart play. Give it all up. Woo State popped in again. Better yet, ditch the whole thing. You Chin State people don't deserve it. But when I pulled the entire leg bone cleanly out of the flesh, a Chin State viewer suddenly caught on. The god Jiang is making a sled. You think Lord John's moves are something you people can comprehend? I'm telling you, he's got a way to take the whole bird back. Eat your heart out. Only then did the others notice the anomaly on screen. My technique for stripping out the bone was clean and deliberate, clearly with a purpose. I get it. The big boss is going to haul the whole bird back. Insane, you can do that. A Way State viewer sneered. You all know perfectly well your adventurer is doing something pointless, yet you gang up to defend him and attack Tanaka-kun. What's the fun in that? Exactly, a mob of brainless fans. Tanaka got worked up. It'll be pitch black in another hour. If he doesn't cut the meat now, once it's dark, it'll all be too late. Utterly stupid. I can't even be bothered to comment. I had no idea the live stream was in an uproar over me. After pulling out the 2 leg bones, I extracted the 8 rib bones one by one as well. 8 ribs and 2 long leg bones, enough to build a crude sled. I dug a climbing rope out of the pack and lashed the bones into a sled frame. Call it a sled, but it was really more like a stretcher. I bent the ribs into an upturned front, then stretched the sleeping bag over the tip and the base to increase buoyancy. That way, even fully loaded, it wouldn't sink easily into the snow. The moment the sled took shape, the Woo State guy and the Way State viewers who'd been shouting "waste of time" all went dead silent. Hey, Mr. Know-it-alls, why so quiet now? Weren't you experts a second ago? So tell us, what's this that the big boss made? Tanaka fell silent, but didn't leave. The Way State viewers went wide-eyed, too stunned to speak. What do you call this? Take it from the bird, use it on the bird. Making a sled from the bird's bones, then dragging the deboned bird back to camp. What kind of mind comes up with that? Genius. Come on, family. Let's all tell them together what this is called. A sled. Woo State. Way State, you get it now? This is the wisdom of Chin State. The comments lined up in neat rows, roasting those yammering foreigners until their faces burned red. And they had nothing to fire back with. The maneuver was too absurd. Absurd to the point that they had no idea how to respond. Huh. I put in a monstrous effort to shove the bird onto the sled. Sure enough, it sank a little, but it didn't get swallowed by the snow. It floated steady on the surface. I gave the rope a tug. Still heavy, but I could just barely drag it. Yet thinking about the several hours of hauling still ahead, I decided to shed a bit more. On a bird, the head and organs have the least carrying value. One swing of the axe, and I lopped off its neck. But the head is the highest calorie part, and it tastes good. I couldn't bear to just throw the whole thing away. Chop it open. Except this bird's hide was thick and its skull was ridiculously hard. A few swings only left a white scratch. Can't cut it open? Then try another way. I slid my hand in through its nostril. I'd heard the nasal cavity connects to the brain cavity. One try, and yeah, it did. My fingertips touched something soft and faintly warm, with a hard lump wedged in it. I scooped it out like squeezing tofu, and there in the milky white bits was a crystal glinting with green light. I picked it up and held it toward the sunlight. Beast Core +1. A Beast Core. Not every monster in this world has one. Only high-level creatures can form them. And Beast Cores have a huge range of uses. Crafting gear, upgrading your shelter, your ship, and even serving as cultivation energy after awakening a sequence. It's the energy battery of this world. I stowed the Beast Core away, then finally ate that mass of brain matter. Gamey, but tender. Toss in a little garlic chive flour and sesame paste, and it'd basically be a bowl of tofu pudding. Lifespan +3. Satiety, 115%, 130%. Intermediate cold resistance, 5%, 6%. Another 3 days of life. Good bird. Truly a good bird. The comment stream was buried under rows and rows of exclamation points. Can someone tell me what the big boss is doing? Eating brains, what else? Nobody told me his true form is Hannibal. He's just eating a duck head. Never gnawed on Joheya duck necks. The point is he's scooping out brains through the nostril. Burp. I let out a satisfied belch. Satiety back to 130%, intermediate cold resistance up to 8%. But ever since I hit intermediate, the growth rate of cold resistance had clearly slowed. As for special abilities like agility, not a single point of change. I got it. Special stats only take effect the first time they're ingested. Eat more and you build up a tolerance, no more gains. But extending your lifespan and resisting cold. That alone is already at the level of a miracle cure. If this stuff made it back to Chin State, God knows how many tycoons would fight tooth and nail over it for one more day of life. Funny thing, what people fight so hard to obtain has never been wealth itself, but the time to spend it. A pity most only understand that at the very end. I cut the big bird open and gutted it. The organs made up a third of its weight, but not much of it was actually useful. The heart, liver, and kidneys were top grade, while the intestines and lungs were low in nutrients and just dead weight. I kept only the bloody heart, liver, and kidneys, and tossed the rest. Minus the head and organs, the dodo was more than half lighter, and dragging it finally felt manageable. I wondered what uploading it back to Chin State would earn me. From my experience, the daily top 10 uploads all get rewards, and the top 3 get much more. And this rare dodo, close to 200 pounds, could it launch me sky high, straight into the top 3? Ding! I dragged that massive dodo back to the dragon boat and leaned against the hull. I hadn't even caught my breath for 10 minutes when the busted ship's horn blared. Esteemed captains, the resource upload is about to begin. Please place any resources you wish to send back to your nation into the special cabin. Settlement will occur in 30 minutes. 11:30 already. I took a deep breath, climbed down off the dragon boat, and started hacking up the bird. No choice. The special cabin was too small, the bird too big. There was no stuffing it in whole. All I could do was chop it into pieces and toss them in, one by one. Of course I kept some for myself. No one could promise I'd catch anything tomorrow. To stay alive, I set aside 10 days' worth, roughly a third of the bird meat. Thunk. The last chunk of meat dropped into the hold. Upload window for today is now closed. Confirm upload of all supplies in the special cargo hold. I hit the confirm button. Scanning. Grading. Dodo meat. Grade beta. Congratulations. You've earned a multiplier spin. A giant will spun up onto the screen. 100x, 1000x, 10,000x, 100,000x, and one more slot. X. I pressed my palms together and prayed. Come on, big guy, don't let me down. Just give me 100,000x, and I'm happy. Whoosh. I slammed the button, and the wheel went into a frenzy. A few seconds later it slowed, the pointer drifting between 100x, 1000x, and 10,000x. 100,000. 100,000. I screamed my lungs out. But that damned pointer seemed to be toying with me, swinging back and forth between 100x and 100,000x. Finally, it stopped dead in the middle of the two slots. What's that supposed to mean? I stared dumbfounded. The gap between those two is insane. The livestream chat blew up, too. That's way too perfect. There's no telling which way it's leaning. If you measured it with a ruler, I'd say it's leaning toward 100,000x. Gotta be 100,000. 100 times is just embarrassing. If it's really 100,000x, that's 100-some pounds of bird meat turning into tens of millions of pounds. Rare grade magic beast meat. Man, maybe they'll spare us a bite to taste. Dream on. Meat at that grade is national strategic material. You think it'd ever trickle down to you or me? Ding ding ding. System unable to determine whether the spin landed on 100x or 100,000x. As compensation, 100x times 100,000x. The super bug exploit jackpot. 100x times 100,000x. My heart nearly leaped out of my throat. How many zeros was that? 2 more zeros tacked onto 100,000, then multiplied by 135 pounds. I couldn't even do the math. I'd struck it rich. Absolutely loaded. And this meat wasn't just for me. It was for the country. Chin had been short on supplies year-round. Meat, eggs, and milk were downright rare. During my last year at the orphanage, the kids only got a small piece of meat once every 3 days. The director thought I was sickly and needed the nutrition, so she was always giving me her own share. Once, the country raised me, and the director looked after me. Now it was my turn to do something for them, even if it just meant those kids got one more bite of meat. Final cashback multiplier, 10,000,000x. Sheen receives cashback, 135 pounds of dodo meat times 10,000,000x. All food will be deposited into Sheen's designated warehouses, filling them in order from number 1 to number 15. Boom. The live stream completely lost it. Holy crap, 10,000,000x. Where are the math geniuses? Somebody calculate the poundage. With that much, do we actually get a shot at tasting rare magic beast meat? I did the math, 135 million pounds. Phew, that much? Split among the whole nation, that's about a pound of meat per person? So one guy hunting alone is feeding the entire country now. The moment the upload finished, the national rankings refreshed in real time. I stared at the screen, dumping over 100 million pounds of meat all at once. How high could Sheen climb? National Resource Acquisition Rankings. First, Xia. Second, Wei. Third, Wu. Fourth, Zhao. Ninth, Qin. We'd cracked the top 10. From 12th to 9th, jumping 3 spots in one shot. Not much, but for a country stuck at the bottom for years, it was a monumental leap. And those 3 spots were all thanks to one man exploiting a bug me. Climbing like that again would be next to impossible. Below the national rankings was the Adventurer leaderboard. I dropped my eyes to it. This time, where would I land? Server 13, Adventurer Contribution Rankings. First, Xia Li Quan, 32,800. Second, Wu Zhuge 15,200. Third, Qin Jiangming, 13,600. Finally cracked the top 3. I let out a breath. But the second I saw myself sitting below that guy from Wu, my blood started boiling again. Zhuge. From his very first day in the server, he'd been locked in second place with 15,000 points. God knows what treasure he'd gotten his hands on. They'd only been in for 2 days. I'd clawed my way up by exploiting a lottery bug, something no one else could replicate. And yet he still had more points than me. There was only one explanation. Wu had gotten hold of a special item or some rare resource. And making the leaderboard meant the game handed out bonus rewards. The strong got stronger. So having squeezed into the top 3, what would I get this time? Please, get my boat out of these freezing waters. I muttered in my head. Or at least give me a way to leave. The poison zone was creeping closer inch by inch, and my boat couldn't budge. This was my only hope. Ding. Congratulations, player Jiang Ming, for entering the top 3 in the contribution rankings for the first time. Rewards obtained. Token of the Earth God ×1, Body Refining Spring ×1, Insulated Windproof Helmet ×1. A crisp clunk echoed from the special cargo hold. The Body Refining Spring sounded promising. But an insulated helmet and a token of the Earth God. What the heck were those? I had been going on about wanting a hat, sure, but handing me one as a grand prize? Wasn't that a little cheap? I hurried over to the cargo hold and yanked the door open. There, on the floor, sat a wooden box about the size of a briefcase. I lifted it out and opened it. 3 items. A white camouflage helmet paired with a thick brown windproof mask. Actually pretty cool. Complaints aside, this was exactly what I needed. Besides blocking the wind, the mask could double as sunglasses. If I kept staring at all this white snow, I'd go snowblind sooner or later. A small jar of pale blue liquid. That had to be the body refining spring. But what really caught my curiosity was the last item. The token of the Earth God. It looked like a porous stone, cold to the touch, smooth on the surface. There was a hollow chamber in the center, as if it had once held something that was now gone, leaving only an empty shell. Token of the Earth God. Possesses an extraordinary gathering power that automatically draws in associated monsters and sequencers. You may follow the token's guidance to the corresponding temple to obtain sequencer status. A sequencer's token? My breathing quickened. Ever since entering this game, my biggest goal had been to become a sequencer. ALS was a death sentence back on Blue Star. Yet the divination had, of all things, guided me into this other world. The more I thought about it, the more I believed the only thing that could cure my disease was this one path, becoming a sequencer. Besides, to survive in a place like this, Becoming a sequencer was the only way to earn the right to go toe-to-toe with the native monsters. That dodo yesterday didn't even qualify as aggressive, and I'd still had to rely on tricks to kill it. In a straight-up fight, one Jiangming wouldn't have been enough. 10 of me wouldn't have kept it from tearing me apart. So how do I use this thing? The description didn't say. Was I just supposed to wait? Whatever. Rather than puzzle over this cryptic little rock, I figured I'd down the body refining spring first, something with immediate results. Body refining spring. Drinking it dramatically improves your constitution, boosting both stamina and intelligence. Good stuff. I popped the cap, and never mind that the token in my other hand was starting to heat up. I tipped my head back and chugged it. The next second, a wave of warmth detonated in my stomach. Heat surged through my limbs and every inch of me, sweat bursting from every pore. And it wasn't clear sweat, it was a murky yellow. My joints popped and crackled like frying beans. Arg! I let out a groan of pure relief. How do I describe it? It was like getting a massage, painful, but so good. The heat blasted through my clogged meridians, and forcing its way in was excruciating. But the instant it broke through, the rush left my scalp tingling. Too bad the high didn't last 30 seconds. I could feel that my body had only been cleared by less than a fifth. My head and torso felt lighter, my mind sharper, like I'd instantly shed a few pounds. But my limbs were still heavy as ever. Looks like my disease was too stubborn. Even an otherworldly spring could only treat the symptoms, not the root. I'd expected as much, but I still pulled up my stats panel. At the very least, I needed to know how much extra life it had bought me. Adventurer, Jiangming. Title, Captain of the Dragon Boat. Location, Frozen Sea. Poison fog is 748 nautical miles away. Server 13 rank, 3. Satiety, 150%. Health, 100%. Lifespan, 99 days. Sanity, 98%. Agility, 25. Average person 5. Athlete 10. Strength, 15. Average person 5. Strongman 10. Defense, 13. Average person 5. Boxer 10. Special ability, intermediate cold resistance, 15%. Live streaming can be turned off. Seeing the extra 2 months of lifespan, I broke into a grin. This spring really was good stuff. My lifespan had jumped by 69 days, and my defense, agility, and strength had all climbed a notch. I threw a punch into the air. Hiss. The sound of air being split. The live stream instantly erupted. Did Big Man Jiang just throw a punch with actual wind behind it? I heard it too. That's the sound of speed pushed to the limit, compressing the air. Looks like he drank something that remade his body. Foundation building pill, probably. You've been reading too many cultivation novels. We in Qin have been held down for so many years, couldn't even crack the top 10. This time Big Man Jiang really won us some respect. Awesome. This round is genuinely awesome. What's so awesome about it? A Wu native chimed in, dripping with sarcasm. Your Jiang, whatever his name, is still stuck below Zhugajun in third, isn't he? Come back and talk trash after you pass us. Nobody bothered to respond. What I didn't know was that the moment the supplies were uploaded, Qin's warehouses nearly burst all at once. Warehouses that had stood empty were instantly packed full of dodo meat, the meat spilling out through cracks in the doors and windows. The head of the warehouse bureau was floored on the spot. He called the Special Operations Department directly. The warehouses are overflowing? What's going on? Even the director was baffled. No idea. I checked with the other warehouse managers. They all said they're overflowing. The bureau head's voice wavered. Each one of our warehouses holds 100 tons. One warehouse isn't enough to hold it. The director was stunned. Did our war god get his hands on something incredible again? Qin had dispatched 13 waves, thousands of adventurers. Until the daily summary came in, no one could say which of them had brought this haul back. Reporting in. Little Zheng burst in, clutching a document. Director, the rookie from the 13th wave, Jiang Ming, has landed in the top 3 of the adventurer rankings. Single-handedly, he's pushed Qin's overall resource ranking into the top 10, 9th place. What? Bang. The director shot to his feet, knocking his chair over backward. Qin's overall resource ranking had been frozen in place for nearly half a year. Xia and Wu had been mocking them nonstop, sent all those people, and still couldn't crack the top 10. Some had even said Qin should just carve off a chunk of its territory to stop wasting adventurer slots. And now, Qin had made the top 10. Quick, give me the document. The director couldn't wait for Little Zheng to come closer. He rounded the desk, charged over, and snatched the document away. Even braced for it, when he saw that line of text, Jiang Ming cashed back 135 million pounds of rare-grade magic beast meat to Qin. He still froze completely, his mouth hanging open, unable to string together a full sentence. 100 what? 135 million pounds of rare-grade magic beast meat. Little Zheng had already been through several rounds of shock outside the door, so now he was oddly calm. Attaboy. After a long moment, the director closed the document, threw his head back, and roared with laughter. He's planning to feed our whole nation of 1.4 billion single-handedly. He quickly reined in the laughter, his expression sinking. With this meat, the people's physical fitness can climb to a new level. Set aside a portion as strategic reserves, and the 14th wave of adventurers won't start off nearly as disadvantaged as the first 13. Compared to the Alliance's people, our adventurers lost at the starting line. And isn't that because of their monopoly? Little Zheng fumed. They're scared we'll rise up, so they block us at every turn. But starting today, the director said, weighing each word, this gap, we can finally close it. On the other end of the line, the warehouse bureau head was still waiting. Director, what do we do with these 100+ million pounds of meat? Please advise. Let me check with the higher-ups. I'll call you back. The director hung up and dialed another number. An aged voice came through. I've read the report. Of this meat, give half to the people nationwide for a taste. Half a pound of magic beast meat per person. Split the rest into 2 parts. One for strategic reserves, and pour everything into cultivating the 14th and 15th waves of adventurers. We have to level the playing field. The other part goes to market, prioritizing trades for otherworldly foods to diversify our reserves. If we can't get those, trade for rare resources or the energy we're short on. Yes, Chief. The director acknowledged the order, then added, Chief, I have one more request. Go ahead. I'd like to make an exception and promote Jiang Ming's adventurer rank directly from Watch to Rising Star. The director paused. He truly rendered a great service this time. Qin's adventurers were divided into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest. Nameless, Watched, Elite, Rising Star, Star of Tomorrow, Pillar of the Nation, Peerless Talent, Torch of Civilization, and Chosen One. Jiang Ming was currently a Watched. He now had his own dedicated file and an assigned evaluator. Only at this rank did an adventurer officially enter the nation's field of vision. Above that was Elite. Upon promotion to Elite, the treatment of an adventurer's family or beneficiaries would be comprehensively upgraded, and the Special Operations Department would even set up a monthly video call. That wasn't idle chit-chat. It was a survival plan custom-tailored for him, worked out jointly by experts in climate, environment, and otherworldly biology. And above Elite was Rising Star. Typically, only one adventurer per wave earned this distinction, someone the nation poured everything into cultivating. A Rising Star's family would receive dedicated housing, priority food allocation, and medical guarantees, freeing the adventurer of any worries at home. More importantly, for the adventurer himself, the nation could airdrop resources to him once a month. The Otherworld game was a two-way channel. Resources could be cashed back to Earth, and each nation could, through special channels, deliver supplies to its own adventurers once a month. But both the frequency and total weight of these drops were extremely limited, so choosing who to send them to was a decision made with the utmost care. By all rights, no one would break protocol to promote a rookie who'd been in the server for just 2 days to Rising Star. But Jiang Ming's performance was simply too dazzling. Comrade Jiang Ming is indeed an outstanding adventurer. On the other end, the chief's voice was steady and firm. I admire him greatly. But just now, my secretary handed me a report. Right now, he's trapped in 2 dead ends. The director gripped the receiver tighter. First, Jiang Ming's body. ALS won't kill him in the short term, but it'll slowly strip away his control over his own body. On Earth, that might be fine, but in that world, it could take his life at any moment. But that's not the reason I can't promote him 2 ranks at once. The real trouble is the second point. The chief paused. According to the Special Operations Bureau's report, Jiang Ming is currently stranded in the frozen sea. The poison zone is closing in on him at 100 nautical miles a day, and his boat is frozen solid in the ice, unable to move. The climate expert's assessment is even more chilling. The frozen sea stays cold year-round, and the ice on its surface is thick as the Antarctic ice sheet, never melting, never even thinning. At that depth, breaking through the ice by human power is flat out impossible. At that point, someone beside the chief cut in. Then have him abandon ship and leave on foot. Amateur talk. The director shook his head inwardly. The chief didn't take offense and patiently explained. Not realistic. Never mind that a man on foot can't outpace a poison zone moving 100 nautical miles a day. Even if he did, by some miracle, make it out. That's a world of maritime survival. Without a boat, he can't take a single step. The director's expression had turned as grave as it could get. Everything the chief said was fact. Two dead ends, and neither could be undone. At this stage, Jiang Ming's very survival was in question, never mind special treatment. What's more, every rank promotion for one adventurer meant another had to give up his slot for attention and supplies. For the nation, that was a loss too. However, just as the director thought there was no turning back, the chief's tone shifted. In light of his stunning performance just now, we've decided to promote Jiang Ming to elite rank adventurer. The road ahead is perilous for him, but it's precisely because of one man's selflessness that the whole nation will have meat on the table tomorrow. This honor, we owe it to him. Thank you, Chief. Even over the phone, the director still gave a proper, upright salute. Don't thank me. All of this, Jiang Ming earned it himself. Hanging up, the director turned around and gave Little Zheng a smile. Starting today, you're the dedicated officer for elite adventurer Jiang Ming. From now on, you'll monitor and evaluate him and him alone. Hand the rest off to someone else. Yes, director. Little Zheng's heart leaped with joy. Riding on Jiang Ming's coattails, he'd gotten a promotion of his own, from an ordinary monitor to a dedicated elite officer. His pay and benefits went up, but his workload got lighter. From now on, he only had to keep an eye on one live stream. But there was still something nagging at him. Director, I don't get it. However great Jiang Ming's contribution is, he's only been in the game 2 days. Cashing back 1.3 billion pounds of magic beast meat to the nation this time. Luck accounted for most of it. Why did you propose a double promotion right off the bat? You knew perfectly well the chief would never agree. His rank and risk assessment are both far too low. The director smiled. Ever heard this one? A room's too dark, and you say you want to open a window. Everyone refuses. But if you shout about tearing off the whole roof, they'll come rushing to talk you down. Just open a window instead. Little Zheng's eyes lit up. You did it on purpose. From the start you knew 2 ranks was guaranteed to get shot down, but that way, elite would fall right into place. Exactly. There was a hint of approval in the director's eyes. Jiang Ming's too green, and the desperate spot he's in right now is real. It can't be solved anytime soon. But the record he set, the resources and honor he won for Qin, those are just as real. Not a fraction of it can be discounted. What I wanted was to make the chief value his contribution, not fixate on his troubles. That was the whole point of proposing 2 ranks. Little Zheng nodded again and again, finally understanding why it was the director sitting in that chair and not him. The other world. I had no idea what kind of storm a single dodo bird had stirred up in the outside world. It wasn't until I finished drinking the spirit spring water that I noticed the token in my pocket had started to burn. I pulled it out, the hollow token. A strange pulling sensation surged up through my palm, like something was whispering, calling me back to the captain's quarters. I trusted my gut. I pushed the door open, and the first thing my eyes landed on was that orange backpack I dug out of the snow. What's actually inside this thing? I never got a good look. Ever since I picked it up, I'd been racing against the clock, rushing back to the dragon boat before the upload deadline, butchering the bird, building a sled, working myself half to death. Who had time to dig through it? But when it came down to it, the only reason I'd managed to drag that dodo back at all was thanks to the hatchet and sleeping bag inside. Otherwise, I never would have scored this incredible windfall. So now I was even more curious. Zip? I pulled the zipper open and took the items out one by one, laying them on the floor. A set of portable metal cups and bowls, with a fork and spoon tucked inside. A small bag of rice. A set of salt and pepper seasonings. A journal. And a golden stone. Everything else was pretty ordinary. What really caught my eye was that stone. Right now it was reacting to the token, giving off a faint glow. I picked it up for a closer look. It looked like stone but felt like metal, with a terrifyingly high density. Heavy, like holding an iron ball. I brought it close to the token. Click. The moment they got near each other, a suction force burst out of the token. The stone was instantly swallowed up, locking firmly into the recess at the center of the token, a perfect fit, seamlessly merged. As if they'd been one whole thing all along, only forcibly pried apart at some point in the past. Huh. Holding this token now embedded with the golden stone, a strange feeling suddenly rose in my chest. It was like I'd developed some kind of attraction to metal. The feeling was so itchy I couldn't sit still. I had to test it on something. My eyes fell on the metal cup on the floor. I bent down and reached out. Whoosh! The cup actually leapt up into my palm on its own. It was as if my entire body had become a giant magnet. Jiang Ming's livestream. The soaring rankings and the massive cash rebates had pulled in countless viewers. Everyone was buzzing about the surreal scene of Qin's warehouses overflowing. And someone had even leaked word that tomorrow the whole country would get a share of rare-grade magic beast meat. The bullet comments flew by so fast the eye couldn't keep up. But in that instant, the moment Jiang Ming sucked the stainless steel cup up with his bare hands, the comment feed went completely blank for several seconds. Everyone froze, their brains failing to process it. What just happened? Am I seeing things? Did Boss Jiang just make the cup fly to his hand? Is this guy a magician? Did I just watch a magic show? Must be an optical illusion. It's not an illusion. Someone with a knack for analysis jumped in. This is probably a new ability Boss Jiang just awakened, and it's connected to the God's token he just got his hands on. If I remember right, the God's token has the power of convergence, pulling things of the same origin toward it. Did you all notice? Boss pulled a special stone out of his backpack, and it merged with the token in the blink of an eye. Metal manipulation? Someone sucked in a sharp breath. If that's really his ability, then Boss Jiang is basically becoming Magneto. It's just telekinesis, right? A Wu netizen popped up to contradict again. That's basic training for us ninjas. Bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. You don't know shit. A Qin netizen fired back immediately. You think telekinesis compares to metal manipulation? Heh. The Wu netizen sneered. He just picked up a crappy cup. What makes you so sure it's metal manipulation and not telekinesis? What? You want to bet on it again? What's the matter, you scared? We're not scared, the Qin netizen shot back. We just don't trust you Wu people to keep your word. Last time, that guy who said he'd live stream himself doing seppuku if he lost, he vanished off the face of the earth after the bet. I won't run. The Wu netizen thumped his chest. If I lose, I'll apologize to you all right here on Jiang Ming's stream. And if you lose, you send me 10 pounds of magic beast meat to try. Deal. Only then did the Qin netizens catch on. Damn, you're not even hiding it. Your scheme's written all over your face. So you're just drooling over our rare-grade magic beast meat. Let me tell you, I'd sooner toss it out and bury it than let a single shred fall into a Wu man's mouth. Haha, that's cold-blooded. I love it. Outside the live stream. What? This sudden change shocked me even more than that crowd in the comments. What was going on? Had I turned into Magneto? My heart was pounding like a drum. Sword come. To confirm it, I stretched my hand toward the metal fork. Whoosh! The fork flew into my palm almost in the blink of an eye. Clutching this fork that had flown to me out of thin air, wild joy welled up in my chest. I really had awakened the power to manipulate metal. Too bad I didn't have a sword on hand. Or else, flying on a sword. Wouldn't that be awesome? No sword, but I had an axe. With a bold sweep of my arm, I fixed my eyes on the hatchet on the floor. Axe come. But the scene of the axe flying toward me never played out. It just flopped around in the snow like a fish, thrashing wildly, struggling for ages before it barely managed to stand upright. At the same time, my temples began to throb with sharp, stabbing pain. That sensation of having my mind drained grew more and more violent the longer I forced it. SSSS. My head felt like it was splitting apart. Terrified, I abruptly pulled my hand back. Clang. The axe crashed back to the ground with a crisp ring. But the pain didn't ease in the slightest. In my days, I actually saw countless little figures leaping and dancing in the snow. A bad premonition seized me. I immediately pulled up my stats panel. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Identity, Captain of the Dragon Boat. Location, Frigid Waters. Toxic Mist is 735 nautical miles from you. Server 13 ranking, 3rd. Satiety, 24%. Health, 100%. Lifespan, 99 days. Sanity, 18%. Hallucinations occur below 20%. Agility, 25. Average person 5. Athlete 10. Strength, 15. Average person 5, strongman 10. Defense 13. Average person 5, boxer 10. Special ability intermediate cold resistance 15%. Livestream in progress can be turned off. Sanity 18%. Satiety 24%. Only then did I realize just how terrifying the cost of manipulating metal was. GRRL. My stomach let out a wail right on cue. I quickly carved off a big chunk of dodo meat and tossed it onto the iron griddle over the fireplace. Sizzle. The moment the skin-on meat hit the red-hot iron, the fat crackled and popped, and the aroma barged aggressively into my nose. Not the stink of burning, but the rich fragrance of roast squab. When I sprinkled on the seasoning I'd just gotten, that crispy, savory scent climbed another level. Exactly like grilled chicken wings at a summer night food stall. I stuffed my mouth full, bite after bite, and slowly started to recover. Lifespan +1. Satiety 24%, 35%, 50%. Intermediate cold resistance 15.1%, 15.2%, 15.3%. Sanity 18%, 35%, 55%. As chunk after chunk went down, both stats climbed back above 80%. I let out a long breath. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and I felt like I could do it again. Staring at that axe on the floor, I started itching to try again. This time, I'd learned my lesson. Instead of stupidly trying to lift that hatchet, I picked the lightest thing, the metal fork, and tested again. The whole time, I kept my eyes glued to the stats panel. I wanted to figure out how long I could hold up one fork and exactly how expensive manipulating metal really was. As the fork hung suspended in midair by an invisible force, I watched the stats drop at a rate of 1% to 2% per second. After testing the fork, I switched to the heavier metal cup. Satiety 79%, 76%, 73%. Sanity 70%, 65%, 60%. The cup was heavier, so the drain was faster, 3% to 5% per second, and sanity took the worst hit. Watching sanity plummet to 50%, I didn't dare risk it anymore. Sleep for the night, let my mind recover, and try again tomorrow. So this is the token's power of convergence. I looked at the token in my palm, then glanced at that journal beside the backpack. I couldn't even tell anymore. Did I find the backpack first, which drew in the Earth God's token? Or did I get the token first, which then pulled this metal manipulation stone toward me? I fixed my gaze on the journal. Maybe the stone's old owner had left the answer. I opened it and froze. The writing inside was actually in Chinese, which I happened to be able to read. And the content was, incredibly, a record about sequence walkers. I skimmed a few lines, and my eyes lit up. But this stuff, I definitely couldn't broadcast it. On the other side of the screen, besides Chin netizens, there were foreign eyes watching too. I made a snap decision and shut off the live stream. This move actually left everyone hanging even more. The screen went black, but nobody wanted to leave. They all stayed to keep discussing. Did I just catch the word sequence? That journal, it wouldn't be about advancing to a sequence, would it? If it's real, God Jiang is about to take off with this. An expert immediately jumped in to explain. To become a sequence walker, you have to find the god of the corresponding sequence, and the god's token is the compass that guides an adventurer to them. I've heard of it too. A Chin boss explained it on stream before. The token has convergence properties. Any person, event, or object connected to that sequence gets drawn toward it, gradually gravitating closer. And in reverse, whoever holds the token will unconsciously walk toward those related things. Convergence properties. Someone had a realization. So by that logic, the reason Boss Jiang got the Earth God's token is probably because he picked up something related first, which in turn summoned the token. So this journal really is about advancing to a sequence? Too bad the boss won't let us see it. If we can see it, so can those damn spies, someone lamented, while others backed him up. I think the boss did the right thing. Baka. Wu's Lu Jian finished reading the comments, and only then realized what he'd missed. He broke down on the spot, raging impotently. This Jiang Ming is way too stingy. He gets his hands on something good and won't even share it with his friends. You're no friend, you're scum. Oh, wait. A Chin netizen added slowly, twisting the knife. You don't even count as human. No manners. Lu Jian struggled for a long time before he squeezed out a comeback. No wonder your adventurers are all cheapskates, each one worse than the last. When the top beam's crooked, The bottom one slants too. Oh, is that so? That line actually made the Qin netizens laugh. Not showing the journal makes him stingy. Makes the top beam crooked? What kind of insane logic is that? But Qin netizens weren't pushovers either. They immediately ganged up. I seem to recall that place of yours. Juga County, doesn't it have a god's token too? I heard your guy scored 3 related items left behind by a predecessor the moment he entered the game, right? Aren't you Wu people so generous? Have him take those out and share them, then. Yeah, let him show them off. Lu Jian went silent. Oh my god, what did I miss? A journal about advancing to a sequence. After the Wu people, the Xia people crawled out of nowhere too, sour as could be. How are the Qins so damn lucky, damn it? I leaned against the fireplace, the orange-yellow firelight flickering, casting its glow across the journal's yellowed pages. None of the rewards for the top 3 on the leaderboard offered a way out of the frigid waters. Now, all I could do was pin my hopes on this journal. Otherwise, no matter how much good stuff I racked up, once the toxic mist caught up, I'd be a dead man. Thankfully, the journal didn't let me down. I finally understood. My token came from the Earth Mother Goddess. To clear her trial, I had to gather the 5 colored divine stones. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 attributes. With each one I obtained, I'd gain the corresponding ability. And better yet, the abilities could stack. My heart suddenly started racing. Once I get the water attribute divine stone, not only will I be able to control water, but my current metal control ability will get a boost too. I stared at the fire, a picture already forming in my mind, twisting the bow of the ship into the shape of an icebreaker and smashing straight through the ice. Then I'd have a shot at getting out of here alive. The odds were slim to none, but I wasn't afraid of small chances. I was only afraid of having no chance at all. The journal's owner had come for the water divine stone too. He'd chased the clues all the way here, because the water divine stone lay in the deepest part of the frigid sea. To retrieve it, without intermediate cold resistance and diving equipment, it was flat out impossible. He knew it couldn't be done, yet he came anyway to gamble on his luck. And then there was the divine stones in the deep sea? I frowned. How am I supposed to pull that off? Just then, daily 3 divinations refreshing. Refresh complete. Minor fortune, 15 kilometers to the southeast. There's an iron-toothed squirrel's den hiding nuts and quite a few good things. Empty it out while it's away, and be sure to leave no trace of your scent, or it'll come looking for you to. Minor misfortune, 20 kilometers to the southeast. There's a ship that's lost its master. On board is a ship core and a set of diving equipment. Getting your hands on it will both help you find the water divine stone and upgrade your ship. But beware, an iron-toothed squirrel has already claimed that ship as its new nest, and its pair of iron teeth are ferocious. Don't provoke it. Major misfortune. The water divine stone lies in the merfolk territory beneath the combustible ice, where a pack of savage merfolk are entrenched. Even with equipment and cold resistance, don't go near. Unless you become a sequence walker, never fight the underwater merfolk. I bolted upright, overjoyed. No matter how hard the divine stone is to find, it can't beat me having a cheat. But once I saw the divine stone's location clearly, my spirits sank again. Of all the places for the thing to end up, it had to fall right into the merfolk's lair. Unless I became a sequence walker. But without the divine stone, I couldn't change classes. Without changing classes, I couldn't become a sequence walker. Without becoming a sequence walker, I couldn't beat the merfolk. Wasn't this a vicious cycle? My eyelids grew too heavy to lift. From the moment I woke at noon, digging out geese, battling the dodo, I was already dead on my feet. I couldn't even be bothered to deal with the geese frozen outside. Let them stay frozen for now. Whatever the big deal was, it could wait till tomorrow. Late that night, at the intersection leading to Qin's 3rd orphanage, the roar of a gang of heavy motorcycles tore through the silence. The national flag stickers on these bikers weren't Qin's, they were Wu's. Team leader Sheng. One rider looked at the man in front. It's this late already. Are those orphanage people gonna agree to move? Whether they agree doesn't matter. Sheng Yang's voice was cold as ice. The Tsuchimikado on Myoji surveyed it. The entire city's dragon veins converge right here, with a breath of true dragon energy dead center in the orphanage. The boss said Juga County has extraordinary talent, but always lands in 2nd place. All it's missing is this dragon energy. Tonight, we've got to drive off this pack of stray dogs nobody's looking after. Killings on the table too? Of course. Xingyang sneered. The boss said no matter what we do tonight, he can get us out of it. Inside the orphanage, the children crowded around the TV in the director's office, refusing to disperse for the longest time. Because today, Jiang Ming, who had walked out of this very place, claimed third in the world on the adventurer leaderboard. Big brother Jiang is so awesome. I'm going to be an adventurer when I grow up too. I believe in big brother Jiang. Sooner or later he'll surpass that Zhuge from Wu. Surpassing Zhuge is nothing. Big brother Jiang's going to surpass Li Quan and be #1 in the world. The director, Chun Li Juan, smiled and gently hushed them. All right now, don't wake the little ones. If you want to discuss it, do it tomorrow. The children had just quieted down when a burst of motorcycle roars suddenly erupted outside, so loud it lit up windows one by one in the nearby apartment buildings. Chun Li Juan peered out through a crack in the window, and her face darkened. It was that pack of lackeys wanting to tear down the orphanage again. This wasn't the first time. Chun Li Juan. The leader took off his helmet. I see you. Come out and talk. Ada, take your little brothers and sisters back inside. The director's voice turned cold. Watch them. Don't let anyone come out. I'll be right back. Director, be careful. Ada, the oldest child, clenched his fists. In his heart, he thought, if only big brother Jiang were here. I already told you, we're not moving. What are you here for this time? Shenyang lifted his visor, revealing a foreign face with a thin mustache. To see you, of course, pretty lady. Shenyang, watch your mouth. Chen Lijuan snapped in anger. Can't you come during the day? Do you have to disturb people in the dead of night? You won't show your face during the day. Shenyang smiled without warmth. Besides, whether this place gets moved or not isn't up to you. This land was legally auctioned off to us in Wu 3 years ago. Property rights, usage certificate, everything in order. Today, as the landowner, I'm formally notifying you to relocate. How is that possible? Chen Lijuan's expression changed abruptly. You can blame your own people for being so generous with foreign investment back then. Overseas buyers got the land, procedures kept simple. Xingyang cut her off. As for what it'll be used for, did you watch today's live stream? Our boss's son, Zhuge Jun, took second place in the world again. The boss says the feng shui of this land is superb. He's going to build Zhuge Jun a pure Wu-style resort here. He calls it, using another nation's soil to nurture our people's finest. Director, isn't that clever? Chen Lijuan went rigid. Turn the orphanage into a resort? How could she ever allow that? This is something I will never agree to. She flung her arms wide, blocking the way in front of everyone. You want to tear down the orphanage, want to leave the children homeless. Not unless you roll over my dead body. As you wish. Shenyang laughed and cranked the throttle. The roar came crashing through the darkness. Chen Lijuan glanced back at the children and gave Ada a slight shake of her head, only 2 words escaping her lips. Don't look. She knew there was no escaping her fate tonight. But she had no regrets. Because only if the old director fell would the children, stripped of their protector, finally have a chance at a new director, a new orphanage. Even knowing she would die, this was the only thing she could do. The engine grew closer and closer. She closed her eyes. Farewell, pretty lady. In the next life, we'll meet AG. Bang! A gunshot shattered Sheng Yang's mad laughter. Arg! Metal scraped across the ground, sparks flying. Flesh dragged over the pavement, trailing a searing streak of red. Chen Lijuan's eyes snapped open, and she froze. Sheng Yang, who had been arrogantly bearing down on her a moment ago, was now skidding across the ground, man and bike together, scraping and scraping. Director Chen, are you all right? The newcomer was little Zheng from the Special Service Bureau. After Jiang Ming was promoted to a lead adventurer, his relatives all qualified for improved benefits. But since Jiang Ming was an orphan, the benefits went entirely to the beneficiary of his choosing. Tonight, little Zheng had rushed over with supplies for 2 reasons. First, to bring the orphanage a taste of the magic beast meat Jiang Ming had turned in, and second, to be the first to deliver the good news to the director. Who would have thought that the moment he arrived at the gate, he'd catch someone about to run over the very director who had raised Jiang Ming? Wasn't that stirring up trouble right on the tiger's head? Without a word, he put a bullet clean through Sheng Yang's arm. I'm fine, but why are you all here? Chen Lijuan stared at the soldiers filing into the yard, momentarily stunned. We came to bring you supplies. Little Zheng gave a military salute. Thank you, Director, for raising such an outstanding adventurer for our country. Never imagined a moment's lapse on our part would nearly let these lowlifes succeed. Take them all down. Yes, sir. The dark muzzles of the guns rose in unison, surrounding the biker gang. The crowd that had been so arrogant moments ago now abandoned their bikes, covered their heads, and crouched on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. Let go of me. Xingyang, his face covered in blood, was still struggling. This is our land. What's wrong with kicking people out? What gives you the right to arrest me? The fact that you assaulted someone on purpose. Little Zheng said coldly. Besides, the ground under your feet belongs to the Qin nation. A lowly Wu nation man. And you dare mouth off here. You people sold us this land, so it's our turf. Arresting me is illegal. I'll sue you. Go ahead. Little Zheng couldn't even be bothered to argue. You can sue all you want from jail. Take him away. Yes, sir. At first Xingyang kept yelling defiantly, but somewhere along the way his tune changed. My hand hurts. I need a doctor. I've lost too much blood. If something happens, can you people handle the fallout? Achoo. I woke up freezing that morning. The combustible ice in the fireplace had burned out. Once the heat dissipated, the cabin temperature plummeted in an instant. So cold. I breathed into my cupped hands, but what came out was a mouthful of white fog. I had no idea how many degrees it was inside, but it was definitely below zero. If I didn't have intermediate cold resistance, I probably would have died in my sleep. I had to take the sleeping bag apart and wash it today. Otherwise, at this rate, I really would die in my dreams sooner or later. I had no idea where that diary guy got such good gear. Wait, I suddenly remembered last night's fortune reading. Minor misfortune, 20 kilometers to the southeast, there's a ship that's lost its owner. Aboard are the ship's core and a set of diving equipment. Beware the iron-toothed squirrel that's made the ship its new nest. That ship, could it belong to the diary guy? Two key pieces of info. 1, it's a ship that lost its owner. 2, there's diving equipment aboard. Besides that diary guy who wanted to salvage the water god stone, who else would prepare gear like that? No way. I had to go check it out today. That set of diving equipment, I was determined to have it. As for the iron-toothed squirrel, I honestly didn't give it a second thought. No matter how tough its teeth were, it was still just a squirrel, right? What kind of trouble could it possibly stir up? Whoosh! I tossed a small chunk of combustible ice into the fireplace, slaughtered a big goose, and felled it over from head to tail. Nothing. This kind of premium magic fowl really didn't have a beast core after all. Kind of a shame. If I'd known it was this useless, I should have thrown it into the special cabin last night and shipped it straight back to Qin. Its value would have skyrocketed by tens of millions of times. Too bad I was in such a rush last night, I didn't get the chance. Next time. Still, even though the goose couldn't boost my physique, it tasted surprisingly good. Probably from all the exercise, it tasted like free-range chicken. One whole goose down, and I was only half full. Just as I was about to roast another, I noticed I was running low on combustible ice. I need to find a way to grab some more today. While roasting the second one, I finally remembered I should start the live stream. There were so many kids at the orphanage. The longer I streamed, the more they'd earn. I came out of that place, and all I wanted was for the kids and the director to have it a little better. The live stream. Morning. I couldn't see the comments, only the viewer count. Even though I'd been offline all night, there were still several thousand people watching. That meant someone had left it on all night, just waiting for me to come back. While roasting the meat, I greeted my invisible audience as usual, then grabbed my hatchet and stepped out of the cabin. But I wasn't in any rush to set off. Instead, I swung the hatchet and started dismantling the ship. I pried off the railings one by one, piling them up in the snow. The scene from yesterday, when I became the Magneto, remotely controlling metal to fight the dodos, was probably still fresh in some people's minds. These metal railings were my weapons. As for what I was going up against, something that required this many of them. 5, 6, 7, 8. I counted the stacked iron rails and gripped the hatchet handle tighter. Clatter. I hoisted all the dismantled railing bars onto my back, ice shards raining down from the metal mesh. The squirrel's den or the abandoned ship. Logic told me to check the ship first, but my sixth sense kept pointing me toward the squirrel's den. At least there was no risk there, free loot for the taking. Only 15 kilometers. In this frozen wasteland, just thinking about it made my scalp tingle. I stuffed the roasted dodo meat into my backpack, packed the last few chunks of combustible ice, and loaded the sleeping bag and hatchet onto my shoulders, not leaving a single thing behind. Who knew if I'd even make it back tonight? Better safe than sorry. I trudged step by step in that direction, snow up to my knees, every step like a tug of war with the earth. And at that moment, I had no idea that the people in my live stream were losing their minds over something else entirely. Go check out the Zhao Nation stream, quick. Two Zhao guys just met up, and they're in the frigid waters too. Mid-sentence, the person suddenly went silent. Can you just spit it all out at once? I know which one it is now. Gaoshan's stream. Those two clowns are right near Jiangming. What? Someone questioned it. These waters are just a sea of white everywhere. How do you recognize it? The person threw out a screenshot. Remember that mountain range where Jiang the boss swiped the dodo eggs? I took a screenshot. Where the Zhao guys are, there's a mountain range too. Exact same shape, same place. Holy crap, 2 against 1. Jiang the boss is gonna get wrecked. What's there to worry about? Jiang the boss is a superpowered esper now. Those two clowns can just beat up bears, that's all. Do you even believe that yourself? My viewer count nosedived in an instant. It wasn't that nobody cared about me. Quite the opposite. They cared way too much about exactly how close I was to those two Zhao guys. Zhao Nation, Gaoshan stream. Over there, they hadn't noticed the flood of Qin Nation viewers pouring in yet. The comments were still buzzing about the two bosses joining forces. Wanhao the boss is ex-special forces. This one's in the bag. Top 3 in contribution points, no doubt. On screen, 2 tall Zhao men stood beneath a giant tree, tiny as a couple of ants. The tree roots sprawled in front of them, thick as a fence. They'd have to leap over it. High up on the trunk, tree hollows gaped, black and open. Those hollows were too big to belong to a squirrel, more like a brown bear's den. But the two of them didn't seem to notice at all. You sure the ship's in this direction? Gao Shan, the bearded one, wiped snow off his face. I used Eagle Eye. That ship's frozen into the ice sheet, just like ours. The one named Wanhao nodded. Our ship just needs one ship's heart to upgrade. Turn it into an icebreaker, and we can get out of this hellhole before the toxic fog rolls in. Make it quick. Gao Shan sneered. Any adventurer who lands in these waters, if they don't know ships can be upgraded, they all end up dying here. Survival of the fittest. Only the strong deserve to live. Like that idiot from Qin. Wanhao scoffed. The higher-ups told me yesterday, that guy's still running around in circles picking up bird eggs and ice scraps. Who knows what the hell he's busy with? Just then, Gao Shan pointed toward a lone ship frozen in the ice at the far edge of the snowfield, unable to hold back his grin any longer. Wanhao, the ship's right there. Ah, we're in business. Wanhao made a throat-slitting gesture. You go left, I'll go right. Sneak up on them. If they're not on guard, we go straight for. Got it. The two crouched and crept forward. And inside that ship's cabin, in the darkness they couldn't see, 2 blood-red eyes the size of wash basins slowly opened and glanced outward. Gee, a displeased low growl. Gao Shan and Wanhao didn't see it, but everyone in the livestream did. The entire screen exploded in an instant. Did you guys see that? There's something in the ship. 2 eyes the size of wash basins. You're kidding, right? How could eyes be that big? It flashed by, but I'm 100% sure I didn't see wrong. You didn't see wrong. Those are definitely 2 red wash basins. Maybe the ship's owner is putting on some ghost act to scare people. But that trick won't work on Wanhao the boss. Can you even count all the targets he's assassinated in special forces? Some clown pulling ghost tricks won't even know how he died. Plus, there's Gao Shan right beside him. Had the title Bear Hunter before the game even arrived. You mean the guy who got drunk and fought a bear one-on-one and won? That's the one. Whoever runs into this duo is toast. Before the bragging finished, a massive shadow burst out of the cabin. One swipe, and Gao Shan was sent flying several meters. The second swipe came down on Wanhao. Wanhao reacted lightning fast, his blade already drawn, but nobody expected the thing to be so absurdly huge. The dagger in his hand, compared to that colossal beast, was thin as a toothpick. Why would a hunting beast fear a toothpick? The black shadow came crashing down whole, mashing Wanhao into pulp. The next second, a furry brown paw scooped him off the deck and brought him to its mouth. Crunch. It bit off the head and spat it aside. Flipped him over, gnawed off both feet, spat them aside. Then it started chewing, slow and leisurely. Remove the head, remove the extremities, ready to eat. Wanhao, from Zhao Nation's strongest squad, was processed clean, just like that. Gao Shan, who'd been thrown into the snow, was utterly stunned. He didn't even have a single thought of resistance. He scrambled up on all fours and bolted into the forest, screaming, like prey scared out of its wits. The Zhao livestream went dead silent at first. Not a single comment. A few seconds later, the comments came flooding out like a burst dam. F***CK? One how the boss got taken out with one slap. Isn't this an adventurer's ship? Where'd the monster come from? Don't you guys think that thing looks kind of like a squirrel? A squirrel? You call a thing several times bigger than a brown bear a squirrel. But it's got a mouse face and drags around a big fluffy tail. If it's not a squirrel, then what is it? A giant squirrel? You're a real comedian. Stop messing around. We just lost a great adventurer. 3 minutes of silence for him. Gao Shen's not going to go crazy, is he? Where's he running? He's climbing a tree, trying to hide in a tree hollow. Everyone watched as Gao Shan crawled into a giant tree hollow, glanced around to confirm it was safe, then curled himself into a ball, trembling. Just then, in the corner of Gao Shan's camera, a small figure appeared, with a streak of orange on his shoulder that stood out sharply. That's not Jiang the boss coming, is it? Jiang the boss, there's a monster in the ship. This forest is huge. How would he know someone's hiding in that hollow? Only then did the Zhao viewers notice something was off. How'd all these Qin people suddenly show up? I almost thought I was in the wrong stream. Who's Jiang the boss? All you Qin folks, get back to Qin. Uft. Who wants to watch you bunch of cowards anyway? I'm out, back to Jiang the boss. That so-called bear hunter. Now he's just staring down at his own crotch. Just looking at his junk, huh? The Qin netizens had only come to confirm the distance in the first place. Now they had even less patience for a war of words, and cleared out in a flash. I'd been winding through the woods for a while, my eyes never once glancing down. I wasn't looking for a path. I was looking for something in the trees. Finally, I stopped beneath a giant tree, tilted my head up, and stared at the black, gaping hollow in the center of the trunk, muttering, "This is a D**MN squirrel's den." The live stream exploded again. Bahaha, Jiang the god is stunned. He can't believe this is just a squirrel's den. I can't believe it either. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who'd have thought a squirrel that big existed in this world? I'd believe it if you told me it was a brown bear. A person's just a crunchy little snack in its mouth. Wait, did you guys not notice something even weirder? What's weird? How does Jiang the boss know this is a squirrel's den? We only found out after watching the Zhao guys get attacked. He never saw that giant squirrel. So how does he know? Yeah, how does he know? Actually, they had it wrong. At first, I wanted to climb up and take a look too. But just as I reached for the trunk, I noticed a mark on the ice and snow where something had scraped past. I measured the width against myself, about what a grown man would leave climbing a tree. Then I looked down, a footprint in the snow. Snow boots, 2 sizes bigger than mine. Whatever was in that hollow, it wasn't a squirrel. It was a person. I was one step too late. Some other adventurer had swooped in and taken the nest. That, I couldn't stomach. But the tree hollow was easy to defend and hard to attack. If I rashly climbed up and caught a club to the head, I'd be at a huge loss. Recklessness has always been the death of the weak. The ones who truly survive know to size up their opponent first, then strike. So I decided to try a softer approach first. Friend or foe, I'd feel it out before deciding. If they were from Qin, we could talk it over. I'd even hand over the hollow. If they were foreign, well, haha. I cleared away a small patch of snow and gathered some dead branches and fallen leaves. Getting a little hungry. Might as well eat something before moving on, I said, deliberately loud. Is Jiang the boss about to make a meal? Brilliant. Use the smell of roasting meat to lure whatever's in the hollow out. Who could resist that scent? Sound to the east, strike to the west. No forced entry, just wait for it to show itself. The Zhao viewers weren't having it. Building a fire under the tree. Isn't that just a death wish? If there really is a monster in the hollow, it could just crush him from above. Absolutely brainless. The Qin netizens fired back. You blind? Jiang the boss avoided the spot directly under the hollow and built the fire on the other side of the tree. He can watch the hollow and avoid a sneak attack. They were right. The damp, dead leaves caught. Thick smoke pouring out, but the fire wouldn't get going for the longest time. In this frozen wasteland, lighting damp branches was harder than starting a fire by friction. I fished a small chunk of combustible ice out of my backpack. I'd smashed it up on purpose last night, fingernail-sized. Not enough to keep warm, but more than enough to start a fire. The fire roared to life. I laid a big slab of dodo meat across the railing bars and roasted it low and slow. The aroma quickly wafted out. But I didn't stop there, salt, pepper, and a little cumin sprinkled on evenly. The fat sizzled over the flames, the scent growing richer and richer, on par with the best roadside barbecue stall. While flipping the meat, I kept the black hollow above me in the corner of my eye. Whoever's in there, can you still sit tight? Zhang the boss's move is downright vicious. I just snuck into Gao Shan's stream using my sister's account. Guess what he's doing? Sniffing the air like a dog? Ha ha ha, exactly. He's crawling out of the hollow right now. He's about to poke his head out. He's out, look. I wondered how long he could hold out. Couldn't resist that fast. Truth was, I noticed that guy long ago. From the moment he ducked into the hollow, I knew. The claw marks on the trunk, the footprints in the snow. It was all right out in the open. He just thought he'd hidden himself well. I didn't make a sound, didn't turn around. I just gripped the hatchet a little tighter, knuckles turning white, ready to whip around and swing at any moment. There was only one reason I didn't strike first. I wanted to know who was in that hollow, and whether they'd be a threat to me. Fat from the roasting meat dripped into the fire, sizzle, the scent spreading across the snowfield. Gulp. A loud swallow came from behind me. Hey. The guy finally couldn't take it anymore, his voice hoarse. Your meat, could you spare me a little? Here's my chance. I whipped around, my face instantly flooding with surprise. The moment I made out the figure crawling from the hollow, I sprang up, pointing the roasted meat at him, my voice trembling. Who are you? Relax, I'm not a bad guy. He hurriedly waved his hands. I'm just a starving passerby. What bad guy would admit he's a bad guy? I shot back. He opened his mouth and froze. He thought about it for a long while, realized he really couldn't prove anything, and could only shamelessly change the subject. I'm genuinely starving. The meat, can you spare some? You tell me. I rolled my eyes and sat back down. Bahaha. This year's Oscar for Best Actor should go to Jiang the Boss. What a performance. You're saying Jiang the God was acting? I couldn't tell at all. That's exactly because he acted it so real. He gripped that hatchet dead tight the whole time, never even let go while sprinkling pepper. He knew all along someone was up there. Look up at the tree marks, look down at the footprints. He had it figured out from the start. Picking this spot to roast meat was all to lure the snake out of its hole. What bad guy would admit he's a bad guy? I'm dying laughing. That eye roll, that comeback. It's exactly like my mom every time she doesn't want to give me something. Look at Gao Shan on the Zhao side. His face is turning green with rage. You sure it's not green from hunger? What's with this Qin guy's attitude? We're all groveling and begging him. If Wan Hao were the one who survived, with his iron fist, he wouldn't bother negotiating. He'd just take it. Don't underestimate Zhao. He always plays the roundabout game. Today he'll not only get to eat meat, he'll walk away with a bunch of free loot. That Qin guy's backpack is stuffed full of good stuff. Some lurking Qin netizens couldn't help but blow up. My Jiang the God is ranked 3rd in the world. Where does your Gao Shan rank? Sure, our Gao Shan isn't on the leaderboard, but that's because he's biding his time. What the hell do you know? Oh, a whole row of mocking OS flooded the screen. Zhao Nation for the win. Jiang the Boss for the win. Meanwhile, in reality, the adventurers of the two nations were in perfect harmony. Gao Shan swallowed his drool and explained, "It was rude of me to just ask for meat outright. What I meant was, I want to trade you something for it." Trade what? I asked casually while flipping the meat. My tone was as cold as a guy who'd been gutting fish for 10 years. In my eyes, he wasn't a person, just a pile of information waiting to be appraised. Nuts, would that work? Gao Shan retreated back into the hollow, and a few dozen seconds later hauled out a big sack, opening the mouth of it to show me. Pine cones, and some kind of spiky fruit that looked like a supersized chestnut. Except these fruits were absurdly huge. Nuts on Earth are only coin-sized, but here they were at least as big as a fist, some even the size of a bowling ball. I narrowed my eyes, sneering inwardly. Trading my own stuff for my food? In his dreams. Not enough. I spat out just 2 words. Not enough. He scratched his head, glancing around at the piles of nuts, then nodded. Fine, I'll go find more. I didn't mean the quantity's not enough. I stopped him. All these nuts filling the hollow would be mine sooner or later. I had no interest in playing his left-hand to right-hand game. You want meat? Then bring me some real sincerity. What sincerity? Tell me something I don't know. I waved the meat in my hand. And I'll give you half. The information was his. Trading for it was pure profit. He fell silent for a moment, then pointed into the distance. There's a ship over there. Occupy an abandoned ship, break it down, and you get a ship's core. With a ship's core, you can upgrade your own ship. That good enough? Break down a ship, upgrade a ship. This was a lead I genuinely didn't know, and it lined up perfectly with the direction my instincts had been pointing. My heart jolted, but my face didn't move a muscle. A fish already on the hook, I couldn't let it get away. My face went cold. You deliberately tricked me into boarding that ship with a monster on it, so I'd get myself killed. This is your idea of good faith. You. His expression changed in an instant. How do you know there's a squirrel, right? I cut him off. You've seen that thing too. The moment I mentioned the squirrel, his face went white in a flash, like it had left him with lasting trauma. What else? I shrugged. How do you think I knew there was a squirrel on that ship? But you. Let me ask again. This is your idea of good faith? The truth was, I didn't know anything. The only thing I was sure of was that there was a squirrel on the ship. But grab a few key words, ride the momentum, and bluff. That was enough to spook him. Gaoshan's mouth hung open, unable to get a word out for a long moment. I didn't want to shut the conversation down. I still had things to dig out of him. So I gave the meat a little wave. I'll give you one more chance. If you want to eat, tell me everything you know. I'll talk. I'll talk. He nodded hard. Don't lie. I warned him first. I know a lot more than you think. Never. I swear to the heavens. He turned completely honest now. My ability is called Eagle Eye. I can use it 3 times a day, and it lets me see very far. My comrade and I only came here because we spotted this ship. We wanted to tear out its core and upgrade our own ship into an icebreaker. Only an icebreaker can leave this frozen sea. But I never expected the thing on the ship wasn't a person, but a monster. I sneered. Just as I thought. No decent people. They find a ship, and their first instinct isn't to cooperate, but to charge over, kill the captain, seize the ship, and rip out the core. As for the original captain, no need to imagine how that ended. Yeah. He lowered his head, embarrassed. That monster ate my comrade. Bit off the head, bit off the tail, chomping away. A grown man, just swallowed like that. A squirrel? Eats people? Even though I'd already guessed the squirrels here were far from ordinary, I never imagined one could be big enough to snack on a person. Haven't you seen how terrifying it is? A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. I knew I'd let something slip, but I didn't panic. I'd just turn it around on him. Just because I've seen the squirrel doesn't mean I've seen it eat a person. I shot back. Have you ever seen a meat-eating squirrel? This. He was cowed by my confidence and dropped his head again. No, actually I haven't. There you go then. I tore off a piece of dodo meat and stuffed it in my mouth, mumbling, keep going. What else? He stared at me chewing, practically drooling, but rack his brain as he might. He couldn't come up with more. Finally, he remembered something Wanhao had said, something that concerned everyone stranded in the frozen sea. Wanhao said the poison fog will reach our area in 5 days. I stopped chewing and frowned. The poison ring shrinks over 100 nautical miles a day. Even at the fastest, it'll take 7 days to get here. How did your friend calculate 5? Maybe. Wanhao learned his math from the gym teacher. He was trying to lighten the mood. My face was screaming, you think that's funny? Just kidding. He laughed sheepishly. Wanhao said the poison ring speeds up toward the end. So we've got 5 days at most to escape. Another deadly piece of information. I'd assumed we still had a week, but the poison ring was shrinking far faster than I'd imagined. Looks like that squirrel, whether I wanted to or not, I was going to have to deal with it. If I wanted to upgrade my ship, the diary owner's ship was the second best option. As for the best, I turned to look at Gaoshan. As if sensing it, he gave a violent shudder, lifted his head, and met my gaze. His eyes churned with terror, wariness, and a hint of defensiveness. I held the meat up high. This information, plus that bag of nuts, it's enough. Deal. When I get intel I'm happy with, I'm not stingy. If you want the horse to run, you've got to let it eat its fill. Gaoshan had thought he could trade information alone for the meat. He hadn't expected to throw in the nuts too, and felt cheated. But what choice did he have? 1,000 words, and in the end only 2 came out. Thank you. Using a fishing rod, he slowly lowered the bag of pine cones down to me. The instant I saw that fishing rod, my eyes lit up. I've got more than just monster bird meat here. I've got combustible ice too. Want to trade? Combustible ice? He froze, forgetting to even reel in the line. That was a strategic resource. Find a large enough deposit, and a nation's energy shortage could be eased in an instant. What do you want for it? The fishing rod in your hand. The moment I laid eyes on it, I had my plan for dealing with the squirrel. This is top-tier gear. It's called the unbreakable rod. He threw my own words right back at me. A few chunks of combustible ice won't cut it. Won't cut it. Not won't trade. There was room to work. Then how much do you want? Share the location, he said. Tell me the coordinates of the combustible ice, and the rod's yours. I almost agreed on the spot. There were terrifying fishmen lurking beneath that patch of sea, and I'd been worried I had no one to test the waters for me. But agreeing too fast would only make him suspicious. I put on a stern face. You're asking for a bit much. One mine. You couldn't mine it out by yourself anyway. In 5 days we all have to leave. Even if there were 1,000,000 tons, you couldn't take it with you. Wouldn't that be a waste? He coaxed. I stayed silent, pretending to weigh it. After a moment, I finally put on a hesitant expression. I can draw you the map, but the rod comes to me first. No problem giving you the rod, but you have to take me there. Otherwise, how do I know the map's real? Deal. I paused. But first I need to go meet that big squirrel. What? His hand jerked, and the meat nearly hit the ground. He steadied the meat at the last second, but not himself. His voice trembled. You want to go meet that man-eating monster? Yeah. I raised an eyebrow. How else do you think my ship's going to get upgraded? His face went pale. I knew that only now did he truly understand. The essence of this game was plunder. To upgrade a ship into an icebreaker, you needed the cores of at least 3 ships. Of the 4 adventurers here, at least 3 wouldn't make it out, or would end up enslaved. If he didn't face the beast, he'd have to face the human standing right in front of him. 2 choices. He already had his answer in his heart. Fine. He lowered his head again and took an absent-minded bite of the meat. I'll go with you. Gaoshan's live stream. Is this Qin guy insane? He's going to fight that man-eating squirrel. That thing doesn't deserve to be called a squirrel. Godzilla's more like it. Gaoshan watched Wanhao die with his own eyes, and he still dares to follow him to his death. Even if he dies, he'll die a hero of our Zhao nation. You, who don't even dare walk through the door of the otherworld game. What right do you have to talk about him? Who says I don't dare? I've gone 3 times and just never got picked. Weiss, keep dreaming. Every time you just run up near the entrance to gawk, and don't even dare cross the street. When did I ever? Got any proof? Of course. The netizen tossed out a photo. Weiss standing dozens of meters from the game entrance, not even daring to cross the road. That's what you call asking for it. Talk about a total humiliation. Jiang Ming's live stream, even more explosive. Traitor, you're actually handing our Qin nation's resources over to another country? That combustible ice was found by Boss Jiang. He can do whatever he wants with it. Since when is it your call? You people only care about the resources. Doesn't anyone care that Boss Jiang is going to face that alien? Right? Boss Jiang probably has no idea how terrifying that thing is. We only saw it from Gaoshan's stream ourselves. Boss Jiang, that's not a squirrel. It's an alien monster. Whatever you do, don't go to your death. Ah, don't go. Too bad. I couldn't hear a single word of any of it. Minister, on learning I was going to provoke that big squirrel, Little Zheng burst into the office clutching a stack of files. I request permission to contact Jiang Ming immediately. What happened? The minister frowned. You know elite-tier adventurers only get 1 communication opportunity per month. The expert team's dedicated plan hasn't been finalized. Using it recklessly now means he'll have to wait until next month. That's terrible for his development. I know. Little Zheng saluted. But right now, his life is on the line. Here's why. He handed over the files. The minister opened them, and his face grew darker the more he read. His gaze landed right on that scene. Wanhao being devoured by the squirrel like a snack. Even a special forces soldier had met such an end. If Jiang Ming went, how was it any different from walking to his death? Approve the communication, the minister said with a nod. And notify all experts to submit their plans immediately, even if they're not finished. This one chance. We must make sure Comrade Jiang Ming gets the most benefit possible out of it. Yes, sir. Little Zheng gathered the experts and urgently pressed the call button. The request was rejected. The reply read, my status got upgraded? Thanks for the nation's support. I know what you want to say, but now isn't the time. Little Zheng was stunned. Jiang Ming wouldn't take the call, and he knew they were reaching out to stop him from going after the alien squirrel? Could it be? He was confident. How'd the call go? The minister rushed over after finishing his tasks and saw a room full of silent experts. Too late. No. Little Zheng shook his head. He rejected it, and he seemed to know why we were contacting him. He said now isn't the time. The minister froze, then a flicker of approval crossed his eyes. This kid, he impressed you at every turn. And what's more, little Zheng switched the feed to the big screen. He's already entered the alien squirrel's territory. We can't contact him now, or we'd alert the monster. The big screen lit up, and everyone drew a sharp breath. What is that creature on the ship? It's huge, a brown bear? No, brown bears don't have tails that big. It looks like a supersized squirrel. That's called a squirrel? That's absurd. Look, isn't there a black dot by the side of the ship? Looks like there's blood next to it too. Zoom in. The instant that black dot was magnified on screen, the data analyst let out a scream. A head. That's a human head. Someone leaned in, voice trembling. I recognize this face, a top 100 adventurer from Server 13, from Zhao. Got it. Wan Hao, former Special Forces of Zhao. Little Zheng wasted no words and pulled up footage that Qin netizens had recorded from Gaoshan's livestream. He didn't even get off a single move. One swat from the squirrel, and he was dead. The command room fell instantly silent. That size, and that speed too, someone murmured. That's not a monster anymore. It's a disaster. This adventurer, Little Zheng said, pointing at the screen, is Jiang Ming, the one who sent 1.3 billion caddies of monster bird meat back to Qin. The nation just designated him as elite tier. The room erupted in discussion. He hasn't even become a sequence walker yet. Going up against something like that, how is it any different from suicide? What a waste. Elite slots are so rare. We should contact him, stop him. Taking a risk like this, he's letting down all the nation's investment in him. Enough. The minister's single word pressed all the voices down. Adventurers are people first, not cogs in the nation's machine. In the other world, their lives are their own responsibility, and they have the right to make any choice they want. What we can do is offer them help and experience, not stand in a safe place pointing fingers, and certainly not use "you're letting down the nation" to hold hostage someone who's out there risking his life for all of us. The young man who'd spoken most harshly lowered his head. I just thought he could wait a little longer, until after he changes class. Wait. The minister cut him off. Will the ever-shrinking poison ring wait for him? No one said another word. I knew what they were thinking. Across a national border, across a screen, they were probably sweating on my behalf right now, or had already sentenced me to death in their minds. Didn't matter. I hugged the snowy slope, kept my breathing low, and inched closer to the fishing boat stranded on the ice. There was blood beneath the bow, blood on the deck planks too, Wan Hao's battlefield, and his grave. I had no intention of going head-to-head with that squirrel. Only a fool would bet his life testing something he can't beat. What I wanted was its data. From the cloth pouch at my waist, I pulled out one of the nuts I'd gotten from Gaoshan, weighed it in my hand, and flung it toward the fishing boat. Crack, 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 clack. The nut struck the ice, sharp reports bursting out one after another. The next second, a black shadow tore through the snowy mist and came charging, fast as a bolt of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was there. At human reaction speed, there was no defending against an ambush like that. Wan Hao hadn't lost to strength, he'd lost to speed. The black shadow stopped beside the nut, clumsily scooped up the prickly fruit, and finally revealed its true form, a giant squirrel bigger than a brown bear. Clutching the nut, it turned its head left and right, nose twitching. Sniff, 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 sniff. It suddenly started sniffing hard toward the big tree I was hiding behind. My heart leapt into my throat. Friendly reminder, we're allowed to breathe. I'd love to, but this is way too intense. A squirrel's nose is sharper than a dog's. Boss Jiang is way too close to it. Huge size and fast. That's just invincible. Who could beat it? You think, could this be the newbie village boss? Highly likely. But who can figure out what Boss Jiang is even trying to do? Heaven help him. Hold steady, Boss Jiang. Squeak. The squirrel raised its head and let out a satisfied chirp toward the treetop. Then, clutching the nut, it began gnawing away contentedly. In a few quick motions, the reddish-brown prickly shell was peeled open, revealing the oval flesh inside. Crunch, crunch, it chewed away with gusto. I didn't move a muscle. It was only searching for the tree the dropped nut had come from. It had taken the nut for a fruit fallen from the tree, not a trap. Good. It hadn't found me. But I didn't dare relax. Right now I was only a few dozen meters from it, separated by a single tree trunk. Forget snapping a dead branch. Even a slightly heavier breath might be heard. I turned myself into a corpse, slowed my breathing to the barest minimum, kept every muscle dead still. All I could hear was its chewing. Crunch, crunch. By that sound, I could tell whether it was still there. Fear is the kind of thing that swells the harder you try to suppress it. What actually saves your life is never fearlessness. It's knowing you're afraid and keeping your hands and feet steady anyway. Because I knew exactly what I was doing. Gaoshan, over on the side, was about at his breaking point though. That damn Qin bastard hadn't breathed a word to him beforehand, and then suddenly pulled out a nut and hurled it right into the squirrel's territory. If he hadn't reacted fast and dove behind the tree, he'd probably be the squirrel's side dish by now. I could just about guess what he was cursing in his head. Madman, a purebred madman. What's the point of luring the beast out and then hiding yourself? Treating this like a zoo, tossing out a snack, drawing in a bear, and not giving a damn whether anyone else lives or dies. God Emperor or Bleeding Heart Saint, whoever's up there, please just let this squirrel eat this Qin guy and be done with it. My heart's about to give out. I nearly laughed out loud. Luckily, once the brown bear finished the nut, it turned and left. Even after it had completely vanished from view, Gaoshan stayed clamped behind the tree, waiting and waiting, until I slapped him on the shoulder. Smack. MMPH. His whole body jolted, but he clamped his hand over his mouth, keeping the scream from bursting out of his throat. Smart. Mission accomplished, I said in a low voice. Let's go. Do you have any idea a person can be scared to death? He seethed, holding back his fury. No. I only know that talking too loud gets you heard by the squirrel. I shrugged. I'm leaving. Come or don't, up to you. You just toss out one nut to lure it out, and then you want to leave? He was practically sputtering with rage. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes how vicious it is, I'd almost have thought it was your pet. I have my own plans. I smiled. But you know, having a pet like that actually sounds kind of cool. The way he looked at me changed completely. Can we head to the combustible ice now? He said, changing the subject. My fuel's running on empty, and I really don't want to freeze to death tonight in this godforsaken place. I can draw you the map. You go ahead, I said. I'm staying tonight to figure out how to take that squirrel down. Take the squirrel down? He sneered, plainly not believing me. He figured I was trying to scare him off and then hand him a fake map. Yeah, what else? I shot back. You think I came all this way just to feed squirrels for fun? He fell silent for a moment. Fine, I'll wait. But I'm not coming back here to the squirrel with you tonight. Too risky. Draw me the map now, and take me to the combustible ice tomorrow. He wanted the map because he was afraid that if I died tonight, he'd lose both the person and the reward. I got it. Sure. I didn't care. I'll draw it once we're back at the tree hollow. What's Boss John's play this time? Any strategy geniuses here? Was it really just defeat it? One nut is one seed. Think of how much hope that could bring back to Qin. That nut belonged to the squirrel in the first place. Jiang Ming just returned it to its rightful owner. Did you catch what Gaoshan said? Anyone who didn't know would think it's your pet. And how Boss Jiang answered. Having a pet like that isn't bad. Why do I feel like he actually meant it? I get it now. That chestnut was to test the territory's range and to gauge the squirrel's speed and reactions at the same time. The real killing move comes after nightfall. This is just scouting the path. High skill breeds high courage. Who cares whether we get it or not? Come nightfall, we'll know. For those few minutes while the squirrel sniffed around repeatedly just meters from me, little Zheng said he nearly had a heart attack. It wasn't until the squirrel left and I slapped Gaoshan that the whole command room let out a chorus of held-in, red-faced exhales and coughs. What exactly is Jiang Ming trying to do? He tosses out the nut and just says mission accomplished? The Special Forces officer serving as tactical advisor stared at the replay, his expression grave. This is reconnaissance. And for an ordinary person with no professional training, it's textbook-level reconnaissance. With just one nut, he mapped out the squirrel's territorial range, its speed, and its reaction time. Know yourself and know your enemy. I'm very curious to see how he fights next. Advisor Wang, the minister frowned. Do you think he has any chance against that thing? Advisor Wang gave a single word, no. Everyone was taken aback. Don't panic, he added. Head on, no chance. But Jiang Ming clearly has no intention of going head on. He looked at the young man on screen, back in the tree hollow now, eyes closed and resting. Traps or other means, as long as he fights with his brain, I'd give him at least a 30% chance. More than 30, little Zheng immediately countered. He awakened the ability to control metal last night. Advisor Wang laughed. He hasn't become a sequence walker yet, has he? With just the bit of metal power the gods' token grants, forget killing the squirrel. He probably couldn't even pierce its hide. That squirrel's fur is hard as steel needles, and the surface is coated in a layer of natural wax with a melting point over 180 degrees. Unless it's a flamethrower or a fire-type sequence walker, you can't burn it to death. Last time he could burn the dodo because that thing's long fur was flammable. This time, what trick can he possibly pull off? I don't know. Little Zheng shook his head, but his eyes were stubborn. But from what I know of him, he definitely already has a way. Advisor Wang smiled and patted his shoulder. Young man, confidence is a good thing, but you're an observer. Getting too emotionally invested in an adventurer is a cardinal mistake. Little Zheng said nothing. His eyes said only one thing. Come nightfall, we'll see for ourselves. The sky sank lower, bit by bit. Gaoshan and I huddled in the tree hollow. This great tree was practically hollowed out, and every nook and cranny had been stuffed full of nuts by the squirrel. If I could send all of this back to Qin, TSK, that'd be enough resources to feed several cities for half a year. Too bad. Technically, they all belonged to Gaoshan. I'd toyed with the idea, but he was guarding against me like a hawk. Taking them by force would cost too much. Deal with the squirrel first, then figure out the rest. Hoo. Yeah. Once night fell, the forest filled with eerie sounds from every direction. Gaoshan's already frayed nerves snapped completely. His eyes darted around nonstop. There was no way he could rest. And with a Qin man he didn't trust sitting right beside him, sleep was even more out of the question. He hesitated for a long while before finally speaking. When are you planning to head out? I yawned, stretched, and stood up. Now. With a paranoid, wide-awake guy like him keeping watch for me, I could sleep soundly. And outside had gone pitch black. It was time. Now. He froze. It's so dark out there you can't see your own hand. How are you going to find that squirrel? Who said I was going to find it? I smiled. I can make it. Come to me. What? You're going to? He stiffened where he sat. Make the squirrel come to you. Do you even hear yourself? Gaoshan practically shot to his feet, disbelief written all over his face. Make the squirrel come to you? Are you insane? I flashed a grin, all white teeth. Think about it. This place is the squirrel's den to begin with. It could come back at any moment. He went rigid. Then his eyes bulged like he'd been struck by lightning. No wonder the cave was piled high with nuts, but had no owner. Because the owner was over by the ship. So if he was hiding here, wasn't he in danger every second? You wait for it to show up. I'm going to hide outside first. The instant he imagined that monster appearing at the cave mouth, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and scrambled out on all fours. You warn me when it comes. If it doesn't show, give me a signal in the middle of the night so I can come back and sleep. No problem, but you'd better hurry. I smiled. You've only got 20 minutes. Squirrels are nocturnal. They come out to forage the moment it gets dark, and once they find food, they bring it back to the den to store it. That's soon. His movements picked up even more speed. The truth was, I was bluffing him the whole time. Because midnight had arrived, and I'd received 3 new hexagrams. One of them happened to involve him. I had to get him out of the way before I could make my move. Daily 3 hexagrams refreshing. Refresh complete. Today's 3 hexagrams. Great fortune, do not kill the squirrel. Torment it. Force it to sign a master-servant contract with you, and it will become an excellent crew member. Great misfortune. Today, influenced by warm southern currents, the sea surface is under low pressure. Fishmen will rise to the upper layers of the ocean to breathe. Do not enter the water, and do not even go near the water's edge. The risk is extreme. Minor fortune. In the squirrel den where you are, a blueprint for a special vehicle is hidden at the very bottom of the nut pile. Find a way to shake off Gaoshan and quietly retrieve it for yourself. Once the blueprint is torn, you alone will gain the corresponding skill. No one else can learn or use it. The moment I read all 3, I knew today was in the bag. A blueprint hidden at the bottom of the squirrel den, no less. A pleasant surprise. As for the fishman surfacing, that was no bad news for me at all. Bad news only counts for those who don't know it's coming. The fishmen couldn't get onto the ice anyway, so what did I have to fear? The only problem now was how to get Gaoshan completely out of the picture and keep this blueprint for myself. I'd prepared 3 lines of argument to convince him, but it turned out this guy was even more of a coward than I'd figured. He didn't even bother questioning me. He just bolted, stumbling over himself as he went. After he left, I looked at the mountains of nuts that couldn't be hauled away, and it suddenly hit me. In his eyes, this cave had nothing but nuts. Even if I stole from it, how much could I possibly take? To upload this entire cave of nuts to the state, you'd have to drag them all the way back to the ship's cabin. So he wouldn't actually go far. He was definitely crouched somewhere he could keep an eye on me. If I started hauling stuff out in big bundles, he'd jump right out. But if I only swiped a few, he wouldn't care at all. I cocked my ear and listened. Sure enough, a faint rustling drifted in from outside the cave, the sound of feet stepping on dead leaves. Following the sound, I saw a large boulder blocking the line of sight. He was probably hiding behind it, where he could both watch me and be the first to flee when the squirrel came back. Cowardly and suspicious both. I let out a cold snort but didn't call him out and went on with my preparations. Time ticked by, second by second. The cold wind howled outside the cave, occasionally sweeping in ice and snow. The carpet of dead leaves couldn't keep out that kind of cold. After a dozen or so minutes, that faint rustling gradually faded away. He couldn't stand the bitter cold and had retreated somewhere warmer. He could still barely keep the cave mouth in view, but he couldn't see clearly inside anymore. Now was the time. I set down the rat-hunting gear in my hands and turned my gaze to the little hills of nuts. Pine nuts, chestnuts, hazelnuts, shelled fruits, all mixed together, glistening with an oily sheen in the reflected snowlight. I wrapped my hands in cloth and started digging. After a good while of digging, my fingertips finally brushed against something with a completely different shape, cone-shaped, ice-cold. My heart suddenly beat a little faster. Holding my breath, I dug it out from the nut pile. By the snowlight filtering through the cave mouth, I saw it was a transparent glass bottle plugged with a cork. A message in a bottle, drifted in from the sea, picked up by the squirrel and stashed in the den, and now, by sheer coincidence, it had fallen into my hands. Pop! The moment the cork came out, the smell of old parchment wafted up. I shook out the note inside. The paper had some years on it, its edges yellowed and curling, but the text and image were still clear. A strangely designed vehicle. The body was long and narrow, the front wheel wide and thick, and pontoons and a propeller thruster hung off the back, as if they could be deployed at a moment's notice. The margins were crammed with specifications, the text too small and the light too dim. It made my eyes swim. Rather than fumbling blindly, better to just cut to the chase. I gripped both ends of the blueprint and tore. Rip! A crisp, tearing sound rang out, and a strange sensation instantly poured into my mind. It was like something was being forced into me without my consent, and I couldn't refuse. I could only passively accept it. The next second, images flashed before my eyes. Gears meshing, pipes connecting, circuits spreading out. Every single part slotted neatly and in order into my consciousness. Ding! Amphibious motorcycle crafting skill acquired. This skill is unique. No other player can obtain or use it through any means. An amphibious motorcycle? No wonder I couldn't tell what it was from the drawing. This thing was way too advanced. I'd figured I'd get a snow bicycle at most, or a snowmobile if I got lucky. I never imagined it would be amphibious. In other words, once I gathered the tools and built one, I could use it even after leaving these frigid waters. I could even ride it out to areas the fishing boat couldn't reach and gather extra supplies. This was awesome. I closed my eyes and carefully savored exactly how this vehicle was built. A moment later, my mind automatically generated the required tools and materials, and where nearby I could find them. I opened my eyes, the corners of my mouth lifting. I'd been worrying about how to get this whole cave of nuts back to the ship, and now the problem was mostly solved. Once I collected the materials, I could build a vehicle that could travel freely across both ice and sea. From then on, whether exploring or fleeing, my odds would triple. The third hexagram, done. I mentally checked it off. Next, it was time to fulfill the first hexagram. Hunt the squirrel. No, torment the squirrel. After all, my ship really did need a crew member with immense strength who wouldn't betray me. Swish. I pulled out the oilcloth I prepared in advance. The cloth was soaked in fat rendered from the dodo bird, mixed with plenty of down feathers. I wound it around a wooden stick and struck a flint. A crude torch made. The flame flared to life, and immediately a rustling came from nearby again. No need to guess, it was Gaoshan coming out to snoop. I ignored him and headed straight for the squirrel's territory. About an hour or so later, I returned to the spot where I'd tossed nuts during the day and set a few things up first. Then I doused the torch, fished an unshelled chestnut from my pocket, and flung it onto the ice. Tack, clack, 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 clack. The nut bounced across the ice, its crisp sounds tearing through the dead silence of the snowy night. A moment later, I saw a pair of red eyes light up inside the ship's cabin. Those eyes stared straight into the depths of the forest. Through the livestream feed, I could almost picture the special task force and a screen full of viewers holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. The squirrel scooped up the nut and started gnawing away, crunch after crunch. And I didn't move a muscle. I knew they were all guessing. What on earth was this guy trying to do? Hidden in the darkness, no one could see me. All they could hear was my heartbeat pounding in the silence. Thump, thump, like a hunter lying in wait. Squeak. Just when everyone had written me off, that colossal beast crashed to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squirrel writhed and howled on the ground, as if it had swallowed some deadly poison. The instant it went down, the live stream exploded. I couldn't see the comments, but I knew all too well how those people would be reacting right now. Poison? But poison would make it foam at the mouth, and aside from twisting in agony, it showed no signs of poisoning. A hidden arrow? But there wasn't a wound on it. The real answer was right there at the corner of its mouth, a transparent fishing line. I'd come to feed it nuts twice, morning and night, all for this one moment, to make it drop its guard and swallow. In one gulp, a nut wrapped around a fishhook. The hook was barbed. It should have jolted awake the instant it bit down. But it didn't. Because of the power I'd just awakened, metal manipulation. I couldn't control large pieces of metal, but shrinking a single fishhook into a ball was more than within my ability. Once it gulped the thing down whole, I let the hook return to its original shape inside its belly. The barb sprang open, flesh tearing and curling. A fate worse than death. I didn't show my face. I just lowered my voice, letting it drift muffled through the snowy night. You beast, I'll give you one chance. If you want to live, submit to me. Kneel before me and sign a master-servant contract. Otherwise, you'll die with your guts torn to shreds. The squirrel, rolling on the ground clutching its belly, first went stiff. Then a flash of ferocity burst from its eyes, and it lurched to its feet. Squeak! It shrieked as if it understood human speech and charged straight toward the source of the sound. The pain had been momentarily overpowered by rage. I knew that at this moment, the live stream must be exploding again. And this time, whatever erupted first was probably a uniform wave of curses. Too hasty. Even if I wanted to tame it, I should have waited until it was tortured down to its last breath before making a move. This squirrel's sense of smell and hearing were both extraordinarily sharp. The forest and the darkness posed no obstacle to it, and it moved so fast the eye could barely follow. It would surely track me down by the sound. Jiangming, run. I could practically see those frantic words posted on my behalf. But the scene they imagined didn't come to pass. The squirrel chased its way to the foot of a big tree and slapped down a paper cup with its paw. It was just an ordinary paper cup. Under its giant claw, it fluttered lightly to the ground, like a weightless dead leaf. It pulled back its claw and looked around, utterly bewildered. The target was gone. It shrieked in fury. Squeak! Before it could smash everything around it, I tightened the line in my hand again. Once more it toppled to the ground, wailing over and over. This time the pain was several times worse than before. It rolled and rolled, screaming like a slaughtered pig. I knew this scene would make the live stream boil over a second time, but this boiling was completely different from the first. The first time, it was fear and confusion, the certainty that I was surely doomed. This time, it was awe beyond words, a total, speechless respect. A paper cup and a fishing line. The other end of the line connected to me. I used it to carry my voice out, making the squirrel think I was over there, luring its attention east while my real self stayed west. A feint to the east, a strike from the west. My true body in the shadows, a decoy in the light. It lunged at the sound, but I was never in the sound at all. The sharpest weapon in this world has never been fang or claw. It's making your opponent unable to see which direction your blow will come from. I spoke again, my voice still muffled. You actually dared to attack me? It seems that until you get a taste of a fate worse than death, you won't understand what it means to have rules. The line slowly tightened. Once again, the squirrel rolled on the spot in agony, its screams ringing through the snowy night. Yet still it wouldn't submit. Eyes bloodshot, it struggled to its feet and lunged toward the sound again. Another paper cup. This time, no one on the live stream was sweating on my behalf anymore. Instead, they were all cracking up. They'd long since seen through my trick. But the squirrel had never taken a natural science class. It didn't understand what a string telephone was. In its world, only a god could be everywhere at once and vanish in an instant. So when it lunged into empty air a second time, all that was left in those eyes was fear. To it, I was a god, a truly terrifying existence. Another round of punishment came down, and it finally broke. It knelt prostrate on the ground, its two front paws folded together against its chest, as if begging. The gesture was so bizarre it set the live stream ablaze. Is the squirrel begging Boss Jiang to spare it? A squirrel, what would it know about begging? Is it possible that this is a gesture made by a human it ate, right before dying? The more you think about it, the more horrifying it is. The odds are way too high. A man-eating squirrel? Call the police. A netizen named by CI jumped out to complain. Why is Jiang Ming keeping this menace around? It eats people and hurts people. Slaughter it and ship it back to Qin. That's a ton of squirrel meat. What a waste. Why are you always eyeing other people's stuff? Last time you pressured him to hand over the location of the combustible ice, too. Whether or not he keeps a squirrel, is that any of your business? Talk about overreaching. Jiang Ming is a Qin adventurer. Sacrificing for the country is only natural. So what if I call him selfish? If Boss Jiang were really selfish, he wouldn't be sending food back for the likes of you to eat. Fine, then I won't eat it. To this day, all he shipped back is half a pound of magic fowl meat. You'd think I'd cut off half a pound of his gold and had to grovel with gratitude. Screenshot it. I'm submitting your words to the state. Yeah, the state's got nothing better to do than deal with an adventurer who isn't even certified yet. You're overthinking it. FICI, the Special Task Bureau has accepted the case. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. Boss Jiang was just promoted to elite rank adventurer. By CI spat out a row of exclamation marks. What? Elite adventurer? What I said just now was a joke. Don't take it seriously. Too late. The crowd flooded him with digital spit. There's nothing more annoying than someone who gets the benefits and then plays the victim. You don't regret cursing him out. You just didn't expect Boss Jiang to become an elite so soon after entering the game. Now you'll never get to eat the food he ships back again. That's what's got you panicking. By CI fired off a reply or two here and there, but was quickly drowned out. Out in the cold wind. In a spot where I wasn't, Gaoshan was curled up shivering inside a rotting tree hollow. The hollow was one that a decaying tree had naturally rotted out, reeking of stench, with wind and snow blasting straight in through the opening. It was a far cry from the squirrel's warm den, but he didn't dare make a sound. The eerie squirrel shrieks and wails not far off made him hug himself into a ball, praying only that the squirrel would finish eating me and leave quickly. His mind was still calculating. It was a shame I wouldn't be coming back. He planned to wait until we found the combustible ice, then kill me, take back the fishing rod, and seize that pile of equipment. Who knew this idiot would insist on going to his death? Was that map real or fake? If fake, he'd just go find my ship and take it over. That wouldn't be bad either. And that fishing rod, just as he was fantasizing about tomorrow, loaded down with combustible ice, handing it over to the state for a high ranking. Squeak. A crisp squirrel shriek sounded right beside his ear. His whole body trembled. He shoved his hand into his mouth and bit down hard, not daring to move a muscle. Don't find me. Please don't find me. God, Holy Mother, I beg you to protect me. I'm your child. Don't let this thing find me. Gaoshan prayed silently with his eyes shut. But suddenly he felt a gaze land on him. His heart leapt with joy. God, is that you watching over your child? I feel your gaze, and your Brea. He'd meant to say breathing. But since when did God breathe? He swallowed and cracked open one eye. The next second, a pair of blood-red eyes was staring in through the grass at the hollow's opening. Those eyes were as big as the moon. That breathing he'd felt just now was the hot air it was puffing into the hollow. Hawk. Gaoshan completely lost it. Screaming, he grabbed at the thunder-shaking bomb in his arms, ready to take this monster down with him. Found it. Just as he was about to hurl the bomb, a familiar voice reached his ears. It was me. Jiang Ming, he screamed hoarsely. Yeah, I'm here. I answered. Come out, it's fine now. Fine. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his back soaked through. That freakish squirrel was standing right there in plain sight, and you're telling me it's fine? Like hell I'd believe you. It really is fine. I poked my head in from outside the hollow. I've worked things out with Mr. Squirrel. From now on it won't hurt people randomly, and it'll help me with some work. You work things out with it? The way Gaoshan looked at me was like looking at a madman. A squirrel that understood human speech? And even if it did, why would it listen to you? Worked it out. I reached out to pull him up. Relax, it won't bite you. Half believing, he handed his hand over. He didn't trust me, but he also knew hiding was pointless. As shallow as this hollow was, the squirrel could dig him out with one swipe of its claw. Crawling out of the tree hollow and coming face to face with that squirrel several times bigger than a man, his heart still pounded wildly. You? He stared at the squirrel, and it took him ages to squeeze out a single word. I turned and gave the squirrel an order. You keep watch tonight. Don't wander off. If there's danger, call me, got it? Squeak. The instant it heard it wasn't allowed to wander off, the squirrel whined in protest, feeling wronged. But it had already signed the master-servant contract with me. As long as I didn't threaten its life, it had to obey, and it had to keep me safe, because if I died, it wouldn't survive either. Did you awaken a beast tamer skill? Gaoshan swallowed. Something like that. I grinned. What actually made it obey wasn't a taming skill, but letting him believe so only benefited me. No wonder. He gazed at the obediently squatting squirrel, envy filling his eyes. A beast tamer really makes people jealous. With a pet like this early on, you could walk through the frigid seas like you own the place. Let's talk back in the den. It's cold out here. I hooked an arm around the squirrel's neck and had it carry me up the tree. Gaoshan watched, amazed that these frigid seas even had an elevator, his eyes glazing over with envy. But remembering the squirrel wouldn't bite him, he breathed a sigh of relief and scrambled up after us. Having finally made it back into the tree hollow, he froze. I was stuffing the cave's entire supply of nuts into big burlap sacks, one after another. What was this supposed to mean? He was the one who'd found these nuts first. Just because you've got a pet, you get to do whatever you want? You came up. Seeing him standing at the cave mouth looking stunned, I tossed a sack straight over to him. Perfect timing. Help me bag some. The squirrel's coming back to the ship with me tomorrow. It wants to pack up all its belongings and take them along. Come on, hurry, or we won't finish tonight. Forget about sleeping. Gaoshan was seething inside. But the moment he met the squirrel's ferocious glare, he instantly wilted. Yes, I'll get bagging right away. Do a good job, I said generously. When you're done, I'll reward you with a few nuts. He couldn't beat the squirrel, so all he could do was heave a deep sigh and bow his head, bagging in sullen silence. But with every nut he packed, his heart ached faintly. Nothing is harder to bear than having something and then losing it. Had he known, he'd have been better off never finding this place at all. What you gain should never be taken for granted. Only when you lose it do you understand its true weight. My livestream chat was going absolutely wild. You see Gaoshan's face? Went from confused to shocked, then straight to bitter as hell. Best dinner entertainment ever. One viewer from Zhao spoke up on his behalf. This stuff clearly belongs to Gaoshan. How did it end up as Jiangming's? That's straight up robbery. Exactly. Yuqin people have an idiom. The turtle dove takes over the magpie's nest. Jiangming just grabbed everything because he's got a pet. If that's not the dove stealing the nest and bullying people, I don't know what is. LMAO. A Qin viewer fired back. You even know what that idiom means? Just throwing words around. Isn't it just a turtle dove seizing a magpie's nest? What's so hard about that? Then let me ask you, whose nest was that tree hollow originally? Yeah, whose nest was that tree hollow to begin with? The Qin viewer pressed. The squirrel's, obviously. Well, there you have it. The viewer burst out laughing. You just said the tree hollow belongs to the squirrel. So who's the real one stealing the nest here? Isn't it your very own Gaoshan from Zhao? Bingo. The squirrel taking back its own stuff. Totally justified. And who it decides to give its nuts to? That's none of your Zhao business. The Zhao viewers went silent. Because the squirrel is the true owner of the tree hollow, and as its master, I'm naturally the rightful heir. Just then, the Qin channel exploded. Guys, someone's trashing our Jiang in Wei's Tom livestream. Move out, we need backup. What's going on? Someone in the know explained. Jiang didn't make it back to the ship today, so he couldn't transfer supplies back. After the adventurer rankings refreshed, he dropped to 4th. Wei's Yorksun shot up to 3rd. Now they're mocking Jiang as yesterday's news, saying he just got dumb lucky yesterday, exploited a bug, and never deserved to be in the top 10. They're even saying he'll never get another shot. Can't stay lucky forever, right? We tried to argue back and got drowned in their spit. Came back to call for reinforcements. Copy that. On our way. When the Qin army stormed into the Wei livestream, they caught the other side strutting around. This is the one and only time you Qin people will ever make the rankings. Carve yesterday onto your gravestone. That'll be Qin's proudest, most glorious day ever. Because after this, it's never happening again. Ha ha, cut the crap. The Qin viewers were furious. Jiang went hunting a beast today, too busy to head back to the ship and transfer supplies. Just you wait till tomorrow. You're dead. Hunting a beast? The Wei crowd laughed even harder. At least make up a believable excuse. This is a survival at sea game. Getting OFF the ship? Hunting beasts. Best part is this. Nobody in the frozen sea has become a sequencer yet, and even the lowest tier beast could flatten a person into a meat patty with one swipe. And you're telling us Jiang Ming went to hunt one. He's not even challenging it, he's hunting it. I can't, I'm dying. The Qin viewers sneered. Laugh it up. Hope you laugh yourselves to death. Long hair, short brains. In your eyes, hunting a beast means going toe-to-toe with brute force. No traps, no strategy allowed, right? Any scheme is a paper tiger before absolute power. There's no reasoning with you. A Qin viewer waved a hand. Anyway, our Jiang not only enslaved a beast, he also scored countless seeds. You'll find out for yourselves tomorrow. Heh, keep dreaming. I just checked Jiang Ming's live stream. Black screen. You clowns only got bold enough to come cause trouble here because you knew he'd gone dark. Why waste breath on a defeated dog? I'll just wait and see how far he drops tomorrow. He'll fall out of the top 10 within 3 days, guaranteed. And when he does, there won't be any room for Qin on the rankings. As if Qin's even worthy of standing beside us. Then let me ask you, the Qin viewers said, unfazed. If your York son turns out to be worse than Qin, what does that make you? What's that supposed to mean? Let's make a bet, the Qin viewers said. If Jiang drops further tomorrow, we'll go into every nation's channel and shout, we're from Qin. If you lose, you go shout, we're a defeated nation. Deal? No way. The Wei crowd immediately backpedaled. You exploited a bug and grabbed way too much. It's already hard for him to drop. If we're betting, let's bet on whether his ranking goes up. Fine. The Qin viewer agreed without hesitation. They believed in me. And at that very moment, I had no idea someone was pinning such high hopes on my shoulders. I was fast asleep, slowly processing tonight's massive haul. First up, the diary guy's ship core, mine now. Way easier than I thought. He'd long since gone missing, and his ship had become ownerless. The second I stepped onto the deck, a prompt popped up. Become the new captain of this ownerless ship, or choose to dismantle it. I already had my own ship, so being the new captain was out. Without hesitation, I chose to dismantle. The next second, countless ship components and a single tier, 1 ship core, all poured into my backpack. Tier 1 ship core. Place in the special cabin to upgrade your ship. That temporary storage backpack appeared out of thin air after I dismantled the ship. But it only held the components, no extra slots. I tried taking a component out. The space vanished instantly. Nothing else could go in, and what I took out couldn't go back. Good thing I ran the experiment by grabbing the lightest thing, the ship core, first. Otherwise, if I wanted those components, I'd have had to haul them back one by one. With these, my plan for an amphibious motorcycle could finally move forward. Not now, of course. First, I'd haul the nuts back to the ship, collect some combustible ice, then head back and build it at my own pace. For now, sleep comes first. As for tomorrow, whether to trick someone into a death trap or dive down to retrieve the water stone for a class change, I'd figure it out then. Jiang, is that thing heavy or what? The next day, I decided to keep my promise and take Gaoshan to collect combustible ice. Maybe it was because he was wary of the squirrel beneath me, but the guy was practically fawning. You want me to carry your backpack for you? Nah. I sat on the squirrel's back, looking down at him trotting through the snow, barely keeping up, and grinned. Just take care of yourself and don't slow me down. I'd love to, but this snow's just too deep. If only you could. He probably wanted to say, let the squirrel carry me too. Riding a beast like this across the snowfields, he could brag about that for the rest of his life. But the squirrel just shot him one glance, and he immediately wilted. I could what? I asked, playing dumb. You could just go slower, that's all. Any slower, and it'll be dark out. Up ahead was a fork in the road. One path led to the combustible ice, the other to my ship. I didn't want him to know where the ship was. You've got a map. I'll go on ahead. You find your own way over later. I squeezed the squirrel's flanks. Hiya. The squirrel yelped and shot forward, snow bursting into a white mist behind us. Jiang, don't leave me behind. Two legs chasing for. He kept up for a short stretch before he had to stop, pull out his map, and sigh. The livestream chats had long since blown up. Gaoshan's viewers were roasting him. This loser's got someone riding on his head taking a dump, and he's still calling him Jiang this and Jiang that? The guy stole your nuts, and you're tagging along behind him like a lapdog. Are you dumb? Gaoshan's a total embarrassment to us Zhao people, but some defended him. Jiang Ming's got a massive beast for a mount. What's Gaoshan got? A pair of fists. If you can't beat him, why not join him? Jiang took the nuts, but didn't wipe him out. He's even willing to take him to find combustible ice. Gaoshan's swallowing his pride for the nation's fuel supply. You bunch of ingrates better not go using the combustible ice, he sends back. Crude words, but the logic held. The Zhao crowd went quiet for a moment, still bitter, though. Meanwhile, my live stream was a completely different vibe. Zhang's so cool. You saying Zhang's cool, or his mount's cool? Be specific. Both of them. A newbie who can tame a beast like that and ride it as a mount? That's insane. Did you all see? Gaoshan can't even keep up and still has to offer to carry Zhang's bag. LMAO. Those 4 bags of nuts must weigh hundreds of pounds. No way he could even lift them. Are we going to have nuts to eat tomorrow? Dream on. Those are seeds, national-level strategic resources, saved for planting. I haven't tasted nuts in years, can't even get sunflower seeds. So jealous. Then go sign up for the Otherworld game like Jiang did and raid a squirrel nest for all you can eat. Give me a break. Jiang's in a seafaring world. Raiding squirrel holes is one-of-kind luck. After dropping off the supplies, I didn't rush off. Instead, I headed straight to the captain's cabin. I was too curious. How exactly do you use a ship core? Click. The ship core slotted into the console's energy chamber. A few lines popped up on screen. Tier 1 energy core detected. Dragon boat is eligible for upgrade. Please select an evolution path. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. Your ship will permanently evolve along this route. 1. Iron Fortress of the Sea, Ironbreaker ship. 2. Ghost Submarine, Mini Submarine. 3. Flesh Symbiosis, Bone ship. 4. Psionic Rune Vessel, Rune Skiff. 5. Mechanical Ascension, Smart Machine ship. 6. Random Blind Box. What? This many options? This is straight up torture for someone with decision paralysis. I open the first one. Sea Fortress sacrifices speed and agility to max out defense. The hull is coated in heavy alloy armor, no longer dodging danger, but ramming head-on through pack ice and storms with an indestructible body and a massive ramda. Very cool. But maxing out defense clearly doesn't suit an unpredictable survival game. I'd seen other servers. There was a highway world where some of the monsters had psychic attacks. Physical defense wouldn't do a thing against those. Besides, a fortress sacrifices speed and agility. Before it's fully built up, the risk is way too high in the early game. Pass. Ghost Submarine abandons head-on combat in favor of ultimate stealth and underwater mobility. Glides silently through the icy deep, evading strong enemies, striking fatally from blind spots. Not bad. Actually, could avoid a lot of dangers. But there are plenty of problems. I'd have to live long-term in the dark, oppressive underwater, and anyone's sanity would eventually crack. Gathering supplies underwater is extremely difficult. Worst of all, this frozen sea beneath me has ice layers of unfathomable depth. How would a thin-hulled submarine even dive in? And once down there, could it carve a path through the icy sea to take me to new waters? No good. Next, Flesh Symbiosis breaks the boundary between machine and organism, transforming the fishing boat into a semi-living entity. Devours creatures for fuel, self-repairs, and ultimately evolves into an ancient leviathan of the frozen sea. A self-healing ship, now that's badass. But a living ship, just thinking about it gives me chills. Major sanity drain. Hold on that one for now. Psionic Rune Vessel absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, empowering itself with rune arrays. The captain can cultivate rune arrays to reinforce the ship, upgrading it with spiritual ore and beast cores. Ignores physical laws, senses the world through spiritual energy, and carves a path through impossible situations. Sounds mystical, but what if I just don't have the talent for cultivation? The upgrade path is unpredictable and uncontrollable. Most important is time. I've only got 5 days of escape window left. Even a genius couldn't cultivate any laws of heaven and earth in that span. Rule it out. Mechanical Ascension treats the fishing boat as an infinitely expandable core platform, capable of mounting countless weapons and equipment. The ship is no longer a ship, but a giant mech in your hands. Anything can be assembled. This one, my eyes lit up. Right up my alley. But the engineer path requires massive amounts of blueprints and components. Where am I supposed to find those out in the vast ocean? This ship core was already a lucky inheritance. Getting more energy cores and components down the line won't be so easy. If only I could combine it with flesh symbiosis. That thing can eat, upgrade, and repair itself. Basically semi-invincible. But flesh symbiosis is too out of control. My ship might grow into a rabid, disobedient dog, evolving however it pleased. Mechanical stuff is obviously much easier to control. So which do I pick? I glanced at the last option. Random blind box. Abandon analysis, leave it to chance. The system will randomly draw from known or unknown paths based on your luck value and subconscious desires. Fear and delight of the unknown coexist. Even wild swings can take down a master. Who's to say? I rolled my eyes. Leave my fate to luck? Ridiculous. Ruled out immediately. Gamblers never end well. Flesh symbiosis and mechanical ascension, both incredibly tempting. Forget it. I'll decide when I get back. It had been an hour since I ditched Gaoshan. I needed to go find him first. Otherwise, next thing I knew, he'd have gotten snatched away by a fish. Hiya. I rode the squirrel racing across the ice plains. With this thing, my desire to build an amphibious motorcycle had already faded. Why bother with a motorcycle when I've got an automatic ride? Squeak. Turns out, though, this thing couldn't take a compliment. After running for a while, it suddenly slowed, turned to look at me, its eyes full of longing and expectation. Come on, move. Why'd you stop? At this speed, we won't get there before dark. Squeak. It let out a shriek and abruptly stood upright. I clung to the fur on its back for dear life to keep from being thrown off. Fine. At least a motorcycle doesn't suddenly stand up and point at its own mouth. Oh, it's hungry. Wants food. This isn't keeping a mode of transport. It's keeping a spoiled ancestor. Eat up. I fished a nut out of my waist pouch and tossed it over. It clutched the nut, crunching away, and only agreed to keep moving after it finished, like a car with a full tank, even faster now. But the refueling process was torture. It had to stand upright and hold the food with its front paws. I had no choice but to dismount and wait for it to finish before climbing back on. Boom! Just as I was getting back to enjoying the ride, a huge blast erupted from the combustible ice waters not far off. Squeak! The squirrel reared up, terrified. Luckily, I had experience. The moment I sensed something off, I immediately grabbed its fur and clamped my legs, pinning myself firmly to its back. Thunder? An explosion? I looked out into the distance, nothing out of the ordinary. Today was a rare day without a blizzard, and there was even a bit of sun, though its light was as cold as a refrigerator bulb. So it definitely wasn't thunder. Oh no, the combustible ice. My heart clenched. In a frozen place like this, fuel is life. Without combustible ice, all the supplies in the world would be useless. Laifu, hurry. Move it, forward. Laifu, the new name I gave the squirrel. But it was scared out of its wits by that blast and wouldn't budge, no matter how hard I kicked its rear. Finally, I had to pull out the ultimate trick. I'll give you a nut. Squeak. Its expression wavered, but the fear clearly receded. Its foodie instincts won out. One's not enough? So greedy. Wincing, I pulled out two. Two. That's it, no more. Squeak. It reached out a paw to grab them. I snatched them back quick as a flash. Payment after the ride, got it? You'll get it when we arrive. Squeak, squeak. It grumbled. You'll get it the second we're there. I won't go back on my word. My tone was firm. Otherwise, it'd eat and stand up again. I'd have to dismount, and we'd lose too much time. It smacked its lips, turned around, and kept racing. For nuts, it was all in. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Before we even reached the combustible ice zone, I could hear its paw pads crushing ice. I looked down. The ice surface was cracking over a huge area, and every crack spread in one direction, straight toward the combustible ice waters. Half the warm blood in my body ran cold. Please, nothing's wrong. Please, please let nothing be wrong. Hiya. Moments later, I finally arrived. Thankfully, there was still plenty of combustible ice scattered across the ground, waiting for me to collect. But, from a distance, I saw Gaoshan covered in blood, sitting motionless on the ice, staring intently at some spot in the water. That posture, that expression, dead. My heart skipped a beat. In zombie flicks, the people who suddenly freeze up in eerie poses have usually turned. Whoa! I yanked Laifu to a halt, stopping a few meters from him. Gaoshan, you okay? He whipped his head around, his eyes full of rage and resentment, glaring straight at me. The moment he turned, I saw clearly. He was drenched in blood. That look, that expression, no different from a zombie's. My heart nearly stopped. Nobody ever told me you had to watch out for zombies in ocean survival. Laifu, let's. I was about to have it turn tail and flee when Gaoshan suddenly spoke. You never told me there were monsters in the sea. I let out a long breath of relief. Hopping off Laifu and paying the 2 nuts as fare, I put on an innocent face. Monsters in the sea? Am I supposed to know that? This isn't a zoo with signs posted everywhere saying, beware of wild beasts, keep out. How would I know what's out here? A barrage of counter-questions left him speechless for a good while. You really didn't know? Didn't know. I walked toward him, feigning ignorance. What monster? Some really weird-looking thing. See for yourself. Gaoshan pointed at the streak of blood red in the ice pit. Though I doubt you'll get a clear look now. A fish with arms. A fish with arms? Now that I've got to see. I leaned over and peered into the ice pit. The next second, I froze. Countless fish, big and small, were frantically devouring a corpse. Blood kept gushing from the body, staining the whole stretch of water a blinding crimson. Too late, Gaoshan shook his head. There's something about this fish's meat. The second I blew it up, every carnivorous fish in the water swarmed to fight over it. The water's black with them, all fish. My eyes lit up instantly. The spot's already been chummed for me. So what am I waiting for? I pulled out my super fishing rod. Gaoshan stared at the rod in my hands, his eyes practically dripping venom. No wonder. The rod had originally been his. That sky-shaking thunder was his trump card, saved to deal with me and take back the rod. And the result? The thunder killed the fish and wounded him too, and the rod was hopelessly lost for good. I raised my arm and cast the line. Gaoshan's eyes went wide, because I hadn't baited the hook. Do you even know how to fish? He couldn't help demanding. If you don't, let me do it. The corner of my mouth curled up. Got one. What? No bait. And he hooked a fish? And even if he did, judging by the arc of the bending rod and the tension in the taut line, it was definitely a big one. Gaoshan's face fell completely. I found out later that before entering the game, he'd been a top-tier angler, but with astonishingly bad luck. He either came up empty or reeled in a pile of tiny junk fish. He dreamed of landing a catch big enough to hang off his trunk and parade through town. But before the chance ever came, he got pulled into the game. When he realized it was an ocean world and got his hands on this never-breaking rod, he thought spring had finally arrived. But before the rod even warmed up, he lost it. Now he could only watch it shine in someone else's hands. Who could stomach a letdown like that? Whoa, so heavy. I gave it a tug, didn't budge an inch. Gaoshan, lend me a hand. Can't help you one bit, he shot back sourly. Can't you see my hands hurt? The jealousy in his heart had long since curdled into resentment. He'd have loved for my line to snap and the fish to get away. But he knew better than anyone. This rod doesn't break. So he changed his wish, hoping the fish weighed 100+ pounds, hoping it would drag me, rod and all, straight into the sea. Won't help. I shot him a glance, said nothing more, and just whistled. Laifu, come here. Laifu instantly darted over. I trained it well, not that it was especially intelligent, of course. It just knew that obedience meant snacks. Bite the rod and pull backward. Don't let go. One man and one squirrel working together. Much faster, sure enough. But the closer we got to the shore, the more something felt wrong. Were there too many fish swarming around that corpse? They'd nearly floated up to the surface, and not a single one would leave, as if they'd rather die than miss another bite. Was the meat really that good? Lucky pull. I let out a roar, and the squirrel jerked backward 2 big steps. Under that immense force, the corpse finally broke free of the water, arcing through the air. The instant it hit the shore, I caught sight of something bizarre, and finally understood why it was so heavy. Clamped onto its tail was a long-armed fishman. The moment it got dragged onto land, shock and fury filled its pitch-black eyes. Gaoshan, standing by the ice cave, was scared stiff too. Another fishman? Snap. The fishman landed, rolled its black eyes around, and decisively let go. It stared resentfully at the fish corpse I was dragging away, but it clearly feared the squirrel and didn't dare give chase. On land, it had zero chance of winning. But in the water, it wouldn't be you humans doing the talking. The fishman shot me a bitter glare, spun around in midair, and was about to head back to the sea. That was when it noticed the human on the shore reeking of blood. Smells good. Human flesh wasn't as satisfying as its own kind, but it beat nothing. Plus, they were easy to catch. Just drag them into the water, no effort needed, and they'd die on their own. Don't come near me. Gaoshan watched a mouth crammed with jagged teeth and stinking of the sea lunge straight at him, and he screamed his head off. But the fishman couldn't understand human speech. And even if it could, it wouldn't listen. It pounced effortlessly onto its good-smelling buddy, gave one yank, and dragged Gaoshan straight into the ice cave. So fast I didn't even react. It was practically over in a blink. Save me, Brother Jiang, save me, aha. Can't help you one bit. I handed his own words right back to him, verbatim. Gaoshan nearly lost it, screaming at the top of his lungs. If you save me, I'll join your crew willingly. I'll give you my ship to upgrade with. Where's your ship? I extended the other end of my rod toward the ice cave. Other side of the woods, to the west. He clawed desperately upward, reaching for the rod. But the force dragging him down was as heavy as a fully loaded semi-trailer chained to his feet. The fishman was pulling him under. Not with its hands, with its mouth. Those sharp teeth were locked around his ankle. He could actually feel them scraping against his leg bone. The pain. So this was what it meant to be seared to the bone. Blood kept welling up from the seafloor, the stench sharp and overpowering. The moment the wound touched seawater, it felt like 1,000 needles stabbing in at once. The blood drew swarms of carnivorous fish, treating him like a free buffet, tearing chunks off him bite after bite. Gaoshan thrashed and kicked wildly, trying to shove the fishman off. But the thing was slick all over. Every kick was like kicking a soap-slathered ball, sliding right off. Save me. A few short seconds, but for Gaoshan it was like being tortured for days. Just as I lowered the rod toward him, his body suddenly plunged down hard. His fingertips grazed the rod's tip and just barely missed. The next moment, he was dragged completely into the freezing seawater. He wanted to scream, wanted to beg me not to leave him. But the moment he opened his mouth, all that came out was a string of bubbles of varying sizes. The bubbles quickly blurred his vision. My face began to warp, his outstretched hand began to warp, and the light faded bit by bit. He was dragged down into the deepest part of the sea. Moments later, Gaoshan's live stream went black. Gaoshan's dead. No way. Our country just lost another adventurer. That's the second one today. He never uploaded a single supply, and now he's just gone. This is Jiang Ming's fault. He clearly could have saved him. Why'd he just watch him die? How is this on Jiang? Gaoshan just had bad luck. Jiang was already being a saint by lending a hand. What more do you want? He could have reached out sooner. He waited until the guy got dragged under. You really can't blame Jiang. A Qin netizen came to my defense. Who was it that said, can't help you one bit, when Jiang told him to grab the rod? Now he just got his own words back. What's wrong with that? Fishing and saving a life. Are those the same thing? Why wouldn't they be? Jiang's not his dad. They're not even friends. Why is he obligated to save him? You Qin people are so cold-blooded. I don't know if we're cold-blooded, but your Gaoshan's corpse has gone stone cold. TSK. Put it that way, and it's hard to say who's colder. Let's go. Let's go. Back to watching what Jiang scores. Wonder how many supplies he'll bring the country tonight. I'm honestly curious what that fishman tastes like. Everyone started getting excited. Whack. Lucky, don't let that one get away. Smack it dead. Sharp snout monkey fish, common, +1. Chomp. Eaglehead fish, fine, +1. I swung my axe, chopping the carnivorous fish that had been dragged ashore with the corpse dead one by one. A few came to their senses and tried to flop back into the sea, but 2 fists were no match for a school of fish, so I had to hire Lucky to help. I say hire because it demands wages for its work. Right now it was smacking fish with one paw while stuffing its face with the other. Of the dozen-plus fish, half went straight into its belly. Luckily, this batch dragged up with the corpse really was substantial. A rough count put it at 30 or 40 fish of all sizes, over 10 of them big fellas topping 10 pounds. That quantity, that quality. I couldn't help wondering, what kind of miracle elixir was this fishman corpse anyway? Was it the immortal flesh of these waters? I reached out and felt along the fishman's body, covered in scales, with a fishtail and a mouthful of sharp teeth. but that couldn't hold back its generous spirit. Fishman, rare, +1. Rare tier, no less. Supplies in the game came in 7 grades: common, fine, precious, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Rare tier was on par with the dodo, meaning eat this meat, and you'd gain at least 1 stat point. This fishman really was immortal flesh. Forget the fish, even I wanted to eat it. If I could turn it into bait, TSK, just thinking about it was thrilling. Holding off on eating this one chunk would be worth 3 basins of specially made cornmeal ground bait. But there was clearly more than one fishman in the sea. You can't be too greedy. I'd already hauled in plenty today, and it was getting late. I packed up the few dozen fish, gathered some combustible ice, and that about did it. As for what use the fishman corpse might serve, I'd research it slowly back on the ship tonight. After a night of storms, there was far less combustible ice, but with the muscle-bound rat's help, I still gathered 2 full burlap sacks. Add a sack of fish and a sack of fishman corpse, and 4 sacks of supplies were stacked neatly on the squirrel's back. Only then did I lead this rickshaw driver back to the ship. The fare was 2 small fish. I kept 4 large fish of different species and 1 sack of combustible ice, tossing everything else into the special cargo hold. As for the fishman corpse, I planned to test it as poison on myself first, with the rest earmarked for other uses, like ground bait, or poisoning the fishman's own kind in their territory. After all, the Divine Envoy token's waterstone was right in fishman territory. To leave the sea of extreme cold, I had to get it. To get it, I had to go into the sea. But right now was prime, big fish eat little fish season. Rushing into the water would be no different from suicide. So I could only take the crooked path. Most of the world's obstacles are like this. Charging head-on is usually the dumbest move. Your brain is the sharpest weapon. SHK. 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 Once the supplies were tossed into the hold, I started scaling the fishman. The axe scraped across it, and only then did I realize this hide was tougher than old tree bark. Forget using a knife to gut it. I had to swing the axe to barely hack open a gash. So hard. Looking at the fish corpse I'd hacked to shreds, I couldn't help sighing. Thank God it died when it hit the shore. Otherwise, with a hide this durable, I doubt I could have held it down through 300 rounds of battle. Not to mention, I'd have to go into the water later and go toe-to-toe with a whole pack of fishmen. Just thinking about it made my scalp tingle. Was this Divine Envoy token trial serious? Forget whether an ordinary person could even find these damn things. Say they did find them. Who could go into the sea and battle fishmen through 300 rounds? Ridiculous opening the door for ridiculous. Muttering to myself, I gutted the fish. The moment I split the belly open, the sight before me stunned me. The fishman's organs had all rotted into a soupy mush. As soon as the belly opened, countless intestines came sloshing out, a wave of stench blasting straight into my nose. And buried in that pile of slime was a blue crystal. Grimacing with disgust, I picked it up with chopsticks, wiped it clean on the squirrel's big tail, and only then dared hold it in my hand. Beast Core +1. Another Beast Core. Looked like this fishman counted as a high-level monster. I stowed the Beast Core and was about to clean up this disgusting mess when Lucky came scampering over eagerly, staring dead-on at the wreckage all over the floor. The 2 of us locked eyes for a good while. I finally couldn't help asking, "You want to eat this?" Lucky nodded hard. "Fine." I handed it over without hesitation. But before it dug in, I laid down some ground rules first. These organs are all yours. But once you're done eating, you sleep outside. Squeak. Lucky looked confused. It means you can have all the meat, but once you're done, get out and sleep. Got it. Squeak. It dove headfirst into the embrace of the fish guts without a moment's hesitation. Watching it scoop up chunks and cradle handfuls of slime. Chowing down with delight, I mulled things over. This fishman had clearly died of severe internal injuries. What on earth had Gaoshan done to it, to wound a thick-hided, tough-fleshed thing like this so badly? Could it be he threw a bomb into the fishman's mouth? The fishman swallowed it in confusion. Boom. The bomb went off in its belly. The hide was tough, but the insides were soft, so the organs got blown to paste while the corpse itself didn't rupture. Mostly intact, aside from bulging eyeballs and blood streaming from its nose and mouth. Impressive. Looking at the corpse, I couldn't help praising Gaoshan. Pity he didn't count on there being more than one fishman. Otherwise, he might have actually made it out alive today, and even scooped up a good haul of combustible ice and fish on the side. What a shame. This fish is delicious, and he'll never get to taste it. Mourning my old friend, I fried up the grilled fish and, with tears in my eyes, showed off by wolfing down 3 big bowls. Lifespan plus 5. Satiety, 98%, 112%, 138%. Intermediate cold resistance, 16%, 17%, 18%. Diving, 0%, 100%. Bite after bite, the numbers went wild. One chunk of meat added 5 days of lifespan. That wasn't all. I also gained a brand new ability, diving. And this skill was different from before. The agility I got from eating the dodo started near a normal person's 5% and capped out at 13%. But this diving jumped straight from 0 to a full 100%. Eat a bite of fishman meat, and you get fishman genes built in, born knowing how to swim. Huh? I was ecstatic. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, everyone assumed I'd eaten some heavenly delicacy, drooling so hard they were about to cry. Zhang's dropping poison late at night again. I've eaten fish, but never a fish that looks like a person. Gotta ask, Zhang, what does that fishman's webbing taste like? You never had duck feet? What else would webbing taste like? Fish and fish aren't the same, just like birds and birds aren't the same. I got my ration of dodo meat from the country today, and man, it was incredible. Stop it, my shipment hasn't come yet. I'm already about to cry from Sword Saint's Drool Fest, and now you too. Since that's the case, let me make you even more jealous. Did you know? That dodo meat strengthens your constitution when you eat it. My grandpa's been bedridden for years. He ate one piece and actually managed to sit up. My dad too. Stroke and paralysis for years, and after eating today, his hand that couldn't move before could actually move. Still shaky, but way better. It cures asthma too. I feel lighter all over today. We really owe Jiang for this one. I never even knew him before. It's thanks to him that I found this live stream. If I ever get the chance, I've got to properly thank him for the medical miracle he brought us. Once dodo meat came up as body strengthening, Chin netizens with sick family members stepped forward with their testimonials, doing free advertising for it. As the discussion went on, someone brought up another matter. You guys think, if dodo meat boosts constitution, then what about this fish Zhang's eating? Shame Zhang doesn't seem to plan on sending the fishman back. Guess we won't get to taste it. Zhang Ming's so selfish. That thing's huge. Would it kill him to send back just a piece? How's that selfish? Someone flared up on the spot. That's an adventurer's freedom. Even the country said it. They have the right to secure their own survival first, and only send back the surplus. Zhang sending back the dodo meat was already going above and beyond. Exactly. Giving is a kindness, not giving is his right. You talking trash? I recognize you. A netizen ID'd the guy. By CI, by Chi, idiot. Aren't you the one who was ranting earlier about, so what if I don't eat Jiang Ming's return supplies? I never said that. By CI denied it. Everyone sneered. Too late. I suggest you scram, you troublemaking turd. Zhang's livestream isn't for garbage like you to watch. Oh, and I just saw, when Zhang came back, he put a huge pile of combustible ice into the special cargo hold, plus the fish he caught in the ice cave. After it's sent back, you'd better not eat a single bite of it either. He gets no share. He was already struck off the Special Service Bureau's list. He can forget ever getting a cut of Zhang's returned supplies, just as everyone was ganging up on that ungrateful wolf. Today's supply upload window has ended. All captains, please confirm at the control console the upload of all supplies in your special cargo hold. The instant that voice rang out in my live stream, everyone got fired up. Time's up. Quick, make a wish. How many times over will Jiang score in returns today? I want 10,000 times. You're being too modest. Last time Jiang hit 10 million times, dropping 1.3 billion pounds of meat straight into the country. This time it's gotta be 10 million too. Please. No way. Last time was a bug. How can there be that many coincidences in this world? I pressed the confirm button. Detecting supplies, grading in progress. Sharp snout monkey fish, grade F. Combustible ice, grade D. Assorted nuts, grade D. Eaglehead fish, grade C. Congratulations, you've earned a multiplier spin. The next second, a giant will lit up on the console screen. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I narrowed my eyes. Compared to last time when I sent back the dodo meat, the multipliers had dropped a full tier. Last time the minimum was 100, the max 10,000. This time the minimum was only 10, capped at 10,000. The reason wasn't hard to guess. Last time it was a grade B prize. But this time I didn't dare toss in the most precious fishman at all, sending only some common fish and combustible ice, maxing out at grade C. The cruder the supplies, the thinner the prize pool. Only natural. But so what if the multiplier was low? The quantity I tossed in was plenty. Even at just 10,000 times, 10 million pounds of high-quality fuel, hundreds of thousands of fish, slammed into Chin's warehouses overnight. Not bad at all. As long as, heaven, protect us, it's got to be 10,000. 10,000. The wheel gradually slowed. The pointer wobbled, then finally settled squarely on. 1,000 times. My heart stopped. The live stream's comments froze for a solid few seconds. Then the Chin viewers collectively erupted. Oh my god. Only 1,000 times. What a ripoff. Are they nerfing Zhang on purpose because he sends back too much? What about the fish tonight we were promised? The dodo meat's already been chewed to the bone. Zhang's luck has run out. Such a shame. All right, stop wailing. It's just a few fish. He'll haul back another basketful tomorrow. Wei netizens popped up out of nowhere, sneering, "You Chin people better start getting ready to go apologize in every country's live stream." The Chin netizens went quiet. This round, I gave it my all, but heaven didn't cooperate. However, just as they'd nearly given up in despair, an announcement dropped, kicking everyone from rock bottom straight up to the clouds. Final cashback multiplier this round, 1,000 times. Chin has obtained the following resources. Combustible ice, 1,240,000 pounds. Assorted nuts, 708,000. Sharp snout monkey fish, 22,000. Eaglehead fish, 3,020,010. The first few lines were all within expectations. But that last line, that last number, blew the entire live stream to smithereens. 3 billion? Am I seeing things? You're not. It's 3 billion. Zhang, you absolute beast. But where'd all those eaglehead fish come from? I remember the ones he tossed into the special hold were the same count as the monkey fish. Right? I counted 20-some eagleheads at most. Wei netizens immediately started jumping. Cheating. 20 fish at 1,000 times is 20,000 at best. Where'd 3 billion come from? We don't accept this. Chin definitely used some shady trick. On what grounds? These fish don't count. Could the system have misreported? My uncle works in the warehouse. Let me give him a call and ask. Ask now. And at that very moment, Chin's warehouses had fallen into the same chaos. Last time the dodo meat was at least dead. A bit of basic processing and it could be shelved. But this time, 3 billion eaglehead fish, nearly all of them alive. More than a dozen massive warehouses, tens of thousands of square meters each, were caught in a raining downpour of flopping, wriggling fish. The managers were all dumbstruck. How were they supposed to handle this? The calls came one after another, all flooding into the special service department. The director picked up the phone, utterly baffled. It had all happened too suddenly, and little Zheng hadn't had a chance to report yet. Mainly because little Zheng himself was stunned. Thinking he'd misheard, he'd replayed that segment of the system announcement 3 times over. If something like this really was a mistake, the impact would be significant. Just as he was on his third listen, the internal line rang. Little Zheng, warehouses across the board are reporting a sudden flood of live fish in storage. Do you know anything about this? Chin had no shortage of adventurers, but the director's first thought was Jiang Ming. As if in this game, only that kid could pull off a miracle like this. Warehouse overflow again. Little Zheng blurted out, then realized his slip and hurried to cover. Director, I did observe Jiang Ming uploading a large batch of resources, but at the time he only sent about 20 eaglehead fish, and the multiplier was just 1,000. I wasn't sure if the system had glitched, so I didn't dare rush to report it. Being rigorous is a good thing. The director paused. So this overflow, it's tied to Jiang Ming? Yes, Director, Little Zheng answered. I just don't know if the system malfunctioned, whether these fish will get clawed back later. Unlikely. On the other end, the director's tone was certain. I've overseen this otherworld game for 2 full years and never once seen it make the slightest error. This system is as precise as a cold, hard machine. Jiang Ming only sent 20-some fish, yet we received 3 billion. There's got to be something behind it. Here's what we'll do. Get all the experts to my office. We're holding a meeting. Yes, sir. While the special service department scrambled over this sweet burden, the live stream's comments had already turned into a waterfall. Woo people, come out and face your death. 3 billion fish. Zhang's ranking has no choice but to climb tonight. Anything less would defy the heavens. We won. Woo people, which country's live stream are you gonna go grovel in first? We want to supervise the whole thing. They wouldn't pull another disappearing act, would they? The Qin netizens who hadn't dared make a peep over the 1,000 times draw earlier now held their heads high. But the way netizens refused to admit defeat. We don't accept this. 20 fish turning into 3 billion. You think that's reasonable? At that point, one Qin netizen dropped a line that left everyone speechless. Is there a possibility that fish, reproduce? You mean big fish spawning little fish? Normally that wouldn't be crazy, but multiplied 1,000 times over. Holy crap, that actually makes sense. An ocean sunfish can lay 300 million eggs at once. Even the least prolific fish lay hundreds of thousands to 1,000,000. Among the eagleheads Jiang sent back, some must have been right at spawning season. 3 billion divided by 1,000 is 3 million. One fish laying 3 million eggs. Is that even a lot? Oh my god, Jiang's luck. No, it's our Qin's luck. Heaven bless Qin. The netizens' wild guess had hit the truth. Over at the Special Service Department, after the experts shared their views, they reached the same conclusion. Among the fish Jiang Ming sent back, some happened to be spawning. The freshly hatched fry were counted by number, and that's what gave Qin a windfall out of thin air. And the surprises didn't stop at the fish. There was also that batch of nut seeds. Upon confirmation, every single one was a live seed, capable of withstanding Blue Star's current extreme weather, top-grade premium stock. Just plant them, and in 2 or 3 years, Qin would harvest sprawling nut forests. The moment the tally was done, the national rankings refreshed in real time. National Resource Acquisition Rankings. First, Xia. Second, Wei. Third, Wu. Fourth, Zhao. Seventh, Qin. Qin had climbed another spot, jumping to 7th. Meanwhile, I was still in the dark. Just now I'd been too busy pounding my chest over that 1,000 times draw to catch the later announcements at all. I even sighed with genuine admiration. Wonder which master just single-handedly shot Qin's ranking up like that. Impressive, truly impressive. I've got to learn from them. The livestream cracked up. Ha ha ha. Jiang doesn't know those 3 billion fish were sent by him. He's admiring himself. I'm dying. Makes sense. The multiplier was only 1,000, and the first few were just tens of thousands. So he zoned out halfway through the announcement. Funniest part is he can't even watch the replay. When he sees his own ranking, what kind of face is he gonna make? Right after that, the Adventurer rankings refreshed too. Server 13, Adventurer Contribution Rankings. First, Xia Nation, Li Quan, 59,100. Second, Qin Nation, Jiang Ming, 48,200. Third, Wu Nation, Zhuge Jun, 16,200. Huh, I'd figured I'd drop to 5th or 6th tonight. But not only did I not fall, I actually jumped up 2 spots. I froze completely. I hadn't done a thing. So how did my score shoot up so much? I quickly pulled up the captain's log. The next second, I saw that ridiculous number. The 20-some hawkhead fish I'd uploaded had turned into 3 billion. What the hell? Happiness came so suddenly that I actually started questioning my whole life for a moment. The instant my rank climbed, the system rewards landed too. Ding! Congratulations on breaking into the top 2 of the Adventurer Contribution Rankings for the first time. Reward: Firestone times 1, Water-Repelling Pearl times 1. A Firestone. So that's how it works. Divine relics can be earned by climbing the rankings too. No wonder I always felt these things were absurdly hard to come by. But I knew one thing. The higher you go, the harder it gets. Some people are born standing at a finish line others can't reach in a lifetime, no matter how hard they try. Take Li Quan of the Xia Nation. He spawned right next to a small island loaded with resources, complete with a mine on it, uploading resources every day without lifting a finger. There's never been such a thing as absolute fairness in this world. All you can do is not let yourself become just another complaint while drowning in your own. Before I could even fully study the rewards, another one landed. Daily 3 hexagrams refreshed. Today's 3 hexagrams. Minor fortune. When choosing your ship's evolution path, you may opt for a random blind box for an unexpected surprise. Neutral. Among the ships you dismantle today lies a private supply crate, possibly containing something you urgently need. Grave misfortune. The water divine stone lies in the fishman territory beneath the flammable ice. A pack of savage fishmen lurks there, bloodthirsty by nature, with a habit of cannibalism. Because a strand of the legendary Sea King bloodline flows through every fishman, they believe that the more of their own kind they devour, the closer they come to evolving into a true overlord of the seas. To prevent them from wiping out their own race, the Fishman chieftain has strictly forbidden attacking the living. They may only feed on the already dead. Violators are hunted down by the entire clan. Holding Fishman corpses, you may turn this to your advantage. When the pack fights bloody and brutal over a single body, that's your best chance to steal the Water Divine Stone. Cannibalism. What a savage bunch. And yet, it was precisely that savagery that handed me a perfect blade. At this moment, I honestly wanted to give Gaoshan a Good Person award. If it weren't for him, I'd have had no way to deal with this nest of monsters. He gave his life to carve out a sliver of hope for me. If that's not being a good person, what is? And tonight's good news wasn't just about the Water Divine Stone. There was also the direction of my ship's evolution. Thank God I didn't rush to lock it in during the day. Otherwise, how would I have gotten this Hexagrams guidance? Draw a random blind box. I didn't hesitate. Draw. Congratulations. You've obtained a brand new evolution form. Frail flesh, mechanical aberration cast off the cold steel shell, and trigger an irreversible flesh mutation of the hull at the genetic level. The precision mechanical arms will be devoured by wildly proliferating muscle fibers, twisting into nauseating tentacle turrets. In others' eyes, it will no longer be a ship, but a massive lure drifting on the sea's surface, reeking of primal blood, as if it could summon deep-sea predators to tear it apart at any moment. Note, this is a forbidden path prepared for fanatics. With flesh as its foundation and machinery as its fangs, become a breathing maritime nightmare in the frozen wasteland. The instant the prompt faded, the ship beneath my feet came alive. Thump, thump, thump. One beat, then another, as if a massive heart had suddenly grown into the hull. With each heartbeat, countless blood vessels burrowed out from the control panel, spreading in every direction. The hard bulkheads began to soften and swell, coating themselves in a layer of slick, dark red keratin, like the flesh of some giant beast. From the seams of that flesh, viscous fluid oozed out like glue, rapidly binding the newborn tissue and driving it into a frenzy of growth. The heartbeat grew faster and heavier, as if some monster inside was desperately trying to break out of its shell. The strange thing was, I'd expected to be scared, to panic, but I was oddly calm. I even felt a strange sense of kinship. Every pulse of the dragon boat seemed to awaken some dormant strand of blood inside me. I no longer needed the control panel to see every part of the ship. Across the hull's surface, many new ports had appeared. Beneath the flesh, mechanical sockets gleamed, not clean industrial connectors, but ones wrapped in twisted bone and exposed nerve bundles, as if they'd forcibly grown out of the flesh itself. If I got mechanical arms, turrets, or similar modules later, I could plug them straight into these living ports. The only catch, to plug anything in, I had to feed it money first. Ship cores. Looks like tomorrow, besides paying that pack of fishmen a visit, I'd also have to collect the inheritance Gaoshan left behind. He and his dead companion were 2 ready-made ship cores. Slam 2 of them in at once. What would the dragon boat become? I was starting to get excited. But over in the livestream chat, the vast majority of people weren't on my wavelength at all. What happened to Boss Zhang's ship? Why is it growing flesh? No way, he picked the most useless flesh symbiosis? It's over, he's completely done for now. He's already elite tier. Why didn't the country stop him? Ghost submarine, mechanical ascension. Any of those is 100 times better than this. Some new viewers were totally lost. Why does everyone hate it so much? The description says the ship can auto-repair when damaged. No other form can do that. At least it can self-heal, right? Doesn't seem that bad. That's exactly the problem, someone immediately called out. Flesh symbiosis has only one upside, self-healing. But its downsides far outweigh that. Think about it. Out on the endless ocean, turning your ship into a giant hunk of flesh, what does that attract? One sentence, and the whole chat went silent. A big chunk of fresh flesh floating on the sea is basically ringing a dinner bell for every carnivorous fish out there. Free buffet? Come and get it. So that's where its self-healing comes from. At least it can be repaired. No, that's the most hopeless part. The person continued coldly. Tell me, is it better to know you've got a terminal illness and watch yourself rot away bit by bit, dragging it out for months? or to die instantly, painless and clean? I'd rather go quick, honestly. Exactly. Flesh Symbiosis's self-healing is the former. From now on, Boss Jiang can only watch his ship get hollowed out day and night. Can't finish repairing it, can't plug the holes, just wait helplessly for it to capsize. Such a garbage path. And he's the one who drew it. He's not alone. An adventurer from the Gene Nation picked it to swap for a new companion. The bottom of his ship's already been chewed into a huge hole. The one from Liao just gave up entirely and started gnawing his own ship alongside the fish, saying he'd rather die on a full stomach. And the guy from Song is hiding on a small island, too scared to go into the water. There's a great white shark waiting in the deep. The chat erupted in wails. Only I stood atop this breathing steel-and-flesh creature, quietly listening to the heartbeat. What looks like a dead end to them isn't necessarily a dead end. Whether something is a blessing or a curse never lies in the thing itself. It lies in the hand that holds it. Tomorrow, I'll show them. The same path can lead to an abyss or to a throne. The chat fell quiet for a moment, then exploded again. Is it really completely useless? The description clearly says, a flesh symbiote can devour other creatures to evolve. If this ship could eventually evolve into a great white shark, wouldn't that be awesome? Right. The description also says it can turn into an ancient behemoth. Is all of that fake? A veteran player who specialized in evolution paths spoke up. It's not fake. Flesh symbiosis is genuinely terrifying in the late game. Tentacles, venom sprays, at that point it's an abyssal behemoth. But the key word is late game. Plenty of people picked this path in highway survival and shelter survival, and everyone who made it to the late game became a behemoth. But that's on land. There are beast tides, sure, but also breathing room. What about on the ocean? I can't even imagine what kind of siege boss Jiang is going to face. There's another fatal flaw. A flesh symbiote has to eat constantly, or its tentacles go on strike, its venom dries up, and its tissue even starts to mutate and degenerate. Tons of flaws, and the upsides are, well, best not to say too much. The chat went silent again. Viewers from other nations seized the chance to flood in. Good. Very good. There's actually an idiot who picked flesh symbiosis. Huh. He's dead for sure. Your adventurer won't last 3 days. Isn't this Jiang Ming ranked second? Never thought he'd get so cocky and take such a huge fall. Our Zhuge Jun is about to take back second place. Flesh symbiosis. Choosing that path on the ocean, you're either brain dead or a bleeding heart. Why a bleeding heart? Because only a bleeding heart is selfless enough to turn themselves into a buffet, feeding every creature in the sea. When one whale falls, all life thrives, right? Ha ha ha, so fitting. The buzz wasn't just in the livestream chat. Even the special service department was in an uproar. This is bad. A staff member burst through the conference room door. Little Zheng's heart sank. Lin Fan was the one taking over his shift, and right now, that face looked as desperate as if the sky had fallen. Easy, take your time. The director raised a hand to calm him. Lin Fan took a deep breath. Jiang Ming, our Qin Nation's second-ranked adventurer on Server 13. He chose flesh symbiosis as his ship's evolution path. What? The whole room gasped. The flesh symbiosis option existed in every survival mode. Back then, the experts had analyzed it countless times, and the conclusion was always the same. The harm outweighs the benefit. And that was on land. A flesh shelter, a flesh vehicle, it only drew beasts, monsters, and carnivorous creatures. That alone was enough to get countless people who picked it killed. And Jiang Ming was on the ocean, turning yourself into a mass of fresh flesh out at sea. How was that any different from suicide? Reporting, Director. Our Qin Nation's Server 13 adventurer. Cut the nonsense, get to the point. Jiang Ming chose flesh symbiosis. The director dropped back into his chair. We should have warned him sooner. Too late now. Little Zheng's face went pale. Well, looks like we don't need to argue over his promotion anymore, one committee member said, shaking his head. I said it all along. Promoting someone who hasn't even survived a week to Rising Star was premature. Who knows what kind of disaster he'd cause? Such a shame. An expert sighed. This guy always had good luck, and he had to lose his head in a place this deadly. First week survival rates for newcomers are already terribly low. Getting promoted to elite was already a luxury for him. Now we've wasted another slot. It's a huge loss for the Qin Nation. Slam. The director shot to his feet, pounding the table. A waste? when he brought back 1.3 billion pounds of meat and 3 billion fish to this country. Why didn't any of you call it a waste? He sent back that much in supplies twice in a row. He was more than qualified for a rising star promotion long ago. The man hasn't even come to any harm. And here you all are throwing shade. This has gone too far. This is my first warning and my last. Next time, you're out. What this country needs are brave, resourceful adventurers who can contribute, not you desk jockeys and your running mouths. The room full of experts fell dead silent. Meanwhile, the very man everyone had written off as having chosen the wrong path was grilling fish and preparing for tomorrow. For me, only once I got the water pearl and used the power of a divine relic to leave this frozen sea would the dragon boat truly take the stage. In everyone else's eyes, this ship was a losing move. But in mine, it wasn't just a flesh symbiote. It was a mechanical aberration of frail flesh and mechanical ascension. A one-of-a-kind maritime mechanical behemoth. Morning. The weather was abnormally good, clear skies and a gentle breeze. The cabin was cozy and warm, food piled high. It was so peaceful I nearly forgot I was here to survive, feeling more like I was on a cruise vacation. Except, one line in my stats panel snapped me back to reality. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Identity, captain of the dragon boat. Location, frozen waters, toxic fog, 478 nautical miles away. Server 13 rank, second. Satiety, 150%. Health, 100%. Lifespan, 188 days. Sanity, 98%. Agility, 25. Average person 5, athlete 10. Strength, 15. Average person 5, strongman 10. Defense, 14.5. Average person 5, boxer 10. Special abilities, intermediate cold resistance, 18.8%. Diving. Livestream is on, can be turned off. The toxic fog had broken through the 500 nautical mile mark overnight. 478 nautical miles. At this rate of shrinking, I wouldn't even last 4 days. I had to hurry and get the water stone, then find a way to get the ship out of here. A crisis is what gets you out of bed. I stretched and sat up. This was the soundest sleep I'd had since arriving in this other world. The ship had turned bizarre, but flesh symbiosis let me sense every subtle change on board at all times. With it watching over things, I slept easy. Only after getting up did I notice something like a lung tube hanging down from the ceiling of the ship. It was melting the snow piled on top, and after the hull absorbed and filtered it, the water trickled bit by bit into the big pot I'd set on the fireplace. It could even collect fresh water. I was a little surprised. Flesh symbiosis wasn't as bad as I'd imagined. At least I'd never have to worry about drinking water from now on. I tossed in a few chunks of flammable ice to boil the water, sliced off some fillets from yesterday's hawkhead fish, blanched them in the boiling water, sprinkled on pepper and salt, and made myself a bowl of piping hot fish soup. The pots, pans, and utensils were all broken down from the junk on that diary boss's ship. Before bed last night, I'd cracked open the pile of miscellaneous stuff and found mostly bedding, cookware, and everyday items. Crudely made, but for me right now, if it works, it works. The biggest surprise was a toolbox he'd left behind. It had a full set of basic repair tools, plus a whole box of nails. In my eyes, those nails were as precious as bullets. After all, I was determined to become the man who controls all metal. The hawkhead fish meat was so fresh it made my mouth water. This other world was full of danger, but the taste of the monsters here was truly unbeatable. While the soup simmered, I casually roasted a big goosebird to save for lunch. Once I'd washed up, I headed out of the cabin. 2 things on the agenda today. 1. Go to the flammable ice waters to feed the fish. 2. Head to the west of the forest and find the ship belonging to Gao Shan and his companion. The deck was empty, 2 rows of snowpaw prints stretching off into the distance. I put my hands on my hips and shouted toward the horizon, "Laifu." No response. I raised an eyebrow and added, "Breakfast time." Thump, 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 thump. There it was. The words had barely left my mouth when a ground-shaking rumble came from deep in the snow. Before long, a grayish-brown dot came sprinting over. Squeak. Laifu skidded to a stop below the ship with a fawning look on its face, not climbing up, just frantically wagging its big tail and holding its mouth open, waiting to be fed. Seeing that shameless glutton act, I felt my irritation flare up. But I'm a man of my word. So I grabbed the trash can from the cabin and dumped the goosebird and hawkhead fish innards, bones, fish heads, and scales all down in one go. Laifu was overjoyed and swallowed it all in one gulp. Then, chewing away, its expression got weirder and weirder, and it spat out one thing after another. A few skewer sticks from the roasted bird, a piece of paper used to hold vegetables, a couple of drink bottle caps. Squeak. It pointed at the pile of junk on the ground in protest. I raised an eyebrow. You heard me the first time I called you, didn't you? Squeak. The protest cut off abruptly. Huh. So it did hear me. It was just too lazy and didn't want to come over. But, I said, giving it a slap and then plucking up a sweet date. As long as you take me nicely to where that fisherman was yesterday, this roasted fish is all yours. Laifu licked its lips and obediently lay down, ready to hit the road at a moment's notice. Now that's more like it. I patted its head and slung the sack of fishman corpses onto its back. After a night, the bodies had started to reek, corpse fluid seeping out of the burlap sack no matter how I tried to seal it in trash bags. Laifu shot at a disgusted glance. One more pine cone, I said without hesitation. It immediately turned its head back, eyes forward, playing it cool and standing by for orders. In the livestream chat, the little mousy is way too cute. The way it just put its paws on its hips and pointed at the trash to scold him. I need to screenshot that for a meme. Jiang Ming's so mean, feeding the little mouse garbage. Isn't that abuse? It's fine. This otherworld squirrel eats anything anyway. Last night, it even ate fish guts. While the chat was still bickering, Jiang Ming did something else nobody could make sense of. They watched him dump the entire sack of fishman corpses down into the ice hole. Is this feeding the fish? Chumming, probably. But that's rare monster fish meat. Just one bite boosts your physique, and he's using it for chum. If that could be sent back to the Qin nation, think how many patients it could save. Or at worst, use it to boost the physique of the next batch of adventurers. Such a waste. Boss Jiang definitely has his reasons. Waste my foot. The ever-present Wu Nation folks popped up again. Your Qin adventurers are just dumb. He got a taste of success with fishman corpses yesterday, so today he wants a repeat. Too bad. How do you say it with your idioms? Guard the fish and wait for rabbits. It's guard the tree stump and wait for a rabbit. And you used it wrong anyway. A Qin netizen couldn't help correcting. If you can't say it right, don't say it. The ones you should hate aren't me. It's your idiot adventurer. The Wu person kept taunting. I bet you don't understand him either. You think he's wasteful, maybe even pissed off, right? He's stupid, so your Qin nation suffers along with him. But honestly, watching him dump such precious monster fish meat into the sea, it feels so good. Why should you get to enjoy what we in the Wu nation can't have? Tossing it in the ocean is exactly what you deserve. Wu nation, get lost. Since when do our Qin affairs need you pointing fingers? What happened to your Bushido? Someone lost a bet earlier and said they'd commit seppuku, then quietly went offline and never dared make a peep again. That wasn't you, was it? If you actually killed yourselves every time you lost, the Wu nation would have been gone ages ago. Ha ha ha. Just a bunch of maggots squirming in a cesspool. You. The Wu netizens were surrounded and left speechless. That all you've got? A Qin netizen laughed. Cowards who cling to life. And your insults are the same two lines over and over. Want a taste of our profound and rich language and culture? I could greet 18 generations of your ancestors without repeating myself once. Don't, dude. Another immediately cut in. What if they actually learn it from you? Ha! Splash. Right in the middle of this war of words, a crisp splashing sound suddenly erupted from the live stream. Everyone froze in an instant. Because the one who'd fallen into the water wasn't just anyone. It was Jiang Ming. What do we do? Jiang's in the water. Come on, someone fish him out. The piranhas are closing in. No, look, his clothes are gone. He jumped in on purpose. He planned this. But he just chummed the water. Diving in now is a death wish. There are fishmen in these waters too. The one that dragged Gaoshan under yesterday was already that vicious on land. Imagine it in the water. Zhang's really done for this time. Torn apart by 1,000 fish. What a brutal way to go. Please, please don't die. The Wu netizens, who'd been so swarmed they couldn't get a word in, couldn't hold back at such a thrilling scene. I told you Qin people were stupid, but I never imagined stupid enough to jump straight into the sea to feed the fish. Ha! Xia and Wei netizens got wind of it too, flooding into the stream and piling on the mockery. There's actually someone using himself as bait. I didn't believe that screenshot on the World Channel, so I came to see for myself. Did zombies eat this guy's brain? I think he's noble, honestly. Feeding himself to the fish, so selfless. Look, the fishman's coming. It's huge. That's the one that ate Gaoshan yesterday, isn't it? I say it's Gaoshan's vengeful ghost, come to drag the man who got him killed down with it. And it's not just the fishman. There are countless carnivorous fish all around. He's dead for sure. I'm working on a compilation, the most gruesome adventurer deaths, and this guy's a lock for top 3, recording now. The Chine netizens were shaking with rage, wanting to fire back, but not knowing where to start. None of your damn business. Our adventurers can do whatever they want. Since when do you get a say? But whether it was the Wu netizens or Gaoshan's fans quietly spreading the word, the stream flooded with foreigners, and Chine's already feeble counterattack grew even more outnumbered. Jiang, come on. Is this really how it ends? As the fishman abandoned its own kind's corpse and lunged at Jiang Ming the intruder, everyone's heart leapt into their throat. And in the instant the fishman was about to bite down, Jiang Ming, underwater, grinned right into that gaping, bloody maw. His lips parted. A single word came out. No one could hear what it was, but the fishman's reaction that followed made it clear to everyone. The word was pop. Because in that very instant, the fishman that had been lunging with limbs spread suddenly curled into a ball, its features contorting, a mouthful of blood bursting out and staining the surrounding water crimson. What just happened? The Chine netizens were dumbfounded. Jiang said one word, and the fishman vomited blood. It's the thunderclap bomb, right? Just like the one Gaoshan blew up yesterday. Where would he get a thunderclap bomb? And even if he had one, did you see him throw anything into its mouth? No. So how'd it explode from the inside? Is it possible? Someone lowered their voice. That his words come true as spoken? Insane? Yeah, but not impossible. Just keep watching. Whatever he's using, if it kills fishmen, it's badass. The foreign netizens didn't see it that way. Watching a Chine adventurer who was supposed to die pull off a reversal kill, they flew into a furious rage. This guy definitely used some shady dark magic. How does a perfectly healthy fishman just explode? I heard Chine has a sect that studies goo poison and Taoist arts. Really powerful. I bet he's from that sect. This counts as cheating. No matter. A Wu netizen suddenly spoke up. It's just one dead fishman. Look how many piranhas surround him. How many fishmen are eyeing him hungrily. You think he still won't die? The words weren't even finished. When everyone looked, all the piranhas around Jiang Ming vomited blood at nearly the exact same moment. Then, one after another, they flipped belly up and floated toward the surface. The scene looked exactly like balloons released at a festival in a public square. Countless fish, each like a balloon, surging up toward the surface, leaving broad swaths of blood-red water in their wake. Utterly eerie. The seawater wasn't cold. It was even a little warm. I have an intermediate cold resistance constitution. I can dash through wind at 23 below. Water at its coldest is 0 degrees, and seawater can't drop lower than -2. So this frigid sea was, to me, nothing more than a room temperature pool. Add in yesterday's reward, the water-repelling pearl. One breath, and I could survive underwater for a full hour. Water-repelling pearl. 1 use per day, 1 continuous hour. Voided the moment you reach shore. 24-hour cooldown. Warning, you cannot be attacked while in use. If the bubble is punctured, the water-repelling effect ends immediately. Last night, after studying its uses and restrictions, I spent the better part of the night preparing a huge supply of bait for the fishmen and carnivorous fish in these waters. The extra-strength special edition. Into every chunk of fishman flesh, I'd stuffed a nail. The moment they swallowed it, I could control that nail. Pop. A carnivorous fish that swam near me got sent off with a snap of my fingers. The fishman lurking beside it froze. It hadn't seen me make a single move. No weapon, not even a ripple in the water. This human, how in the world was he doing it? It had meant to charge in and swallow me, the intruder in its territory, but now it shrank back. Still, it refused to believe such uncanny sorcery existed. When rankers kill, they at least fire ice arrows or launch flames. And me, I'd used nothing at all. You go. It used its aura to drive another big fish to attack me, wanting to figure out whether this was a fluke or whether I really had some hidden power. That big fish had no brain. It only obeyed, shooting toward me like an arrow. I felt the current shift abruptly and turned. A massive fish was bearing down on me. I was about to trigger my metal control when I suddenly realized this fish hadn't eaten any fishman flesh. Trouble. I'd run into one that wasn't greedy, or some low-ranking minion that didn't rate a share of the meat. All I could do was pull my axe and throw it. But the water's resistance was like jelly. The axe didn't fly far before sinking. The big fish had already opened its bloody maw. Metal control. What I controlled wasn't a nail that didn't exist in its belly, but the axe hanging right in the path of its charge. The instant it swallowed, I drove the axe blade hard into the roof of its mouth. The big fish spewed a mouthful of blood, flipped belly up, and died on the spot. The cost was my mental energy running dry again, that tearing agony surging back up. It seemed I'd need to bring lighter metals next time. The axe was too heavy. Controlling it each time drained half my life. Thank God for the buoyancy of the sea, or that last exchange would have knocked me out cold. Grrrr. My mental energy hit bottom, and my stomach growled. But the Waterstone's position on the map was right there. I couldn't retreat. And the fishman that had been observing all this time suddenly let out sneer after sneer. It had seen through me. I couldn't make fish explode. I just tricked that big fish into swallowing an axe. At this speed, at this size, the fastest, most agile, most powerful fishman king in waiting of the whole fishman village. How could it possibly fail to dodge? The moment the old fishman king abdicated, the throne would be its. This puny little human, what was he worth? Pop. Just as it fantasized about crushing me with ease, halfway through its swim, a sudden violent pain erupted in its gut, like a blade scraping back and forth through its organs. Gah! It let out a silent scream. Its mouth opened, but the sound only became bubbles racing to the surface. In that moment, it finally understood what its kin had gone through in their dying seconds. But it had kept its mouth clamped shut, terrified of swallowing anything foreign. So why had it been struck down too? In its final moments, it plunged its claws hard into its own belly and dug out something by force. A nail with fishman flesh still stuck to its end. Its snake-like eyes fixed on that nail, and at last it understood. Not a curse, not a power. It was the fishman flesh. Those chunks of its slaughtered kin I'd poured into the sea. I'd hidden the killing tools inside and tricked them into swallowing. By the time it saw through the trick, it was far too late. It flipped belly up and drifted with the current, its once proud tail no longer able to muster any strength. On the brink of death, it saw one of its kin swimming over and was overjoyed. Finally, it could expose this despicable human scheme. Whatever you do, don't eat the fishman. But that kin only swept it with a scornful glance, as if mocking its weakness. Then it opened wide and bit off its head in one gulp. Greed has always been the fastest road to death. The livestream forum, the town square board. This was where streamers built their audiences and netizens chatted, usually full of highlight clips, adventurer analysis threads, and survival world guides. 100 flowers blooming. But just now, the top 10 threads had all been massacred by a single name, Jiangming. Top 10 godlike plays. Jiang slices up a fishman. Fresh sashimi for sale. Jiang drove a fishman to suicide. Aura so overwhelming a giant fish swallowed an axe and killed itself. Want to see a fishman self-destruct? Get in here. Countless hot threads left newbies and veterans alike stunned. Everyone had just one question. Who the hell is this Jiang? The more curious people there were, the hotter the threads got. In no time, he'd taken over the entire forum's front page. The netizens who'd been following the stream all along knew. He'd used this trick on the squirrels before, only that time it was fishhooks and fishing line. This time was even more brutal. Just a pack of iron nails stuffed into fish meat. This trap is absurdly simple. Why would those fish take the bait? A netizen who studied fish appeared to explain. Jiang's genius is that he's mastered how fish feed. Carnivorous fish almost all swallow their prey whole, so he hid his weapons in the bait. Normally this trick wouldn't work, but he seized on two key points. 1. Carnivorous fish can't resist fishman flesh. 2. Herd mentality. The first fish ate and didn't die, so the rest scrambled for it, terrified of missing out. The result, every single one that ate fishman flesh got hit. As for his metal control, there must be a range limit. The fish has to swim close before he can detonate the nail in its belly and harvest it from the inside. The crowd erupted. Holy crap, who even thinks of this? Forget an internal breakthrough battle. This is a we've got a mole, stop the deals battle. Ha ha. But it's not 100% reliable. One big fish nearly bit him, and he had to control the axe to hack it dead. Because that fish hadn't eaten any fishman flesh. The other side went instantly silent. That possibility was all too high, and the Qin netizens, besides being thrilled for Jiang Ming, began at ing all the foreigners who'd written him off, one by one. Wu people, come out. And that's Ya guy who called Jiang an idiot for feeding precious resources to the fish. Come out and take your beating. Go apologize in every country stream. You think you're even capable of understanding my man Jiang's strategy? This time, it was that crowd's turn to fall collectively silent. The Wu netizens fled faster than anyone, and the stream got a lot quieter in an instant. Look, someone suddenly spotted a beam of light emanating from the depths of the seabed. That light's coming from a pearl, a huge clam. Is that what Jiang dove for? What's so special about that pearl that he'd risk venturing into a deep-sea fisherman nest? Of course it's special. Did you forget what Jiang said? The divine token requires collecting 5 stones, each representing an element. The metal stone turned him into a magneto. Then he got a red stone, I'm guessing the fire stone. And this one in the water. It's almost certainly the water stone. 3 of 5. Jiang will be able to become a ranker soon. There's a grand prize for the first to change class, right? Exactly. Go, Jiang. But just as everyone waited with bated breath, the giant clam seemed to sense someone approaching. With a snap, it clamped its shell shut, as if declaring, don't hold your breath. Watching this, my expression darkened. I'd assumed the water stone was just a stone lost in the water. Now it seemed it was the treasure of some old clam that had become a spirit. I'd only come within 100 meters when it sealed itself shut. Not only that, it fired a jet of water at me. Whoosh! If not for my diving skill and superhuman agility, that jet would have run me clean through. That's strong. Seeing the old clam's terrifying combat power, I immediately retreated fast, but not far, trying to hide behind a large cluster of coral. Sure enough, it stopped attacking. But it didn't open up again either, as if guarding against the pearl thief's return. Do I really look that much like a thief? The water-repelling pearl was already half cloudy and gray. Time was over halfway gone. If I didn't come up with something soon, even if I got the water stone, I wouldn't make it back in time. I could dive, sure, swim faster, hold my breath longer, but I still had to breathe eventually. And right now, the only option was to wait. Wait for it to let its guard down, wait for it to show an opening. If all else failed, retreat today and come back tomorrow. Snap! Just as I thought I'd leave empty-handed, the old clam, which had stayed shut this whole time, suddenly swallowed a passing fish in one lightning-fast gulp. It eats fish. That made things easier. I pulled a spare piece of fishman flesh from my waist pouch. I'd kept it to lure the fish schools away as a diversion, but never expected it to serve this purpose. I tossed the meat down not far from it. It seemed to sense something off and didn't rush to eat, watching for a long while before finally succumbing to temptation, slowly cracking open a sliver, then sizing things up again for a good while. Only when my patience was nearly spent did it suddenly gape open, using a strange clapping swim stroke to generate a current that carried it to the meat and swallowed it in one gulp. Then it clamped shut again. Not even a single crack, huh? Didn't matter. As long as it was greedy enough, I had a way to make it cough up everything it swallowed. I threw another piece over. This time, I'd rigged a fish hook inside the meat. Once it swallowed, I could pull the water stone out of its belly like a claw machine. The suspicious old clam, after confirming there was no danger around, did the same thing, backing up to eat the hooked meat. The moment it swallowed the hook, I immediately controlled it to thrash wildly inside, meaning to hook it to death the way I'd dealt with the fish. But strangely, the hook churned all through its insides, and it showed no reaction at all, as if it were naturally immune to pain. Killing it quickly, hard. I had no choice but to give up on that, and instead grope for the water stone in its belly. The hook circled several times before finally touching something hard. Found it. Overjoyed, I hurried to grab it with the hook. But the water stone was far bigger than I'd imagined, bigger than the metal stone or the fire stone. My little hook couldn't grip it at all. Can't grip it, then pry it loose. But the old clam sucked it too tight. The water stone didn't budge an inch. It clung to that stone like its very life, and I couldn't pull it free in the slightest. And just as I was prying hard with the little hook, it seemed to find the toothpick irritating, and suddenly its whole body of muscle tensed. It spat the hook out. First attempt, failed. I hurriedly reeled in the hook and was about to rig more meat and try again when I noticed the water-repelling pearl had already blackened by 2/3. No time. One more try at most. Win or lose. I'd have to surface immediately after, or I'd drown in this sea. But the hook was too small and the clam suction too strong. Prying open this giant vat with this toothpick was nearly a pipe dream. Unless I could find a real claw machine grabber. Otherwise, the last attempt would be futile too. And I didn't even have a spare hook left on me. The only axe I'd brought down was long gone. Where would I find more metal? I patted myself down frantically and suddenly touched something. The divine token. Right. How could I have forgotten it? Back then, the metal stone had only to get near the token to be instantly sucked in, and the fire stone was the same. The water stone would be no exception. I fumbled out a piece of fishman flesh, but such a small piece couldn't possibly wrap around such a large item. Clumsy as the old clam was at feeding, I didn't dare treat it like an actual fool, or my last chance would be wasted. I took out 2 more pieces of meat, wrapped the token up tight, and nailed it shut all around with little nails, until at a glance there was no flaw to be seen. A 3rd piece of meat, there was no time. All I could do was toss it right up close to the clam's shell, ideally within reach the moment it opened. Otherwise, at its speed, by the time it got to the meat, the fish schools would probably come gnawing on me first, because by then, I'd have long since drowned. Come on. Watching the water-repelling pearl grow cloudier and cloudier, the clear part now less than a quarter, I burned with anxiety. But that old clam took its sweet time, not the least bit rushed. Livestream. The chat exploded. Zhang's water-repelling pearl is almost at its limit. How is this any different from staying under with your oxygen running out? Surface, now. Any later, and it'll be too late. You can't spare a minute. Can't spare a single breath. There's no negotiating with something like this. Why won't this stupid old clam open its mouth? We're going crazy in front of our screens. What must Jiang be feeling down there on the seabed? What else? Keeping his cool, obviously. I'm just afraid he stays cool so long he runs out of air. Get out of there, Jiang. As long as the mountain's still green, you'll never run out of firewood. One netizen threw cold water on it. But even if the mountain's green, there may be no firewood left to burn. The poison zone is only 400 nautical miles from Jiang now. If he doesn't get the water pearl today, he won't be able to leave. That Wu netizen who'd been chased off earlier slithered back in, smug as ever. Someone like him doesn't deserve the water pearl. Better if he dies in the sea. Shut your mouth. It's foul and it's noisy. A Qin netizen snapped back. Good at insults, but it won't help. A Xian netizen came to stir the pot too. I bet this adventurer dies. People this greedy can't survive in the sea. Once he's dead, we're throwing a party tonight. But which of the Qin viewers had time for these little demons? They stared hard at the screen, the water-repelling pearl blackening inch by inch, closing in on the limit. And that clam everyone was watching still hadn't moved a muscle. The seabed. The instant the water-repelling pearl touched the warning line, I stopped waiting. Give up. Swim up. But I swam very slowly. Abnormally slowly. Because there was something dragging beneath me. That old clam, tens of thousands of pounds, hanging off my feet like an elephant. I hadn't expected that in the very instant I turned to leave, it thought the enemy had retreated and it was safe, opened its mouth, and swallowed the hook. And the divine token. I'd long since tied it to the hook in a dead knot. It couldn't spit it out. This was the backup plan I'd worked out from the moment I dove. Only now, the backup plan had become dead weight. I dragged it along like I was dragging the entire sea. This time, I desperately hoped it would let go. Otherwise, I'd sink to the bottom of the sea right along with it. Pop. A crisp snap. The bubble held up by the water-repelling pearl burst the instant time completely ran out. Freezing seawater poured in, soaking me through in a heartbeat. Suffocation surged in from all directions, clamping down on my throat. Everyone thought I was about to be dragged to my death in the sea by this ancient clam. But instead, I shot upward at incredible speed. Livestream. Did Big Bro Jiang give up on the water pearl? What else can he do? Sink to the bottom with it. That old clam can survive for centuries down there. Jiang can't even hold his breath for a few seconds. No, I see the fishing line. That rod's supposed to be unbreakable. As long as it's in his hand, the line won't snap, unless the clam lets go on its own. But the clam never opened its shell. Then how'd he do it? He didn't let go, and he's dragging it up this fast? He's letting out the line. Only then did everyone notice. The rod on my back was frantically spooling out line. I wasn't reeling in a fish. I was reeling in a clam. Once I hit shore, I'd haul it up nice and slow. The only gamble right now was whether the line was long enough. But before I could break the surface, Countless big fish and fishmen swarmed toward me. They'd marked me as prey. Earlier, I'd slipped down to the seafloor while they were tearing into fishman flesh. Barely anyone noticed. Now that the meat was gone, my appearance made me the fresh little dessert popping up on an empty plate. A dark, endless mass, more than I could ever count. This many. I frowned. Even if every single fish swallowed one of my iron nails, I couldn't kill them all. My mental strength couldn't sustain that many controls, and there wasn't enough time. Once they rushed me, one bite each, and I'd be a skeleton in seconds. I wanted to run, but the tightness in my chest reminded me there was no time left. Two choices: force my way through this school of piranhas, or swim elsewhere and become fish food when my oxygen ran out. One was suicide. The other was waiting to die. Didn't seem like much of a difference. Just then, a sharp, low cry rang out through the water, like a dolphin's call. The next second, something incredible unfolded on the seafloor. Within the school, a fishman that had started last surged to the front, and with one shrill screech, drove off all the fish fighting over the prey. Those ravenous carnivores actually stopped, parting to open a path, like the sea splitting apart, just so this fishman could swim through. It was the largest, most vicious one in the whole school. It opened its jaws and lunged at me. Far from being afraid, I felt a smile curl at the corner of my mouth. "You'll do." I controlled the iron nail in its belly, driving it toward its heart. Pop! A faint burst went off inside its body. No one else could hear it, but it heard it loud and clear. It didn't know what had happened, only felt a stab of pain in its chest, a sweetness rising in its throat, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Its expression changed drastically, not because it had vomited blood, but because it had done so in the middle of a school of fish. The scent of blood would drive carnivorous fish into total frenzy. Swish, 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 swish. The moment the blood spread, every fish, big and small, whipped around, murderous glints flashing in their eyes. The fisherman realized it was in deep trouble and turned to flee. "You swam fast enough when you wanted to eat me. Now you want to leave? Too late." I worked the iron nail again, stabbing wildly. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The fishman curled up in agony, unable to move. In the sea, a curled-up creature means weakness, means it's fair game. One not-so-bright big fish charged in first, biting into the softest part at the base of its tail. The fishman shrieked, blood gushing from both wounds, staining a wide stretch of the sea red. The first fish struck gold. The rest stopped holding back and swarmed in, completely forgetting the prey they'd originally been eyeing. I seized the chance and rose. Up, up. Along the way, a few clueless fish still drew close. The ones I could kill with an iron nail, I killed. The ones I couldn't, I swung my rod and knocked away. My whole strategy was simple: never linger, just run first. But a small pack of fish still latched onto me and wouldn't let go. They hadn't gotten a bite of the nail-riddled fishman, so they clung right behind me, determined not to stop until they'd torn me apart. All I could do was push harder. Faster, faster. On the ice, Laifu crouched at the edge of the ice hole, scooping up fish. It didn't know what its master had gone down there to do, only that a bunch of fish had suddenly floated up to the surface. A bunch of freshly dead fish, several per swipe of its paw. It was thrilled. Normally, it had to slave away for its master half the day just to earn one or two little fish. Now it was all free, so naturally it grabbed as much as it could. It patted its bulging little belly, convinced it was the cleverest squirrel in the world. Just then, another string of bubbles rose from the hole. Another fish was about to surface. It stared at the shadow rapidly growing larger beneath the water, then smacked down with one paw, sending whatever was floating up flying. Smack! Ayah! That was its master's scream, along with the few fish that had been biting his pant leg and flew up with him. What it had smacked was its master. Laifu jumped in shock, snatched up a still-flopping fish from the ground, and bolted toward a small iceberg in the distance. Hide first, deal with it later. And me, sent flying by that smack, crashed onto the snow, aching all over. Yet I let out a long breath of relief. At least I hadn't been dismembered by that school of fish. 1 second before breaking the surface, a fish had bitten through my foot. Blood gushed out, and the school went berserk. Countless mouths clamped onto my leg, dragging me down. That sinking pull nearly hauled me back to the seafloor. I thought I was done for. Then, a giant paw descended from above, scooped me up, and flung the entire school off me. "Laifu, get your ass over here." The more moments like this, the less I could afford to show even a shred of gratitude to this life-saving rat. Otherwise, there was no telling how much this greedy little thing would swindle out of me. Can't afford it. Really can't afford to keep it. Using its accidental smack as an excuse, I pretended to be furious. Show up in front of me right now, and I'll still forgive you. Dawdle any longer, and no dinner tonight. No dinner tomorrow either. Squeak. Hearing there'd be no dinner tonight, it wasn't fazed. But hearing there'd be none tomorrow either, it instantly fell in line and darted right in front of me in the blink of an eye. So fast I couldn't even react. But only one thought filled my mind. I had to get that old clam up here, fast. The fishing line was tied only to the divine token. Once it figured out how to separate the token from the water stone and spat it out, I'd never get my hands on that water stone again in this lifetime. Pull, hurry. I shoved the rod into its paws and coaxed. Just haul up the thing down below, smack it onto the shore like you smacked me, and I'll forgive you. Plus a reward. Squeak. Laifu's eyes lit up. It bit down on the rod and took off at full sprint. In its mind, it was simple. The farther it dragged the rod from the hole, the higher the thing below would come up. Swish, swish, swish. Laifu ran farther and farther, and the white speck beneath the water grew bigger and bigger. Along the way were all sorts of fish carcasses, even fishmen. But the moment a fishman corpse surfaced, it was immediately dragged back down and devoured by swarms of fish. So much blood dyed the deep blue water a murky teal, cloudy but still just barely visible. I fixed my eyes on the rapidly rising clam and saw its shell beginning to part slightly. It wanted to give up the water stone and flee back to the seafloor. You've come all this way. Now you want to leave? Laifu, pull harder. Boom. A muffled crash exploded by my ears. The ice surface cracked from the impact of this giant clam, yet it snapped its shell shut again, completely unharmed. That shell had to be unbelievably hard. Once it was smacked ashore, I finally saw its true size, a shell thicker than a city wall, absurdly massive. Without Laifu, even three of me couldn't have dragged this monstrosity onto land. Laifu stared at the old clam, rubbing its paws together, its face full of anticipation. Want to eat it? I laughed and patted the thick shell. Then go grab some combustible ice, and we'll roast it up together. Squeak, squeak. It shook its head, thoroughly displeased. It dragged the clam up, so why should it also have to fetch the ice? Fine. If you think you can crack it open, go right ahead. I stepped aside and made a be my guest gesture. Laifu immediately went over, wedged its two little paws into the seam of the shell, and pried with all its might. Nothing. Refusing to accept it, the whole squirrel clambered onto the clam, adjusted its stance, and pried again, not budging an inch. Ha ha ha. Seeing its ridiculous struggle, I couldn't hold back my laughter. Laifu looked like it had suffered the ultimate humiliation. First it turned its head away, refusing to look at me. Then it hopped off the shell, pointed at it, and chattered angrily. The meaning was crystal clear. If you're so great, you do it. I can do it, I said. But if I get it open, you have to fetch me 10 full bags of combustible ice today. If I can't open it, this entire seafood feast is yours. Deal. Squeak. Laifu nodded hard, then struck a bodybuilder's pose flexing its chest. Even with all my strength, I couldn't pry it open, so don't even think about it, you scrawny little chick. Heh, just watch. I couldn't be bothered to explain. Teaching a squirrel how to open seafood was no different from playing music to a cow. I gathered up some combustible ice from nearby, arranged the chunks around the old clam one by one, and then snapped my fingers. Snap. The first chunk ignited on cue, and the ice around it caught in a chain reaction, lighting up one after another. In an instant, a ring of gas stove-like flames appeared beneath the old clam. The combustible ice was pure and free of impurities, so the flames burned a perfect deep blue. Squeak. Laifu's already round eyes bulged even wider. Fire it knew. It had seen the gods set forests ablaze, flames fast and fierce. It had also seen humans make fire by drilling wood, carefully burning a few twigs amid wisps of black smoke. But it had never seen anyone conjure a whole fire out of thin air with a single snap of the fingers. How did he do that? The firestone. So handy. This was the reward I'd earned when I climbed to the number 2 spot among adventurers. After getting it, I'd spent the whole journey figuring out how to use it. At first, I could only light a small ball of flame at my fingertip, like a lighter. I tried flinging the flame outward, hoping for something cool like a magic missile or fireball. but the fireball fizzled out within a meter of my body, no offensive power at all. To my surprise, though, this short-range little fireball was a natural for making a show of things. Hot enough to instantly ignite combustible ice, far better than the old days when I'd fumble forever with blankets and flint. It also made me all the more eager for the water stone I was about to obtain. Unfortunately, this old clam simply refused to let go. I'd have to roast it until it was cooked to dig the water stone out of the shell. Squeak, squeak. Seeing me toss out the fire and then just stand there with my arms crossed, Laifu let out a disgruntled squeak. That's it? You didn't even touch it, and you expect it to open its mouth? Looks like this whole feast belongs to me. It was so happy it drooled and tried to sidle up for a taste, only to be forced back by the intense heat, not daring to get close. Not yet. We eat in 5 minutes. I just plopped down in front of the giant clam, using the heat of the combustible ice to dry my soaked clothes. Even though I already had intermediate cold resistance, these frozen stiff clothes offered no warmth and chafed my skin raw. One fire, roasting clam, and drying clothes at once, best of both worlds. Squeak. Laifu mimicked me, sitting with its paws crossed, wearing a face full of contempt. That smug look made it obvious it was certain I'd fail. But as the temperature kept climbing, the old clam finally couldn't take it. Its shell slowly began to open. Squeak. Laifu was instantly dumbfounded. It couldn't wrap its head around it. How had the clam opened on its own? And it was opening wider and wider, as if desperately offering itself right up to my mouth. Once the clam meat cooked, it lost its elasticity. I gave the line a hard yank, and the divine token came tumbling out along with the water stone, still coated in sweet, fresh broth. I gave it a lick. Really sweet. Squeak, squeak. Laifu's nose twitched frantically as it squeaked in a panic. How could you eat it all by yourself? Relax. Put out the fire first. I smiled and pointed at the snow. Scoop some snow to douse it, and then we can eat. Hearing that, it was overjoyed and cupped a handful of snow in its little paws. But that little bit of snow tossed onto the combustible ice was a drop in the bucket. The fire wouldn't go out, and Laifu spun around in a frantic circle. But a foodie's wisdom knows no bounds. It swept its big tail across the snow. Whoosh. A great sheet of snow blanketed the combustible ice. Intense heat collided with ice and snow. Sizzle, sizzle. The flames were all extinguished. Overjoyed, Laifu pounced and grabbed at the meat. Squeak. It shrieked and jerked its paw back, scalded. And in that swing between hot and cold, the giant clam snapped shut again with a clack. Laifu spun around in a panic, terrified it would never open again. You can eat it, sure. Watching it hop around, I grinned a punchably smug grin. Work first. Fetch 10 full bags of combustible ice, and I'll open it back up for you. Squeak. Laifu looked struck by lightning. A feast right in front of it, and it had to slave away for 10 bags first? Its eyes welled with tears, and the whole squirrel curled up in a ball of grievance. That was the deal, wasn't it? Now was the time to work this thing to the bone. Once it was full and content, getting it to do anything would be next to impossible. Besides, combustible ice was the primary fuel of the frozen sea. If we could leave, it was hard currency. If we couldn't, it was strategic material for the state of Qin. Either way, stockpiling more was never wrong. But this water stone, what exactly could it do for me? While the giant clam cooled, I spread out the divine token. 3 of the 5 central hollows were now filled. 3 stones of different hues complementing each other, looking all the more substantial. Gripping the newly added pale blue stone, I felt a hint of closeness to water. I tried to control the water frozen into ice, but alas, all I felt was the hardness of ice, that difficult, sluggish resistance, like handling metal. At most I could shift a few shards. I couldn't crack it, couldn't shape it. I'd assumed getting the water stone would let me leave. My heart sank. But when my mental strength probed inside the giant clam, a rush of control swept over me, and my eyes lit up. The scalding broth, as if summoned, gushed frantically out from the seam of the shell, sending up white steam in the cold air, surging straight toward me. Stop! The broth actually froze obediently in midair, like a flock of well-trained birds. I was ecstatic. So liquids were far easier to manipulate than solids. Though I couldn't yet think of how this ability could help the dragon boat break out of the encirclement, it was progress at least. And I could clearly feel it. With each stone I obtained, my fire and metal control grew stronger too. Maybe once I collected the final 2, My water control would be powerful enough to get me out of this place. It's just, I was running out of time. I took out an iron pot to catch the broth and took a small sip, so fresh it made my eyebrows tingle. A pinch of salt and pepper would surely make it even better. Just as I was savoring it, Laifu caught the fresh scent in the air and whipped its head around to investigate. Seeing me just standing there with the clamshell tightly shut and not a crack out of place, it finally relaxed. Good, he didn't sneak any. Squeak, squeak. Work, and there'll be meat when it's done. Livestream. Laifu's face when it turned back to check up on him was priceless. It could never guess Big Bro already snuck a drink. Is broth control a new skill? Drinking water while lying in bed. I'm crying with envy. It's just a squirrel. How would it know humans use fire to open clams? And it even flexed its muscles to mock Big Bro for being weak. El Mayo. Laifu is locked in as cutest of the year. Who agrees? Who objects? It gets to eat rare-tier seafood, while we can only watch. Who's really the pitiful one here? Tears are practically running down from the corners of my mouth. Got 2 fish today. The fish soup smelled so good I ascended on the spot. Just then, an annoying troll from the state of Wu popped up again. Your country really hands out demon fish meat to you common trash? What a waste of good stuff. Jealous, huh? Not jealous, it's wasteful. This should be strategic material to trade with us, Wu. Feeding it to useless trash like you is pure extravagance. Got it. Jealous to the point of malfunctioning. Blame our Jiang for cashing back 3 billion fish in one go. All of Qin has fish to eat, while you can only stare and drool. Haha, this feels amazing. Wait. The Wu netizen suddenly fixed on the giant clam in the snow, his tone shifting abruptly. That's an epic tier giant clam. How did he get that? What epic tier giant clam? What are you talking about? A Qin netizen couldn't help pressing for more. But most people stayed silent, waiting for the Wu guy to continue. A clever one tossed out some bait. Isn't it just an old clam with a water stone? Making a fuss over nothing. You're the one making a fuss over nothing. The Wu guy got worked up. This clam has lived on the seafloor for over 1,000 years. Look how deep those shell ridges are. You think just any clam can birth a water stone? It has to be at least a water control level 2 marine creature. Water control level 2, a commander tier monster, equivalent to a human 3rd rank sequence. And unless that sequence is a combat type, it'd get one shot instantly. Alright, quit showing off. Who doesn't know that basic common sense? A Qin netizen threw down a chart. Your Wu official forums are behind the times. We posted this ages ago. Monster tier sequence comparison chart. Rank 1. Can face common tier and rankless monsters. Rank 2. Can face elite tier, level 1. These monsters possess basic wind and water controlled. Rank 3. Combat type can face Lord tier, level 2. Extremely strong in attack or defense. Mortals die on contact. Even rank 2 shouldn't provoke them lightly. Rank 4. Requires second advancement, can face Domain Lord tier, level 3. Commands swarms of minions, extremely troublesome. Rank 5. Can face King tier, Boss tier, level 4. Intense territorial instinct, often commanding 1 or 2 Lord tier and countless commander tier. Encountering 1 means a brutal battle. Rank 6 to 7. Can face Emperor tier, Super Boss, level 5. Ruler of a region, often possessing immortality or special powers. Unharmable without divine artifacts. Rank 8 to 9. Can face Demon God tier, Ultimate Monster. Masters of a single rule. Time, space, life. Near divine. Beyond ordinary comprehension. Way more detailed than what Wu made public. Now you know, so quit trying to show off. But do you know? The Wu netizen frantically dug out more info. Lord tier monsters are usually subordinates of King tier ones. And a creature that's lived over 1,000 years and can birth a water pearl is called a roaming treasure vault of the sea. They're long-lived with high defense, so Lord tier and even King tier monsters love to store their treasures inside them. So what exactly are you getting at? Get to the point. The point is, the Wu guy spammed a screen full of laughter. That adventurer of yours, Jiang whatever his name is about to be in a world of trouble. Isn't having treasure a good thing? You could hand me that kind of luck, and I still wouldn't dare take it. Not unless you can tank a King tier monster's attack head-on. Now I'm really curious. Will this Jiang Ming of yours die in the poison zone, or die getting hunted down by a King tier? Either way it's death, so I guess how he dies doesn't really matter. Die your ass. The Qin netizens erupted. That's exactly how trash acts. Money right in front of them, and they don't dare grab it. scared someone will come knocking. But a true hero always dares to challenge himself. Even in a certain death situation, he can find a way out. What happens next with our Jiang is not for some Wu dog to judge. You'd be better off going home and advising that lord of yours not to die too soon. Otherwise, we'd lose out on a lot of good entertainment. And me, on the other side of the screen, had no idea that a single bite of seafood had drawn so many eyes. At this moment, I was feasting away alongside Laifu. I'd assumed a 1,000-year-old clam would be tough and stringy, but who knew the meat would be so tender and succulent, juices brimming. One bite was like drinking a mouthful of rich, fresh broth. And the surprises it gave me went far beyond the taste. 1,000-year giant clam, epic, +1. Lifespan +10. Satiety, 98%. 120%. 140%. Basic water arrow, 0%. 100%. Just one bite added 10 days to my lifespan. Granted, the more I ate, as my body's modification approached its limit, the smaller the boost would become. But that wasn't the point. Basic water arrow. One bite of clam meat, and I'd somehow picked up this whole new skill. PSSHD. I spat a test shot at a sack of combustible ice. Boom! The entire sack detonated on the spot. Lucky, who'd been happily chowing down, froze. He looked at the shattered ice littering the ground, then back at me, those beady little eyes brimming with confusion and outrage. What the hell did you just do? Just spat, that's all. What else could I possibly do? Getting the jump on the rodent, I flashed a smug little grin. It's your fault for not tying the sack tight. It just came loose. Chi. Lucky sprang up, one paw jabbing at the sack, the other pointed straight at me. He was dead certain I'd done it. So what you're saying is, one little glob of spit blew the whole sack apart. I bluffed. Fine, you try spitting on one. If you can actually blow it up, I'll admit I was wrong right then and there, and the rest of the clam meat's all yours. My eyes darted over, locking onto the meat he still had more than half of. But if you lose, this whole feast is mine. Chi. Lucky's eyes spun wildly as he seriously weighed the odds. He even scampered over and gave the sack a little push with his paw, gauging whether one spit of his own could actually blow it up. A moment later, he gave up in defeat, meekly swapped in a fresh sack, and started tidying up the shattered ice bit by bit. Now that's a good boy. Villain that I was, I felt zero guilt, gnawing on clam and humming a tune. But payback for bullying the little rat came fast. Crunch. I bit down on the springy clam meat, and it was hard as a rock. A chunk of my tooth chipped clean off. That indescribable ache shot straight through the root. SSSS. SSSSS. After sucking in a few sharp breaths, I pried the meat open. But instead of anger, I felt a flicker of anticipation. Because it meant the goods had dropped. I'd already taken the water stone. So, could this be a beast core? Sure enough, I dug out a pale blue crystal the size of a ping-pong ball from the meat. Tier 2 beast core +1. Tier 2? No wonder it was a whole size bigger than an ordinary beast core. But that also meant this old clam was a Tier 2 monster, a Lord-class existence. Absurdly high defense, wielding water arrow abilities, the kind that should have had a whole army of minions guarding it. And it had, by sheer dumb luck, been fished ashore by me and roasted to death. Me, a run-of-the-mill adventurer, had killed a Lord-class monster. Call it an accident, and nobody would believe you. The thought had barely settled when a violent wave of heat exploded from my stomach, surging madly through my limbs and blasting through every meridian in my body. NGH. Searing pain, like someone was stabbing me all over with 100 steel needles. Gough. I let out a scream and spat a mouthful of blood toward a distant iceberg. But the second the blood left my mouth, it transformed into a blood-red water arrow, streaking away. Boom! The solid ice blasted open into a deep crater, cracks splitting out in every direction. The whole iceberg became a heap of rubble ready to collapse at any moment. Chi. Lucky whipped his head around. Seeing me blow a hole clean through the iceberg, he immediately started stomping. Chi. His meaning couldn't be clearer. I knew it was you. That sack was you too, I saw it. No, wait. I'd barely opened my mouth when another surge of blood rose up, shooting straight at Lucky. He goggled in terror, blurred into a streak, and vanished. Then, once he'd confirmed the coast was clear, crept back to his spot and pressed up to my face, sniffing and licking, like he was worried I was about to die. Chi. He anxiously pressed me for how I was doing. But after that round of meridian bombardment, my whole body had stopped hurting. If anything, I felt refreshed and clear-headed, as if that agonizing pain had all been a hallucination. Huh. I stood up and stretched. Seeing that I hadn't died and was still this insufferable, Lucky stomped in place, fuming. His meaning, you made me worry for nothing. Were you just trying to murder me a second ago? You blew up the combustible ice, so you clean it up. I'm done. He chittered and jumped around for a good while, but I didn't spare him a single glance. Deflated, he hung his head, pouted, silently finished sweeping up the ice, then plopped back down beside the giant clam to gnaw on his own half of the meat. Truth is, it wasn't that I was ignoring him. I just couldn't spare the attention. I was staring at my own stats panel. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Title, Captain of the Dragon Boat. Location, Frigid Sea. Toxic fog is 337 nautical miles away. Server 13 ranking, second. Satiety, 200%, permanently raised from consuming legendary-grade food. No hunger felt above 70%. Health, 100%. Lifespan, 198 days. Sanity, 96%. Agility, 25. Average person 5, athlete 10. Strength, 15. Average person 5, strongman 10. Defense, 14.5. Average person 5, boxer 10. Special abilities, intermediate cold resistance, 18.8%. Fireball LV.1, 60%. Metal control LV.1, 60%. Water control LV.1, 60%. Basic water arrow, underwater diving. Livestream is on, can be turned off. Fireball, metal control, water control. Their EXP is all sitting at exactly 60%. Before I got the water stone, all 3 skills were stuck at 40%. Could it be that collecting all 5 stones would automatically level them up? Fireball, metal control, water control. The EXP for all 3 abilities had stopped at 60%. I stared at the stats panel, my heart skipping a beat. Before I obtained the water stone, both of these abilities had been stuck at 40%. Now that I'd gathered a few stones, they'd jumped up a notch on their own. Could it be that once I collected all 5 divine tokens, these abilities would level up by themselves? I was about to dig deeper when the toxic fog closed in, on the verge of pushing into the poison zone. Gee! Lucky let out a shrill, agonized scream. My head snapped up. His mouth was gaping wide, both little paws frantically clawing inside it, like he'd swallowed a red-hot coal. What's wrong? He couldn't answer, just chittered and squealed while pointing at his own mouth. Tears at the corners of his eyes, his whole face a portrait of unbearable pain. Something in your mouth? I wanted to lean in for a closer look, but he was too tall. Standing on my tiptoes, I could barely reach his belly, couldn't even see his chin. Bend down then. As tall as you are, how am I supposed to see anything? Gee! Lucky recoiled in horror, both paws clapping over his crotch. Me? Do you want my help or not? If not, I'm going back to eating. He shook his head like mad, then immediately nodded like mad, looking utterly unhinged. Now I was even more confused. Honestly, I was curious too. The first bite of clam meat had that bone-cleansing, marrow-purging effect. Would the later bites still work? I turned to leave. Uffed. Lucky spat a mouthful of blood right at my feet, splattering a glaring red flower across the snow. Holy crap. Only then did I get it. The head-shaking meant don't leave, not don't look. My heart softened. You bit into a razor blade or something. Chi. He anxiously pointed at his throat, mouth stretched wide. This time I saw it clearly. Deep in his blood-soaked throat, a foreign object was lodged. It looked like a fish bone, but ridiculously thick. Where would clam meat get a fish bone? Who was this trying to hurt? I reached my hand into his mouth, pinched the bone, and yanked hard. SHHK? Splat. The bone came out way too easily, and I plopped straight down into a snowbank. I was about to start cursing when a light flashed before my eyes, and the pain in my rear vanished. Unknown item discovered. Consume 1 beast core to appraise? Huh. This bloody, filthy old bone was worth appraising? I'd never run into this before. Even the earlier amphibious motorcycle blueprint hadn't needed appraisal. There was only one possibility. It was something good. Appraise. 1 beast core consumed. Complete. Bloodstained trident, epic. A weapon that can grow larger, shrink smaller, and become more beautiful. Can be upgraded at a weapons workshop. An upgradable epic weapon. I patted Lucky's big head. Not bad, buddy. You can even hack up an epic weapon for me. If I'd known you sooner, I'd have shoved every pack of little raccoon instant noodles down your gullet. Might have pulled out a whole stack of rare cards. Chi. He blinked for a second, then indignantly pointed at his own mouth. Chi chi chi. The meaning was roughly, I got stabbed up this bad, and you're telling me I'm lucky? I'd already switched to selective deafness, focused solely on studying the treasure in my hands. Get big for me, I shouted excitedly. The trident didn't budge an inch. Didn't it say you can grow and shrink? Come on, rise up for me. SHHH gay. The instant the words rise up left my mouth, it really did start ballooning, and it grew bigger and bigger, unable to stop. At first I could just barely grip it, but the bigger it got, the heavier it grew, absurdly heavy, and in a blink I couldn't hold on anymore. Small. Get small. It was as stubborn as a mule, completely ignoring me. Flump. It finally stopped once it had swollen to the thickness of a telephone pole, long since slipped from my grasp, crashing into the snow and blasting out a huge crater. Good thing it doesn't grow infinitely. I glared at it helplessly and tried a different word. Shrink. Nope. Wilt away. SHHHK. It actually began to wilt down. Cursing under my breath, I watched it shrink back to fishbone size, then hurriedly yelled, "Stop. You can stop now." Just as willful as before, it kept growing and shrinking, refusing to stop. Rise up. Rise up again. Okay. Okay. Enough. Who could handle it any bigger? Wilt. Wilt away, damn it. This stupid thing was driving me insane. So much for grow and shrink. Were there really only two settings? One ultra mini, one ultra gigantic? But just as I was losing it, the trident suddenly stopped, settling at the size of an entrenching tool. I froze. Done? No response after 100 shouts, and now it suddenly understood? Or was it? One of the lines I'd just yelled happened to be the command? I repeated everything I'd just said. The trident obediently grew and shrank along with the words, and the moment I got to it powered off right on cue. My face went black as a pot bottom. 3 commands, and only these: rise up, wilt away, and I seriously had to wonder what the trident's original owner was doing to come up with a command set like this. At the bottom of the deep sea, a colossal stone statue sat upon a throne. It suddenly sneezed, then slowly opened its eyes. That gaze carried an invisible, crushing weight. The high-ranking sea beasts prostrated themselves in unison. The low-ranking, mindless creatures burst apart in that same instant, blood mist blooming through the seawater in clusters, like fireworks, as if welcoming the awakening of their king. In my livestream, the comment feed exploded. That trident's gotta be a monarch-tier treasure, right? The Sea King's personal gear, and it can grow and shrink. That's a sea-calming divine needle-level treasure. But those commands are way too crude. You're the crude one. It's wilt away, not whatever you're thinking. And the stop command is 4 beats, not 3. Is there a difference? Equally crude. Jiang really is a child of destiny. Whatever he needs just falls into his lap. Didn't his hatchet drop in the water earlier? Perfect timing for a replacement. Netizens from Wu seized the chance to mock. Child of destiny? Taking the Sea King's weapon is basically asking to die. That's a being even a 5th-order sequencer wouldn't dare face head-on. Just wait and see when your Qin adventurer bites it. Qin netizens fired back. So what if it's a monarch? Whose fault is it for tossing its weapon around? There's no surveillance, no patrols out at sea. You expect Big Bro Jiang to be a saint and return lost property? Returning it wouldn't help either, Wu shot back. Once it's bonded with a drop of blood, the Sea King will know exactly who took its stuff, and it'll track him down by scent alone. Oh, a Qin netizen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's got nothing to do with Big Bro Jiang. Everyone else caught on in an instant. Right. The trident swelled from Lucky's blood, not Jiang's, so if the Sea King wants someone, it'll come for Lucky. Lucky really is a lucky star. He even soaked up a curse like this for Big Bro Jiang, who hadn't seen that coming and stalled for a long while. No, that's not right. If it wasn't his blood, the master shouldn't be him. He definitely secretly dripped his own blood too. You just didn't see it. Bullshit. Qin netizens swarmed in. Haven't you heard of the master's master? The master's belongings are the master's, and the servant's belongings are the master's too. Lucky signed a master-servant contract with Jiang Ming. Lucky is the trident's master, and Jiang Ming is Lucky's master. So Jiang Ming is the master's master. Bit of a stretch, but whatever. As long as Jiang can command the trident, that's that. Whether Wu was crushed by the sheer luck of it or short-circuited by that logic, they just went quiet. Naturally, I couldn't care less about whose master's master I was. All I knew was, this was a rare and excellent weapon. Once I'd tuned it to the right size, I ran through every combat move I could think of. Stab or thrust, the destructive power was on a level no ordinary weapon could match. A little iceberg about my height, one jab of the trident, and it blasted apart. Keep in mind, when I'd been cracking combustible ice earlier, I'd hacked and hammered at the iceberg with my hatchet forever just to gouge out a tiny hole. Now, with the trident, 10,000-year-old frost was as brittle as shaved ice. Gripping it, I felt like I'd gotten a few notches stronger. Eat up, we'll head back for a bit first. It's about time we went to the other end of the woods to find the 2 ships Gao Shan left for us. Once I get the last 2 ship cores, my ship can level up to Tier 2. But Lucky shook his head frantically at the leftover clam meat, giving it a wide berth. Clearly traumatized, too scared to touch it again. Watching the last bit of blood on the trident get drained clean away, then glancing at the iceberg I'd just blown to pieces, I understood him. Fine, then it's all mine. You can never have too much of a good thing. This was the flesh of a commander-class monster. For an ordinary person, it beat any restorative elixir or marrow-cleansing treasure. If I could hand it over to the state for research, the medicinal effects might even double. The wind picked up. Snow came crashing down from every direction. The flakes clumped together into goose feather size, plastering themselves to my helmet visor. Only then did I realize goose feather snow wasn't just a figure of speech. Countless snowflakes froze into feather-like clusters, blanketing the ground in a thick layer in the blink of an eye. Lucky was soon dyed into a white squirrel, icicles forming all around his nose. That's how brutally cold it had gotten. Thankfully, the helmet had been strapped to the very outside of my backpack. Otherwise, this howling wind would have frozen my face into a permanent grimace. But even with the visor down, my vision was a blur, and I could only make out the way home thanks to the mini-map. On that last stretch, Lucky sank half his body into the snow and couldn't run anymore, forced to plow out a path inch by inch. I'd meant to haul the combustible ice back and then go find the ships. Now it seemed that would be tough. The divination showed Gao Shan's ships were on the far side of the woods. Even riding Lucky would take 4 or 5 hours. In snow this heavy, it wouldn't take less than 10. Forget staying out overnight. I couldn't stand being out here even a moment longer. Looks like I'd have to bust out the snowmobile ahead of schedule today. With it, I wouldn't have to trudge through the snow one sinking step at a time like Lucky. Man and rat slogged onward for a long while, and finally made it back to the great ship that had mutated into a body of living flesh. Whether it was my imagination or not, the ship seemed to have shrunk into a huddle and was still trembling faintly. The wind and snow were too fierce to see clearly. I just sensed something indescribably eerie about it. Lucky couldn't care less. He rushed to the hatch, chittering, urging me to open it. The door didn't need a key anymore. It opened automatically the moment its master drew near. Fully automatic biotech. It suddenly hit me. If I'd chosen the mechanical ascension path back then, this door would probably be a keypad lock, a fingerprint scanner, or some scanning system. But a hatch that opened on its own the instant it heard its master's voice? That had to be one of a kind. I stepped in and pulled the door shut behind me. The moment my fingertips touched that soft, slick, still warm doorknob, I shuddered involuntarily. That texture was genuinely creepy. SHFF. While I was still getting goosebumps, Lucky had already started shaking out his fur, and it promptly began snowing inside the dry cabin. Snow all over my face, I snapped. Shake again, and I'll shave every hair off your body, I swear. Gee. He instantly froze, shaking his head pitifully, gazing at his snow-covered body as if to ask, then what am I supposed to do with all this? Brush it off. You don't know how. I swatted the snow off my shoulders, then my arms, my coat front, my pant legs, and finally stomped the snow off my boots. Lucky watched intently for a bit, then imitated me and started patting himself down. But snow on fur and snow on clothes are two different things. It all just got packed deeper into his coat. He couldn't help wanting to shake again. I'll shave you bald, I warned. He let out a wrong little chirp and had no choice but to keep patting at the clumped snow on his body with his little paws. Just as I was scolding him and about to turn around and add more combustible ice to the fireplace, a bright red tentacle scared the living soul out of me. Holy crap, what is that thing? I stumbled backward, the trident in my hand instantly swelling to shovel size, ready to strike. Only to see the tentacle curl around a chunk of combustible ice and drop it neatly into the fireplace. This was imitating me. I followed the tentacle down and found it was actually growing out of the cabin wall. No, that was no longer a wall, but a wall of flesh with tentacles sprouting from it. I could practically feel my sanity ticking downward. Chi-Chi. Lucky noticed the anomaly too, but only leaned in for a sniff. Once he'd confirmed the thing was part of the ship, he gave a snort and walked off, completely uninterested, going back to wrestling with the snow in his fur. I clutched my chest and took a good long while to recover before I couldn't help but speak to the tentacle, unsure whether it understood human speech. Enough. Stop adding ice to the fire. If you burn too much, it'll get scorching hot. It's a waste. The tentacle paused. Then, it swiftly tossed several more pieces in. I said that's enough, stop adding. The tentacle hesitated a moment, then sneakily stuffed in one more piece. For some reason, I was convinced this thing understood. It was just afraid of the cold, so it played dumb on purpose to sneak more pieces into the fire. Watching the cabin temperature climb straight up while it kept feigning ignorance, I finally couldn't take it anymore and pinned the tentacle to the wall with a jab of my trident. I said, stop. Splat splat. The tentacle thrashed wildly. The next second, the entire flesh wall gave a violent shudder, as if terrified by my brutality, and the tentacle actually made a nodding motion. So you do understand. Then behave yourself. I whipped the trident out, pale red blood spurting from the wound. But before long, the wound actually healed on its own. Truly a flesh symbiote with super regeneration, the recovery speed was genuinely astonishing. The tentacle-eyed skewered had indeed gotten a lot more obedient. Following the blueprint's instructions, I burrowed into the workshop deep in the ship's hold, ready to build the amphibious snowmobile. Blueprint fully loaded. Sufficient materials detected nearby. Spend 1 beast core to build the amphibious motorcycle. It costs money too. My eyes went wide. I'd assumed that with a blueprint and materials, it would just assemble automatically. Never expected even this ship to charge a processing fee. But what choice did I have if I refused? It wasn't like I could rub the parts into a motorcycle with my bare hands. Even given the blueprint and steel tubing for a bicycle, I couldn't put one together. Fine, I'll pay. I sighed and hit confirm. The next second, a tentacle came trembling over, its tip still bearing a not quite healed scar. I laughed. Well, it's you again. What a coincidence. The tentacle gave a shiver, not daring to make a sound, just crooking itself at me. Its meaning couldn't have been clearer. Money grubbing to the death. I drew out the trident again. Or is it that you're the only tentacle on this whole ship? SHHK. The tentacle recoiled sharply, then held up a 1. I couldn't tell whether it meant just 1 beast core, or there really is only one of me. TCH. I tossed the beast core over. The tentacle tip crooked, gripping it like fingers around a coin, then turned and delivered it back to the wall of flesh behind it. The instant the beast core drew near, a black hole split open in the wall. It was a mouth. I stared at that ring of curling folds, my back prickling all over, and found myself instinctively counting how many rows of gums it had. Don't look. I forced myself to look away, my temples throbbing. It was a sign my sanity had dropped below 60. Below 20%, a person goes mad. I'd had more than enough scares for one day. I had no idea how long it would take me to get used to this ship. Just thinking about having to share a bed with it every single day from now on made my scalp crawl. If I'd known it would be like this, I should have just gone with the mechanical ascension from the start. At least that would have been a clean, high-tech vessel. Even if it came with some brain-dead AI, that'd still beat a tentacle that couldn't talk and spat blood. But I was wrong. When it comes to being disgusting, this ship has absolutely no bottom line. In the workshop, countless tentacles dangled down from overhead, scooping up the pile of materials on the floor and cramming them all into the wall of flesh. Then came the sound, crunch, crunch, chewing. About half an hour later, a motorcycle was spat out of the wall, slick and dripping with mucus. That pile of parts had now become a motorcycle, one with bones, flesh, and skin. You've got to be kidding me. I nearly cried. Was there any hope for this world? Was everything I built from now on going to look like this? I stood in front of that faintly heaving vehicle, silent for 3 seconds, then reached out and touched the handlebar. Warm, pulsing like it had a heartbeat. That's a little over-modified. I sighed, but I climbed on anyway. Whatever, It's not like there are traffic cops. I twisted that warm throttle, and the hull cracked open into a hole. Awesome. I rode this creepy monster out of the ship and tore across the snowfield. Sitting on it didn't feel like riding a bike. It felt more like riding on the back of some living creature. But it was genuinely fast, genuinely stable. Most importantly, it didn't burn gas, it burned meat. Just 1 pound of meat per 100 kilometers. For that alone, I gained a little more respect for these bizarre creations. A round trip from the ship to the flammable ice waters took less than an hour. Faster than riding LIFO. If it weren't almost time to upload supplies, I really would have wanted to take a few more laps out there. In this world with no people and no cars, no matter how fast you go, nobody's going to stop you. Nobody's going to cut you off. Smooth sailing the whole way. As long as you don't do anything stupid, you can keep riding until the bike runs out of calories. It eats meat instead of gas, so I guess I should call it calories. Respected captains, supply upload is about to begin. Please place your return supplies in the special cargo hold. Settlement will occur in half an hour. The moment the broadcast sounded, I reluctantly rode the bike back to the ship. The hull immediately split open into a huge hole and swept both me and the bike inside. This ability to open holes at any moment was still creepy, but the convenience was undeniably real. I found myself gradually starting to like this ship a little. At least when I disembarked, I didn't have to struggle to haul the bike on and off. One command, and it opened the door for me. This kind of experience, even the richest big shot in the Qin Kingdom probably couldn't enjoy it. They could get their hands on all kinds of high tech, but they couldn't make their home reshape itself at will. I suppose that's the one perk of biotech. After getting off, I looked at that wall of flesh, then at the tentacle that, guilty from my stare, was now pretending to scratch the wall. Help me put 2 bags of flammable ice, 2 big goosebirds, today's fishing haul, and half a clam into the special cargo hold. Get it ready for transport. Swish, swish. The tentacle nodded eagerly. The first thing it reached for was the most precious clam meat, and the instant it curled around it, my trident was already nailed into it. Swish. The tentacle recoiled in agony, trembling into a ball. The wall of flesh shuddered several times along with it, as if it didn't understand why its master had struck. No sneaking snacks. I issued my warning. The tip of the tentacle swayed weakly beneath my trident, as if pleading its innocence. Master, I really didn't. I know you haven't eaten yet, I said, pulling out the trident with an infuriating grin. Just warning you in advance. Better to lay down the rules first than argue later. It didn't make a sound, probably cursing me up and down inside its head. What lay down the rules first? You clearly stabbed first and made excuses later. If it didn't heal so fast, it would have been stabbed to death by its master ages ago. What? Got a problem? I watched it work sluggishly. The tentacle waved rapidly. No problem. Then why are you dragging your feet? Get to work. It yanked the trident out of itself, the wound sealing shut instantly, and turned to work, but deliberately swung the flammable ice bags around with a loud rattle, clearly throwing a tantrum. Tantrum or not, having a helper made things faster, especially since this ship could open doors anywhere, giving the tentacle shortcuts. Work that usually took me half an hour alone got done in 10 minutes today, with its full cooperation. Instead, I ended up with time to kill and started tinkering with fire and water control. I figured out a new trick, casting both water and fire spells at the same time. The fire can't be too close to the water, but not too far either. Ideally, it should hover 1 centimeter below the water arrow. When the two drop into a cup together, the water extinguishes the fire perfectly, and I get a cup of warm water. Useless for killing enemies, but a master at boiling water. Today's supply upload has concluded. Captains, please confirm your upload at the console. When that line sounded in my live stream room, countless viewers instantly erupted. Every day, my supply upload was the most anticipated moment in all of Qin. That anticipation was more heated than a lottery drawing. Confirm. Scanning supplies. Rating in progress. Sharp-mouthed monkey fish, grade F. Flammable ice, grade D. Big goosebird, grade D. Eagle-headed fish, grade C. Millennium giant clam, grade A. Congratulations. You've earned a multiplier spin. A wheel appeared before me. This time the multipliers weren't the cheap stuff like 10 times or 100 times. They started at 1,000 times and shot up to 10,000, 100,000, all the way to 1,000,000 times. I figured that epic grade giant clam meat had pulled the rating up, and the multipliers rose right along with it. Bring it on. This time I absolutely needed a high multiplier. Please don't stop at the baseline 1,000 times, or I'd be taking a huge loss on that epic clam meat. I pressed the spin button. The pointer whirled. My heart rose right up to my throat along with it. And it wasn't just me. The tens of millions of viewers in the stream held their breath with me, like waiting for a fortune to fall from the sky. The pointer slowly began to slow. My heart leapt into my throat, because it was closing in on 1,000,000 times. But right after 1,000,000 came 1,000. The range ran from 1,000 up to 1,000,000. The moment the pointer crossed that critical line, it would slide back into the 1,000 to 10,000 range. And then my epic clam meat would have been wasted for nothing. In my head, I chanted frantically, "Stop! Stop! You have to stop!" And my ship of flesh actually seemed to hear my cry. Just as the pointer was about to cross the line, the hull suddenly jolted, as if shivering. It was so massive that this single shudder was practically an earthquake. Then I keenly sensed it. The hull tilted a bit to the left, and it was that tilt that dragged the pointer, on the verge of shooting past, right back. The pointer finally came to rest squarely in the 1,000,000 times range. I won. I actually won by a trick like that. Overjoyed, I grabbed the tentacle swaying beside me and swung it around wildly. "Nice work, Bodhi. From now on, you stick with me and do a good job." The tentacle looked baffled, but it could feel its master's attitude suddenly warming up, and it was pretty happy. So it cheered up too, its tip wagging left and right like a puppy's tail. And besides, Master just called it Bodhi. Was that its new name? Bodhi. Kind of catchy, actually. Bodhi, Bodhi, hee. Sheen Kingdom, my livestream room. Did he win? The screen just shook for a second. I couldn't see clearly. I couldn't either. Judging by the grin splitting God Jong's face, he probably hit the jackpot. I saw him put a huge chunk of epic grade clam meat in there. That's a Lord tier monster. How many people in this world have ever tasted Lord tier monster meat? One bite, and I could die happy. So how big was the jackpot multiplier anyway? I heard the minimum is 100 times and the max is 10,000. Never seen anything higher than 10,000 at most. But the meat God Jiang put in was under 100 pounds. At best, that's 10,000 times 100 pounds, so 1,000,000 pounds. No way peasants like us get a share. Sigh. Still envious of the big shots up top and of God Jiang's family. At the critical moment, the ship swayed and nobody could see clearly, so all they could do was guess. Just as the crowd was guessing away in a frenzy, an announcement thundered out, instantly igniting the screen full of anticipation into wild elation. Final cashback multiplier, 1,000,000 times. The Qin Kingdom has received the following cashback resources from Jiangming. Flammable ice, 200 million pounds. Big goosebirds, 2 million. Sharp-mouthed monkey fish, 30 million. Eagle-headed fish, 15 million. Millennium giant clam, 100 million pounds. The moment the announcement dropped, the entire Qin Kingdom erupted. 200 million pounds of flammable ice. Maybe that wasn't outrageous. But 100 million pounds of epic-grade Millennium giant clam meat. Now that was outrageous. The quantity, the quality, outrageous enough that other nations would have to hold meetings and stay on guard against Qin. Because epic-grade monster meat is a strategic-level resource. If Qin used it wisely, whether refining it into high-grade constitution-enhancing potions or distributing it directly for the people to consume, it could genuinely raise the physical caliber of the entire nation, especially the next batch of adventurers. In any survival environment, an adventurer's greatest enemy has never been the monsters, but their own frail body. If every adventurer's constitution could be boosted by one or several tiers, the survival rate of the next batch entering the game would rise dramatically. And every extra person who survives means one more batch of supplies brought home. Even if each person only brought back one extra fish or one extra nut, with the compounding of quantity and multipliers, Qin's resources would explode exponentially. A nation's true confidence has never come from luck, but from the strength of every ordinary person being lifted up. The spies from various nations lurking in my livestream room cursed out loud after hearing the announcement. They were so envious they couldn't hide their jealousy. The common folk of Qin were about to receive a share of epic-grade monster meat, something they wouldn't dare dream of in their wildest dreams. In other nations, even if an adventurer occasionally hunted down an epic-grade monster, they'd never be willing to upload it. That was a treasure that could genuinely boost your own strength. Even if someone did upload it, it wouldn't go to the commoners. It'd go to the upper echelons first. then to the next batch of reserves and special forces, and whatever was left would be traded to other nations for resources. Commoners? They wouldn't even get a sip of the broth. That's precisely why they were even more jealous. Qin Kingdom, Special Services Bureau. With experience from the previous few times, the warehouse chiefs this time were mentally prepared. The moment the clock struck 12 and the warehouses suddenly filled to bursting, they guessed it. Another masterstroke from the Child of Fortune. That was the nickname they'd given me, because my luck was truly heaven-defying. Either I'd hit 100 million times multiplier, or the fish would suddenly multiply during transport. The reason this time was unclear, but the only person in the whole world who could ship back 3 to 500 million pounds of supplies every single time was me. The warehouse director quickly got the Special Services Department on the line. Director, this time it's 45 million fish, 200 million pounds of flammable ice, and 100 million pounds of epic-grade monster meat. How should we handle it? Everything except the flammable ice follows the usual rules, the director instructed. 1/3 goes into strategic reserves for trading with other nations. 2/3 ships directly to city warehouses and gets distributed to the people on schedule tomorrow. Flammable ice was high-quality fuel, too wasteful to hand out to the people. The director planned to ship it straight to power plants to make full use of it. The fish and goosebirds are no problem, the director said with some hesitation. But the epic-grade monster meat, handled the same way too? This is 100 million pounds of epic-grade, after all. The chief said, taken from the people, used for the people. The director's tone brooked no argument. No matter what grade the meat is, it came from the people's hands in the first place, so it should go right back to them. However, at the word however, the director's ears immediately perked up. When leadership speaks, you can ignore the first half. Everything after however is the key, the real talk. He knew it. How could meat of this caliber possibly get distributed unconditionally? Good thing he'd asked one extra question, or if something slipped through the cracks, his career would have been over. However, the director drew a deep breath. Remember to set aside a portion and give priority to Jiang Ming's family. This is a benefit adventurers are entitled to. We need to give the people risking their lives for the nation peace of mind. The director was stunned. That was it. He waited a good while, but nothing more came, so he had to ask again. Director, is that all? Yeah, what else? Understood, director. The director hadn't expected the however to be nothing more than another perfectly legitimate instruction, and he was suddenly ashamed of his own petty, dirty thoughts. Before hanging up, he remembered something else. Oh, right, director, Jiang Ming's family. Do we still distribute at elite tier adventurer benefits, or rising star tier benefits? The director said without hesitation. Comrade Jiang Ming's status ranking can't be raised for the time being due to circumstances, but the contributions he's made to the nation have long exceeded those of a rising star adventurer. Since we can't give the adventurer himself more for now, we'll treat his family generously first. That is, the beneficiaries he named in the agreement. The director didn't say it outright, but anyone who'd watched my stream understood. He was referring to that. My ship was frozen solid on the frigid sea, unable to move an inch, while the poison ring closed in tighter and tighter. Nobody knew whether I'd make it through the first week. To hold up a meritorious adventurer's promotion for that reason alone was deeply unfair. But the director understood it couldn't be helped. Every adventurer tier had limited slots. Just mentioning elite tier benefits required layer upon layer of approval, let alone Rising Star. Rising Star was a tier that had to be announced nationwide. It signified a rising star among adventurers, a star of tomorrow. Doing so wasn't just about benefits. It was about boosting national morale, telling everyone that Qin had produced yet another promising talent. That's exactly why conferring the Rising Star title was so carefully considered. Once announced to the entire nation, if the Rising Star quickly fell, it would be a massive blow to the national spirit, and might even invite mockery from other nations. Qin's fortunes are declining. They can't even keep their rising stars. They're probably done for. So until I solved the deadlock of my ship being unable to leave the frigid sea, no matter how much the director wanted to promote me, there was nothing he could do. He could only compensate another way, from elsewhere. Yes, director. This time, the director answered especially loudly and bowed deeply toward the other end of the line. Only in this moment did he truly feel it. The director was an official worthy of respect. A good official who cared about both the people and the adventurers. This round's multiplier was absurdly high, but I was still one step behind. Server 13, Adventurer Contribution Rankings. First place, Xia Kingdom, Li Quan, total points, 98,300. Second place, Qin Kingdom, Jiang Ming, total points, 98,219. Third place, Wu Kingdom, Zhuge Jun, total points, 26,810. Just 100 points short. I glanced at it, unbothered. Surpassing him was only a matter of time, no need to rush. I shifted my gaze to the daily 3 divinations that had just refreshed. Today's 3 divinations. Neutral. When you head to the far side of the forest before the blizzard to search for the second shipwreck, you must go alone. Do not bring Laifu, or it will die on the return journey. Minor, ill omen. When the ship reaches level 2, prioritize the biological upgrade path over the mechanical upgrade path, or you won't be able to break through the ice before the poison fog arrives. All 12 armor plates on the bow must be upgraded to level 2 before you have any chance of leaving the frigid seat. Major ill omen. Deep in the snowfield lurks a Lord Tier snow demon bear. It is cautious by nature and utterly uninterested in flesh bait. If you attempt to deal with it the way you dealt with the fishmen, the major ill omen will be fulfilled at once. But its claws and fangs are the key materials for synthesizing ice-breaking armor plates. My scalp went numb. The first divination was nothing. With snow this heavy, I hadn't planned to bring Laifu anyway. But the last 2. You want me to take on a Lord Tier snow demon bear? Just because I got lucky taking down a Lord Tier monster last time, don't go thinking I can snap a Lord Tier's neck with my bare hands. The snow demon bear, just the name tells you it's no soft persimmon like the clam, with its high defense and low attack. Anyone who could take on something like that had to be at least a second-order sequencer. And I wasn't even a sequencer. The divination even spelled it out. Those dirty tricks of stuffing nails into meat and burying fishhooks were useless against this cautious beast. Did that mean I had to brawl hand-to-hand with a 3-story tall monster? But I couldn't avoid it. Its claws and fangs were the materials for the ice-breaking armor plates. If I didn't kill it, I couldn't get out, and that was a dead end all the same. On one side, going to my death. On the other, waiting to die. I stared at this dilemma for a long time, and finally made my decision. Sleep. Whether I'm delivering food to the snow demon bear tomorrow, or it's delivering food to me, I'll figure it out after I wake up. The next morning, the wind and snow had stopped. Nice weather. A good day to go out on a delivery run. But when I saw the latest progress of the poison ring in my stat panel, a blizzard kicked up inside my heart. Adventurer, Jiang Ming. Status, Captain of the Dragon Boat. Location, Frigid Sea. Poison fog is 198 nautical miles from you. Satiety, 200% HP, 100% lifespan. 302 days. Sanity, 99%. Agility, 28 strength, 17 defense, 16. Special abilities, intermediate cold resistance, 18.8%. Fireball LV.1, metal control LV.1, water control LV.1, basic water arrow, diving. The poison fog moved in 200 nautical miles. My vision went black. Yesterday there were still over 300, and after one night's sleep, I'd slept right up to the poison fog's doorstep. A chill ran down my back. It seemed today's fight was unavoidable after all. I got everything ready and hopped on my little e-moped. No, my little flesh moped, and raced off toward the woods. Though the wind and snow had stopped, a night's worth of snow had piled up knee-deep. On foot, I'd probably freeze into an ice sculpture before I ever reached the other side. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The moment I reached the edge of the forest, I noticed the densely packed little footprints all over the snow. Rodents, but several sizes larger than normal. Herbivores. The snow was so deep it lifted them up high, just enough to reach the leaves hanging from the trees. The low shrubs along the forest edge had been gnawed to pieces, some stripped of branches and leaves alike until nothing was left but a bare stalk stuck in the snow. Plenty of prey, but my target today was the bear. I didn't stop and kept driving deeper, holding my breath the whole way, my eyes sweeping back and forth across the snow, searching for its tracks. If even the dodo birds around here grew as big as small mountains, then just how big could the snow demon bear be? Ugh. I got my answer. Half an hour of driving later, a massive snow pit appeared ahead. At the bottom lay a gray wolf the size of an elephant, its whole body torn to shreds. Head here, body there, blood everywhere. The wolf's hide bore streak after streak of claw marks, and the spacing between claws was terrifyingly wide. I measured it by eye, easily more than 10 centimeters. A single claw print, 30 or 40 centimeters. Extrapolating from that ratio, the size of that bear. I think I'll just go back and wait to die. I hadn't even seen the bear yet, and just from the handiwork it left behind, I already had the urge to turn around. This was no longer a question of whether I could win. It was a question of whether I'd survive at all after running into it. But even as my heart quailed, my hands were very honest. I crept up and stuffed nail after nail into the frozen stiff wolf carcass, 7 of them, all told, before I finally stopped. The moment I was done, I pulled back. Time to find high ground and watch whether that bear would come back to eat it. The instant it returned, it was as good as dead. That tree looks good. To keep it from catching the scent of the motorcycle, I decided to ride the bike a good distance away first, and then, bam, I had a crash. The snow piled on the tree came thundering down, burying me and the bike in one solid heap. Clutching my swimming head, I clawed my way out of the snow. The bike stayed behind, buried. I dug out the makeshift skis I'd prepped in advance and strapped them to my feet, then tied a big leafy branch to my tail. Gliding along, I swept as I went, wiping every trace behind me clean. I circled back near the scene of the kill, picked the thickest tree I could find, and hauled myself up with some effort. Then I waited, quiet, for it to return. Time crawled by, bit by bit. A massive shadow bore down on me. Like a blotting, sky-swallowing storm cloud, the entire forest dimmed in an instant, and the air grew so heavy I could barely breathe. I thought I climbed high enough. 20-odd meters up. Even that elephant-sized wolf carcass had shrunk down to the size of a toy car. But the moment it appeared, I felt like it could reach out with one casual swipe and smear me right off the tree. It was enormous, at least 3 stories tall, pure white from head to toe. If it truly buried itself in the snow, I honestly couldn't tell whether I was looking at a snow-capped mountain or a bear. Thank God I'd known ahead of time it was here and hadn't gone barreling straight through the forest. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be that wolf lying in the pit right now. Eat. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Go on, eat. I wanted to coax it into swallowing that mouthful of nails along with the meat, so I could finally make my move. But the second my mouth opened, my top teeth started brawling with my bottom teeth. Clatter, clatter, ringing out in the dead silence like someone banging a pair of clappers. I hurriedly shoved my hand into my mouth and bit down. The noise I made was probably no more than a bug's buzz to its ears. But the reading had warned me. This bear was cautious down to its very bones. And the reading was terrifyingly accurate. After it returned to the scene, it didn't rush to eat, nor did it drag the wolf carcass away. Instead, it circled the area, sniffing every single inch. Suddenly, as if it had discovered something, it slammed a paw down hard on the wolf, sending the whole corpse flying several meters. And in that very instant, something shot out of the wolf's belly. HSSS. HSSSSS. A great silver-patterned snake burst out of the carcass and lunged straight at the snow demon bear. The bear seemed to have been ready for it. For all its size, its reflexes were absurdly fast. The moment the snake sprang up, it clamped both paws down on either side of the snake's body and ripped it apart. Rip! The silver snake was torn clean in two, and the pieces went flying onto the snow. But a legless beast dies hard. The severed head, springing off its upper half, whipped back and sank its fangs into the paw the bear had raised to block. Ruhar! The snow demon bear let out a wail. My heart leapt with joy. Poisoned? Even a monster this big can't shrug off venom, right? The next second, my fantasy shattered. The snow demon bear wrenched the still-biting snake head off its paw, stuffed it into that gaping maw, and chewed it up with loud, grinding crunches. When it finished, it picked up the other half of the snake and gulped that down too, from head to tail. Then it licked its lips, as if it wanted more. A whole venomous snake down the hatch, and it didn't even furrow its brow. Having finished off the snake, it still didn't leave. It kept sniffing along the snow, nonstop, especially the area I'd passed through. It lingered there an unusually long time. It couldn't have found something, could it? I didn't dare so much as breathe. One slip, one moment of getting yanked out into the open, and there truly wouldn't be a scrap of bone left of me. Luckily, it only sniffed, then finally circled back to the wolf carcass it had swatted away. Sniff, sniff, sniff. And where I'd buried the nails, it inspected the most carefully of all. I swallowed hard. That's it. It smelled out the nails. You're a bear. Why so meticulous? You planning to go work airport security? Slap. Suddenly, it raised a paw and knocked the wolf carcass right back down into the pit. Then, without so much as another glance, it turned and walked off. It's just leaving? I stared at that wolf carcass, batted around like a soccer ball, and a light suddenly flared to life in my mind. It doesn't want the corpse? But if it looks down on it, then why come all the way back? Eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. There was only one answer. This wolf was bait. It had deliberately planted it here. It had been playing the waiting game too. It had ripped the wolf to shreds, scattering flesh and blood everywhere, precisely so the scent would spread wide, luring in other carnivores, so it could deliver the killing blow while their heads were buried in the feast. That snake just now, that was exactly how it met its end. It was the same logic as a human setting a trap. The more the bait is scattered, the stronger the smell, the more prey it draws. So this is your trap. The corners of my mouth slowly curled up, learning to play dirty like a human. Are you? Then I'll show you soon enough what it means when the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole right behind it. I moved out of the wolf carcass's range, but I didn't retreat back the way I came. Instead, I doubled back to the edge of the forest and stopped in that patch full of rodent tracks. I climbed a tree and cut off a few branches, not all the way through, letting them dangle in midair. Just the right height for those little creatures to reach if they stood up straight. Next, using fish hooks and fishing line, I set several inconspicuous little snares beneath the snow. Then I hid back up the tree and waited. Half an hour later, my legs and feet gone numb with cold, a furtive shape finally flickered into view across the snow. A snow-white rabbit, nearly the size of an ox. By all rights, something that big should have sunk into the snow, but with a pair of long, broad hind legs, it stood steady on the surface, each hop just punching out a deep crater. The source of those tracks. Found it. The giant rabbit sniffed this way and that, and only after confirming there was no danger did it approach the dangling branches and start gnawing away. Crunch, crunch. The way to survive at the very bottom of the food chain is to stay wary, always. It kept its eyes on every direction. Yet the one thing it never noticed was the thin line beneath its own feet, led by a fishhook, creeping silently along the surface of the snow. Squeal. I yanked hard. The giant rabbit, its ankle snared, thrashed wildly in midair, and the sheer force nearly dragged me right off the tree. Thankfully, I'd wrapped the line around the trunk a full loop beforehand, and even so, I could barely hold on. Why is everything in this world so damn big? I quickly let out some line, letting its front paws just barely touch the ground while its hind legs dangled. It couldn't leap. It couldn't bring its weight to bear on me either. 2 minutes of struggling later, the rabbit collapsed, exhausted. I tied a slip knot around the trunk, slid down, bound its 4 legs with wire, tossed it aside, and reset my fishing rod. I gave it a once-over. Not badly hurt. Just a thin line of chafing around its foot, the skin scraped raw, barely any blood. An injury this minor wouldn't tip off the bear. I wasn't going to kill it, didn't even dare add a scratch more than necessary, precisely because I needed it to look completely unharmed, like it had walked straight into the net on its own. Otherwise, that bear, sharp as a devil, would grow suspicious the moment something seemed off, and everything I'd worked for would fall apart. Holding alive, kicking rabbit, the corners of my mouth curled upward. You won't touch the dead things. But live prey? I don't believe you can hold back from that. No matter how cautious a bear is, it's still a bear.